We're back. They have some updates about the storm that's passing through to Florida. And so I'm going to try to stay as updated as possible. I have family, friends in that region. So I'm going to take you along with me as I go through this journey. Let's keep a close eye and see what's going on with the storm today. So let me set up our banners and then we can see what's the most updated news for the storm.
Towards the north rather quickly, 30 to 35 mile per hour conditions. That's the overall movement of the system, but the spin within it, that rotational speed could be up to 70, maybe even 80 miles per hour. So we have quite the situation on our hands, not just one, but two tornado warning cells across Brevard and Osceola counties. We're turning on the debris tracker, and here's a look at that rotation, right, where you see the brighter shades of green. That's where the spin is really tight, and that's where we expect the tornado to be touching down currently. We could actually throw on the debris tracker, see if it's kicking up any debris, which gives you a good indication of what could potentially be heading your direction if we do have a touchdown ongoing, pushing towards the north across the western portion of Brevard and also the eastern and southeastern portion of Osceola County. Tony, I'm going to send it back to you, though.
Yeah, it's a little mad at me right now. I'm doing so many things right now, Marquise, and I'm trying to keep up with you, but it's not allowing me to do that. So I may have to reset that here in a second just to make it happier. But let's go back to our WSI machine here for a second, and then we'll see if we can get on rebooted there. But that's the eye right there. That's one of the things that we've been focusing in on. Marquise, while I'm driving WSI there real quick, I'm going to have you restart links once so we don't kind of stall the coverage here. So there's the storm, okay? It's approaching the coast there, just to the northwest of Fort Myers, just to the south there of the Tampa Bay area. So that's one of the things that we're going to be watching. So we could also, we don't have to have Barron's all the time to do radar coverage there. And in fact, let me go ahead and do this here for you. One of the things that we've been watching and using is the water vapor. And now the water vapor is an interesting tool in that it does show you if a storm system is going to be directed more towards the east or if it's going to be pulled towards the north. And when you look at these arrows here, what's catching my eye, so here's the storm. You have this big trough here. And what it's trying to do is pull us to the north, but then you have this big sharp turn to the right. So that's kind of where we're at right now. And that's one of the things that we're going to be watching here as we go forward. Let's get back to live radar, and that is a lot of red. There is a tremendous amount there of tornado warnings. We're just doing a little hand count there. Over 12 tornado warnings right now out of the Tampa Bay office there, Melbourne office, and into southern Brevard County. So just a fascinating turn of events here with this particular setup. There's a look at the latest tornado warning right now. I'm going to switch it over to the Melbourne radar here, and you'll see there's a look at our live radar from Melbourne, and you can see there's your tornado warn cell. All right, that is until 2:30. But if you go to the northern one, that one now is in effect until 3 o'clock. So basically, multiple tornado warnings on these cells is a very good signature that these tornadoes got some oomph, they've got some power, and they can do a lot of damage. These might not be the usual EF0s, but they can clearly be on the higher end, EF1s or even potentially EF2s. More live pictures there for you. We've been scanning them over towards Lake Nona. This shot, however, though, is over towards the beach line, been on that particular roadway many a time. Let me show you the velocity product here from Melbourne while we've got that shot up. And that is the signature right there. That right there is the couplet that they're watching. And there's no, thankfully, there are no cities and towns in this general vicinity. But if we go ahead and kind of take a look at this particular pattern, you can see the gate-to-gate wind shear there. Folks, that is 84 miles an hour gate-to-gate wind shear. Doesn't necessarily mean that speed of wind is coming down to the surface, but it's what we're seeing in that column of air in that thunderstorm as it's building off towards the north. Let me go ahead and do one other thing here real quick. I'll kind of clear this out for just a second, pull it out just a little bit, just to kind of give you guys a little bit of a better reference point. This is still Indian River County. All right, the tornado is lifting up towards the northwest. It's going to be on the eastern side of that warned area. And I loved what the Weather Service in Melbourne did there. They, as well as us, were talking about keeping an eye on Palm Bay. And they clearly have the western side of the city well within that tornado warned area. So let's go and do this. I'm going to get the same thing. Remember now, these cells are moving at 35, 40 miles an hour. So the cone is going to go well to the north there of what you're seeing. So not too many cities popping up on that particular cone, but that will likely change later on as we get into a more highly populated corridor of Central Florida going forward. So let me go ahead and try to do it this way here and see if we get any more towns. None, still none. So that's good. That's a good thing, but that will change with time. I think it's going to miss Palm Bay. I want to just make sure everybody's clear on that. I don't think it's going to reach the Palm Bay area, but it could get into the downtown portion, that is. But one of the things that we're going to have to watch is, how this moves going forward. Gate-to-gate wind shear there just a little bit lower, which is clearly some good news. Let me back it back out. I want to show you the Tampa radar. Not seeing any reports of anything on the ground here in Central Florida. That's a good thing. But multiple tornado warnings right now from South Florida all the way up towards Winter Haven and now venturing on into the southern reaches there of Brevard County. One of the other things we like to do is show some of the wind speeds there. And you can see they are beginning to increase. And they are going to get a whole lot stronger later on tonight here across Central Florida. There's a bad image in there. So what you're going to see me do is literally clean this up on the air because I don't want to give you guys whiplash with crazy purple colors there. So there's the wind perspective. You can see the size of the storm is growing as it's beginning to lift more towards the north. So we'll continue to keep an eye on that. And the visible satellite is a beautiful picture, but a reminder that nature can be pretty brutal to us at times. Very large storm system. You can see those storms really coming together right there across our area. The wind speeds have been increasing from south to north now throughout the course of the afternoon. Let me show you. Look at that. Skyway over towards the Tampa Bay area. Winds 55 miles an hour. They've just popped in some of the cameras there for us over that way, which is some good news. And we'll continue to monitor that. Notice the winds down across the southwest increasing. We're in that 35 to 45 mile an hour range. And that will continue to get even higher as we go forward with time. Now, one of the things I wanted to talk about real quick with Marquise here is the rainfall amounts. And I'll go ahead and let him take a look at, this is our Futurecast rainfall amounts. And one of the things, Marquise, that we were concerned with is the amount and the potential for some significant rainfall across Central Florida.
Yeah, absolutely, Tony, especially us being on that northern quadrant there. We can go ahead and pull up Max 1 behind me, or WSI 1, so we can take a look at the rainfall that you had overlaid for us, Tony. But we're on the northern side of Helene making landfall. Close to the Tampa Bay region later tonight, possibly before midnight. And all of the rain profile, it's across the north, in which here outlined in this darker shade of red. I'm going to call this burgundy between Palm Coast, Daytona Beach. We can see upwards of 12 inches of precipitation before we're said and done with Milton, likely making landfall as a strong Cat 3 today. And then approaching Category 1 status after it crosses over Central Florida just south of the I-4 corridor and then exiting off into the Atlantic. But even after it exits, we'll still deal with not just the rain, but the strong breezy conditions across Thursday as well. That breeze is going to kick up some storm surge across our coastal communities. In fact, we do have a storm surge warning in effect for Brevard, also parts of Volusia and Flagler County, in which the storm surge could be anywhere between 3, maybe even 5 feet high. And that'll cause impacts such as beachside erosion. And the storm surge oftentimes is the most damaging and the deadliest impact in regards to any tropical system, which is why people are evacuating from those coastal areas and trying to move inland for the night. But take a look at how much rain we can likely accumulate. This is just another one of our models. It's the QPF, and this shows similar rainfall accumulation in comparison to the GFS that we were just tracking. So across our I-4 corridor, we can see 10 to 15 inches of rain with this yellow shaded region right here, in which we will see that opportunity starts to pick up as we continue throughout the afternoon and across the rest of the evening into the early morning hours tomorrow, with Milton making landfall. But to the north, as we swing across Ocala, 4 to 5 inches possible. And just south of that, that's where we have the heavier showers and the tornado warnings that are active across Polk and also Osceola County. So here's an active warning across Polk County, encompassing Winter Haven just south of Kissimmee, and Kenansville and Osceola County. We do have another warning for you. This will be valid until 3 o'clock this afternoon. So for the next half hour, you guys need to hunker down, stay in that safe place, away from any doors, away from any windows, right? Because we don't want any debris to be kicked up as well. As far as hail is concerned, we're not seeing any hail cores with this particular warning across Osceola County towards the Kenansville area, but we are seeing significant rotation towards that south and eastern quadrant there, coming up towards Yeehaw Junction. That's what's going to be heading your direction. But take a look at this rotation right here. Red is what's moving away, green moving towards you. We have that spin ongoing right now. 31 mile per hour conditions to the north, 34 to the south. So these gusts are up to 65 miles per hour of rotational wind heading towards the north, right around 30 to 35 miles per hour. That's the overall movement of the system, but the rotation within it could be very quick, and that could pick up debris for certain, and we don't want that to become any additional hazard. So you want to stay out of harm's way and make sure that you aren't staying indoors. Let's look at some of the fastest moving winds that we have with this particular cell. But let's take a look at the cell that we have out in Polk County, see if we can get some wind readings there, in which this one, about gate-to-gate wind shears, 65 miles per hour, as we mentioned. But some of these straight line winds where we see these severe thunderstorms could be quick as well. We do know that these are typically EF0, maybe EF2 strength. And look at all these signatures that we got, all the signs of rotation as we take a peek at our Doppler winds across the south and the eastern side of this warning right here, pushing towards 441 out towards the Yeehaw Junction area. We know that we do have a few folks that live out there, Kenansville as well, towards the southern and eastern side of Osceola County. But here's a look at the Polk County warning that we were tracking, right? Out towards Haines City, Winter Haven. Take a look at this, the brighter shades that are really just popping off at the screen at you guys. These have gusts of up to 65 miles per hour. That's the rotational wind that we were talking about. Similar speeds to what we compared in Osceola County outside of Kenansville, but super quick moving winds. These become additional hazards as you factor in the debris. And then on top of that, we have the rain coming down torrentially right now. We actually have a tower cam off towards the left-hand side of your screen, and it's tough to see. We've got droplets on top of it, gray skies, heavier rain showers all across the region, and that's for our southernmost communities of Osceola, Brevard, and Polk County coming up. So here's a look at some more rotation that we have just towards the east of Kenansville, out towards the Palm Bay area across I-95 as we swing into Brevard County, where we have an active warning. I believe this one is going to stay active until 3 o'clock. That's the current reading from the National Weather Service, but we've got lightning strikes ongoing as well. So the impacts are really increasing moment by moment in regards to Hurricane Milton, set to make landfall late tonight, and we'll continue those impacts overnight as well. We see the strong gusty conditions across 441 between Kenansville and Yeehaw Junction, all of the rotation. I believe, Tony, if you stop this last frame, or maybe back it up one extra frame, we can see a little bit of a signature of a hook echo right there. We were talking about that with the warnings that we had across Indian River County. That hook echo oftentimes does indicate that we do have a tornadic signature moving in from the south, and these are quick moving systems, right? We talked about those outer bands of precipitation in regards to any tropical feature. Where you don't want to be is in that front right quadrant, and that's exactly where we are right now in regards to Hurricane Milton. So with this particular signature that we got going on right now, we've got heavier downpours outlined in these brighter shades of red coming off the screen, also that hook signature. So all of the details are there. All signs are pointing towards this active tornado warning, which will be valid until 3 o'clock in the afternoon. But this is just one of many warned systems that we have been tracking throughout the day. This one across parts of Brevard County and also parts of Osceola County. Tony?
All right, let's get back over to WSI-1. The engineers are working on Leagues 1 for us. There seems to be a little bit of a memory issue there, so I couldn't direct that there for you quick enough. But we're working on it. We'll get up there in a second. For those of you just checking out in, we got multiple tornado warnings. There's the 2 p.m. advisory. You can see still with 130-mile-an-hour winds. So we're going to be watching that very, very carefully. Thursday, 8 a.m., right over the heart of the turnpike, and then building offshore with winds potentially 75 to 80 miles an hour. So there's a lot of moving parts here. Let's go over some of these threats as we continue to kind of watch things down across the south. There's your tornado threat. We've been talking about this. Leesburg, DeLand, Daytona Beach. Again, that's one component of it. The flooding, we're going to be going from a severe weather threat to a flooding threat. And that's one of the things that we're going to have to watch here again very, very carefully. The wind arrival, it's here now. It's going to be increasing now as we go forward in time. You can see from southwest to northeast through very early Thursday morning, the increase in the risk for hurricane force winds will be growing from southwest to northeast. Let's get back to the radar here. One of the things we've been doing has been kind of going back and forth between our own radar, our live radar, just to kind of give everybody a quick heads up on what's going on. And as it pops up here in a second, there's a look at our live EEC radar. There's 2 warnings right there that are in our area. I'm going to go ahead and stop the loop here and just kind of show you what's going on, and then just kind of play around with this just a little bit. So the Melbourne radar really shows that signature just east of Kenansville, and that's what we are going to continue to watch now as we go forward in time. That's the one cell that's really intriguing to us. I'm going to go through a couple different, that's our live radar. This is the Melbourne live radar, and that is a very clear-cut signature. It's that classic red and green together that is moving off towards the northwest, still in a pretty rural area there as it continues to build up towards the northwest now at close to 40 miles an hour. So that's the one thing that we're going to have to watch. And on that trajectory, we do not have any significant towns or any towns because it's so rural right there along the border. So that is clearly some good news, and that's something that we're going to continue to monitor because it is trying to go to the northwest here. The gate-to-gate wind shear, the rotation, the green towards the red away is still locked in between about 60 and 75 miles an hour. And then you factor in the forward motion now of these storms today, and I remind you that the storm motion today is quite high, running at about 35 to 40 miles an hour. So there's the very latest on that tornado warning now for Brevard County. As we pop in some more pictures there from the beach line, you can see how the rain is picking up. The winds will pick up too as we get deeper into the evening here across Central Florida. So that's one of the things that we're going to have to watch very, very carefully from south to north. And remember, as this begins to rotate up towards the north, the other set of issues that we're going to be dealing with there is the heavy rain. And that's clearly what we're going to be dealing with, I believe, as we transition from a severe weather event to a more of a flooding concern going forward. So that's a look at what we got going on right now here in Central Florida. That's what we're going to have to watch. Live pictures here from downtown for you right now. You can see that we do have a lot of heavy rain, and it's building from the south to the north at about 30 to 40 miles an hour. Before it is all said and done, I cannot stress this enough. I think that somebody here in Central Florida is going to be dealing with rains that are probably going to be more than about a foot in some areas right now across Central Florida. So that's one of the things that's really concerning. We have the St. Johns River Basin. We have a lot of those tributaries and stuff like that along the East Coast where the water comes in and jumps in, and then that's one of the things we deal with. Marquise, let me go ahead and grab that from you there real quick. I think we're fighting each other there on the Barron's machine, and then I'll let you go ahead and drive it. So let me drive the Max machine here, and then we'll go from there. So there's a look down there. Switch it over the source here real quick for everybody. We'll get back to the Barron's. It looks like the engineers have done a good job in getting that back up for us. So let me go ahead and take that over, Marquise. I'll drive this there for you because when we fight each other on that, it's kind of hard to work. So let's go ahead and do it that way. There's a look now at Yeehaw Junction. There's a look now at that tornado-warned cell. There's a skid there popping in quite nicely. And the forward speed still north-northwest now at about 25 to about 30 miles an hour. It looks like it has pulled a little bit more away from the Palm Bay area, Marquise, so that is certainly some good news. There are other tornado-warned cells as well that we are going to continue to watch and monitor. And then as you move up towards Haines City, as we've been talking about, you can see multiple tornado-warned cells there from Haines City, Avon Park, farther to the south of Sebastian. We've got Vero Beach. We've got Port St. Lucie. Folks, this is shaping up to be an incredibly busy afternoon of tornado warnings, and I can't stress this enough. Just a couple of quick reminders here. When we're in coverage like this, the safest place to be in a two-story home is not upstairs, it is downstairs. And typically when you're in your bathroom, you have the least amount of glass. You've got 2x4s in all of those rooms. It is typically the safest place to be. I would also say this. I have a two-story house. One of the places we like to go to is underneath our stairwell. That was a very loud boom of thunder overhead, and we just took a power hit, but everything just came back on. So there it is. There's that cell. Marquise, I'm going to go ahead and drive this here for you, my man. We'll get you back in, and you can see, wow, that is just an amazing-looking couplet right there in southwestern Brevard County, Marquise.
Absolutely, Tony. I just want to put this into perspective for viewers at home. I was just looking at the NWS chat, and we were trying to find any signs of significance with this tornado. And one of the things that they said in the chat was that there was an 18-wheeler that was flipped over on marker 109 on I-95. I believe that's in Port St. Lucie County. But you see all the skits popping up here indicating the signs of rotation with not just one, but with several tornado warnings that we have moving across southern Florida. And that's what's going to be heading our direction. In fact, we did mention to people, you need to be in your safe place, your residence at 2 o'clock, and you need to have all your hurricane preparedness plans finalized by that hour. And here's why. Because the tornado threat, the severe weather, that is consistently popping up left and right as we continue across the rest of the afternoon. We see the multitude of warnings that we have across Polk County. I believe there's 2 right now active. One's active until 2:45. The second's going to be active until 3 o'clock. So we'll keep you up to date on both of these here. We also have a warning across Osceola County, and that's going to be active until 3 o'clock in the afternoon as well. So these storms are moving in quite quick. You see all the lightning associated with them, tons of rotation here, and we do have those rotational winds that are powerful enough to flip over a truck on I-95, which I believe was mile marker 109. So if anybody in the back can possibly find some video with that mile marker 109 on I-95, that'd be great. But what we have going on currently is a very active situation. We're watching a multitude of tornado warnings all across the southern half of Florida into Polk and Osceola County, which is why we're going live with these systems here. The one in Osceola County, this is going to be active until 3 o'clock in the afternoon, watching it push towards the north and the west. And it's not a slow mover whatsoever. These are very quick moving storms. And inside that quick movement, we have tons of rotational force, which could be damaging, right? You don't want to be close to any doors or windows because we can have flying debris coming inside of your home with that rotational force as well. Tony, I'm going to send it back to you, though.
All right, Marcus, thanks a whole bunch. We're getting back to that cell on links there as we round it through WSI-1. And Marquise, let's just leave this. I can control you from here. I just want to make sure that the folks in the back understand what we're doing here. So I can route WSI-1 into links into WSI through a camera. So I can control that for you, Marquise. So don't worry about changing things over there, because when you do that, then I can't control it for you at the keys, just so that we're clear on that. So there's a look at the Doppler winds right now. You can clearly see what's going on. There's our couplet right there. And that is the one that is moving off towards the north-northwest at a pretty good little clip there right now. So that is the cell that we need to watch for southwestern Brevard County. There's Palm Bay. There's Malabar. That is west of Palm Bay, west of Grant and Valcaria. We're going to continue to monitor that. The other cell that we need to keep close tabs on is the cell right here. There's a good deal of shear headed towards Polk City. There's a good deal of shear down here in southwestern Brevard County. As that moves to the north-northwest, it is holding its own very, very well thus far today. Off towards the north and the west near Davenport and Polk City, you can see a brand new tornado warning that's actually pushed more towards the north and the west. So that is a good sign for southern Sumter and Lake County if that trend does indeed continue. So let's take a look now at the dual pole. That's one of the other things we like to look at to see if there's any debris. In that warning right there, there's a little bit of yellow in there, nothing that's too crazy that signifies anything significant. One of the other things that we also can do is take a look at a product that enables us to see whether or not there's a lot of wind, a lot of rain, not seeing any of those yellows and or those oranges. So that's a good sign. So let's go back to Marquise at the key. We're going to keep links up here for him, routing it through WSI-1 and only WSI-1 for the guys in the back so I can help drive this for him when he's at the key. So there's the tornado warning now in effect until 3 o'clock. Again, this is for Southwest Brevard County on into the southern sections there now of Osceola County, including the turnpike in and around Yeehaw Junction. So that's the area they're going to watch. And then south of there, as you can clearly see, there's St. Lucie, there's Fort Pierce. We've got 2 other large tornado warnings on the left side of your screen. You can see we've got some live pictures. We've also got the radar there in that center box there to keep an eye on the potential for landfall here as we get deeper into the evening. And that's one of the things that we're going to be watching here very, very carefully. So let's do one other thing here real quick. Speaking of the center of that storm, there's a look now at Milton. It's moving off towards the east-northeast. There's that rotation. And I believe we have a brand new tornado warning. Brand new tornado. Yep, Brevard and Osceola County. Got it, can't appreciate that. There it is, coming up a little bit farther to the north. And it is moving off to the north-northwest here at about 24 miles an hour. So not quite as fast as the cells a little bit earlier, but still that's a pretty good clip there, folks. And that's, again, we're trying to give folks as much advance warning as possible as this cell rotates up from the south to the north. Again, moving north-northwest at about 24 miles an hour. Deer Park, you're next in line. This is going to be very, very close to you. We believe right around 3 to 3:15 this evening. And this is just going to be the beginning of multiple tornado warnings now here across Central Florida as we go throughout the course of the afternoon. Let me send it back to Marquise. Marquise, I'm going to drive this here for you right now, and then we'll kind of go from there and walk our folks there in Osceola County through all of the stuff that is currently headed their way. Let me go and show you the latest shear rate on that cell. And Marquise, I'm going to zoom it in for you right now. There's
perfect. So
yep, go ahead, take it away.
We got tons of shear with this system right here, right? The darker the color, the more shear we have. And for you folks joining us at home, this is for a warning ongoing across parts of Brevard and also Osceola County. Shear just meaning the rotational force that we have with a tornado coming in. So we're taking you frame by frame. We see that movement off towards the north/northwest. It's a quick moving cell. I believe at last check, this particular one is anywhere between 25 and 30 miles per hour. And that's typical with any outer band of a hurricane, that you do have some quick moving cells. So one moment you think you're in the clear, the next, this could be heading your direction rather quickly. And what we're noticing right now is that this is moving towards the northwest at 24, 25 miles an hour. And it does have some substantial rain alongside it. We see all the lightning strikes popping up on your screen, heading towards the Deer Park area by 3:07. This should be in you guys' neck of the woods. But now as we turn on the Doppler winds, we can really get an indication of just how strong this rotation is, right? So red is what's moving away. Green is what's moving towards you. And these winds are rotating cyclonically. We got that counterclockwise rotation. And as we take a look at some of the registered wind speeds, don't just look at one. You have to combine the two to get an understanding of how fast these winds are rotating around each other. We're turning on that arrow right here. We see that rotational force. And I believe the rotation between the two, as we take a look at that gate-to-gate wind shear, could be anywhere between 60 to 70 plus miles per hour. So we do have some very strong indications of rotation as we take a look at what's going on across parts of Brevard and Osceola County, pushing towards the north and the west, right around 25 miles per hour. We also had a signature of a hook echo there, and we've got heavy torrential downpours going on. We actually have the weather cam off towards the left and bottom of your screen, in which we see the rain coming down currently, but here's a better indication of just how wet we are. Certain areas are already seeing 3+ inches of accumulation, and that's exactly what we're taking a peek at here across parts of Brevard County. Take a look at this, 1 to 2 inches towards the north and the west here. I believe further towards the south, we'll probably get a better reading
in 3 hours. In 3 hours,
in
Mark.
just 3 hours.
Yeah.
You can take a look at exactly the rain that Milton is bringing in about 2 to 3 inches, where we have these brighter shades of yellow out towards the Yeehaw Junction area. And here's a better indication of the rainfall rate. This is going to just give you a rate of how many inches are falling in an hour's time span if the rain maintained its position overhead. If it just stalled out, right, that'd be 7 inches of rain coming down on top of you within an hour's time span. As we mentioned, though, these systems are moving towards the north. So you're probably not going to get 7 inches in just 1 hour, but you could do the math right there. If it's overhead for half an hour, that's 3.5 inches of rain. And that's exactly what we just showed you just a moment ago. So for you folks joining us at home right now, we do have an active tornado warning. This is for parts of Brevard and also Osceola County. This particular one is going to be active until 3:30, as we do have an outer band causing some spin between Brevard and Osceola counties. And as we turn on the rotational tracker, take a look at this image right here. We can zoom in a little bit tighter and we can see exactly where that rotation is overhead. And it's a lot of force going on. We actually had I think it was mile marker 109 in Port St. Lucie that did show that we had I believe a truck that was flipped over on its side due to the rotational force with these particular signatures that we're showing you right now. And it's not just one. We've had a multitude of tornado warnings already throughout the afternoon, and these are marching in from the south, and we'll be continuing to push across Central Florida as we continue across the rest of the day. But we see the active warnings ongoing across Avon Park, Sebring, Okeechobee counties as well. So lots of activity going on, all related to Hurricane Milton. Tons of lightning strikes, tons of severe weather here happening ongoing right now. But we can zoom on out and see just how far away we are from the center of circulation in regards to Milton. I believe we're just about 100 miles away from that center of circulation, with Milton approaching in from the Gulf Coast right here. We can go ahead and put on the ruler tool.
You got it coming up.
Likely going to be making landfall just before the midnight hour. So 91 miles away from landfall. And its speed is moving pretty quickly. It's gained speed. We're getting these hour by hour advisories from the National Hurricane Center, in which we could take a look at the changes with Milton. Right now, it's still maintaining that motion towards the north and the east, in which we're anticipating heavy storm surge all up and down the Gulf Coast, in which the storm surge is going to be one of the most impactful features with Milton coming on shore. That could be anywhere between 10 to 15 feet of storm surge, and that could honestly leave communities without power for days, if not weeks, and communities will be devastated because of that. On top of that, we've got the ongoing rain showers, the strong gusty winds, and for the afternoon, we've had multiple tornado warnings as well. What we're taking a look at closely is the tornado warning cells that we've got going on across parts of Brevard and also Osceola County. We'll zoom in a little bit tighter. We've turned on the rotational tracker. We've checked the gate-to-gate wind shear as well, and these signatures have speeds of 70 plus miles per hour. That rotational force, which is why we recommend for you guys to get indoors as quickly as you can. Also away from any doors or windows. Hopefully you park the car inside the garage, because we definitely have a dangerous situation on our hands. And here's a look at the Doppler winds. We're taking a look at the storm relative velocity right now, in which we could pinpoint exactly how fast these particular systems are moving and the rotational force that they do carry. Also, what cities are going to be affected. It looks like Deer Park by 311. This will be heading your direction, I believe.
Deer Park needs to get ready right now, Marquise. That is bearing down on it at 25 miles an hour. That's going to be there really, really quick. And as you said, you can see the broadening out effect there of the rain and the wind right now. And that's the other thing. We were just showing you those rainfall rates of 5-6 inches per hour. If there is a tornado in there, folks, I want to make this crystal clear. You are not going to be able to see it with tropical rain coming down that hard. You may get them like we saw down south, where they're super well developed, but in a situation like this, and there's a real easy way to show you what I'm talking about. There's a big shield, a very big shield of very heavy rain coming down. Embedded within that rain shield is that circulation. If there is a tornado in there, if one does develop, you're not going to see it. So that's why we're trying to get folks up there along 192 Deer Park as much heads up as humanly possible. And just know that you might think it's just rain, but there could be a rain-wrapped tornado that may be able to develop and go right over 192 and very close to the Deer Park area. 311. I've got 2:55 on my clock right there. You literally have 16 minutes now to get down into your safe place in your home. So we just want to give you as much heads up, as much warning as possible. That is a very large, a very broad area of strong winds here. The gate-to-gate wind shear right now is 61 miles an hour plus the forward speed there. So there's the potential now for winds to be over 75 miles an hour with this particular thunderstorm that is lifting up towards the northwest. And that signature has been clear cut. This is one of those cells. If I widen out the view, I want to show you something here. This is a what we call a supercell. You got 1, 2, 3. You've got 4 warnings on that one cell. And then believe it or not, down to the south of Yeehaw Junction, there's another supercell. And I hate to say this, but this one looks even more pronounced than the one approaching Deer Park. There's a little couplet there that's winds of 70 miles an hour in that red area. And we take a look at the storm relative velocity product right there. That is just a very clean couplet. That is not what you want to see when you're covering squalls on the eastern side of a tornado. Gate-to-gate wind shear there, close to about 80 miles an hour. 32 in, 45 out. So you're looking at 70 to 80 mile an hour gate-to-gate wind shear. When I say gate-to-gate, that's what's going on within the thunderstorm above the ground. Doesn't necessarily mean that strong wind is reaching the ground, but if you get a funnel cloud or you get a tornado, obviously, clearly, it will be reaching the ground, and that's something that we're going to be watching very, very carefully. So multiple tornado warnings right now across Central Florida. If I ping this, here's a couple of the LSRs, local storm reports right there. Emergency matter confirms a tornado on the ground near Dixie Ranch Acres. That's south of our area. Why am I showing that to you? Because there's a real distinct possibility that stuff like this is going to happen and play out today right here in Central Florida where we live. So I just want you to be prepared for this. I want you to be ready to take action. Make sure your phones have your notifications on. If you have a weather radio, if you've got it plugged in, that's good, but make sure you have that battery backup. This is going to go through mid to late evening. One of the things that I need to remind myself is to pop in that tornado watch, and I can do that here for you pretty readily. Just give me 1 second. There's the latest tornado watch here, and this goes until 9 o'clock this evening. And we've already got the heavy rain event ongoing. But the other thing that we're talking about is again going to be that risk for ongoing flooding overnight tonight. And I really am concerned for a large area that could potentially see 6 to 12 plus inches of rain. Just a friendly reminder, now that we're in tornado mode, we have a hurricane, a major hurricane that's going to be making landfall. And it's imperative to remind everybody not to just focus on where those tornadoes are. The risk for tornadoes up north, far lower, but the risk for flooding and wind is quite high. And we just want you to remember that, even though that we're in tornado coverage. The tornado threat, I can break that down there for you. Give me 1 second here. There it is, greatest to the south and east. And the reason for that is our storm comes ashore and begins to move off towards the east-northeast, and that should then begin to push that threat off towards our east. As the storm begins to cross the peninsula, it will shut down that tornado and that severe weather threat, but increase the ongoing flooding concerns overnight tonight. All right, let's get back to the radar here, and we'll kind of bring Marquise back in here to kind of go back over a multitude now of tornado warnings. Marquise, what's going to be amazing to me today, by the end of the day, we could easily have over 20 tornado warnings here in Central Florida based upon what we're seeing right now in the trends. Let's get you back into Brevard County, Deer Park. We're watching this again very, very carefully here for you. I'll bring in Marquise, and I'll drive for you, my friend.
Appreciate it, Tony. Now, oftentimes, we want to look and see what's happening upstream to get an indication of what's going to be overhead in the next few hours. And upstream from us, we've had 10 to 15 tornado warnings across southern Florida, and now those are creeping into Central Florida, right? We have the ongoing warning that just got extended across parts of Brevard and Osceola County. I think to our south, we had a train spotter go out. We did confirm that a tornado touched the ground in Okeechobee County, and that's what meteorologist Cam Tran was just showing me a moment ago. There is the LSR, right? The storm report of that tornado that did touch down on the ground. We've got it confirmed by a train spotter. So these are now not just radar indicated signatures. We've had eyes look at these features on the ground, and this is what is going to be heading our direction. So, Tony, as you mentioned, we could have more than 20 tornado warnings across Central Florida still to come as Milton does draw closer to the shoreline. And take a peek at all the rotation that we got going on right now. Rotation is a good indication of what is happening in that severe thunderstorm. Not saying it's touched the ground quite yet, but it gives you an indication of what could potentially happen. And here's where we have some strong rotation out towards Yeehaw Junction, right, where we see these darker shades of red moving across your screen towards the north and the west. That's its overall movement of 25, maybe 30 miles per hour. These outer bands of Helene have quite the spin on them, and they are causing some spin ups right now. Ongoing lightning strikes, heavier downpours, and what makes it so hard for these tornadoes to spot, Tony, as you alluded to, it's the rain. We have an immense rain field on the northern half of Milton coming in from the Gulf Coast, right? So here's the center of circulation. Well, we see all the rain is far spread to the north. And if you divide this into 4 sections right now, as Tony's just drawn, giving you guys an indication of how far Milton is away from the shoreline, about 80 to 85 miles away from that Tampa Bay, Sarasota area. But if you divide this into 4 quadrants, it's the north and right front quadrant that often does see the brunt of the severe weather impacts. We call that the dirty side of any hurricane coming in, and that's where we have all of our severe weather concentrated right now. So a moment ago, Tony was just showing us what areas of Central Florida are going to be most likely to see any potential severe weather. And the further south you go here in Central Florida, the more likely that chance is going to be across the rest of the afternoon, the evening, and even your overnight hours. So we've had multiple tornado warnings across our southernmost communities, including Osceola, Brevard, and Polk counties. And here is that severe weather threat. Most of our counties are under a tornado watch until 9 o'clock, with the exceptions being Marion, Flagler, and Volusia counties. I do believe that might be extended, or we might even just extend the watch coverage to cover all of Central Florida in the hours to come. But here's why. We've had several active tornado warnings across parts of Central and Southern Florida. We even had a TrainSpotter in Okeechobee County confirm a tornado did touch the ground there. Taking a look at the Doppler winds right now, we could give you guys an indication of how quick these strong, breezy conditions are. We've got wind speeds between 50 and 70 miles per hour, and that's including the rotational force that these tornadoes are bringing your direction. So we've got a multitude of tornado warnings all across southern Florida, but in our neck of the woods, we're paying close attention to Brevard and Osceola counties, where we do have the rotation indication on right now and the heavy downpours that are associated with these severe weather events unfolding before your eyes. So the rainfall accumulation rate, we were checking it just a moment ago. We could possibly turn it back on for you just to see how fast the rain is falling from the sky. It could pile up rather quickly. We've seen rainfall accumulation in select cities across or select parts of Brevard County between 2 and 3 inches. And these are quick moving storms, right? They're not staying overhead for, let's say, an hour's time span because they're moving towards the north between 25 and 30 miles per hour. But let's say the rain did stay overhead for over an hour. You could possibly pile up 7 inches of rainfall with just one storm. And that is certainly going to increase the flood threat, which is why all of the state of Florida, or all of Central Florida, better yet, is under a flood watch, because we are heavily saturated and we are about, let's say, 7 to 8 hours away from a potential landfall in the Tampa and Sarasota area. Tony?
All right, yeah, just looking at this, Marquise, you and I talked about this when you got in. When you have tornado warnings all the way down towards South Florida, on into the Kissimmee area, it's going to be a longer than normal duration event. So that's one of the things that we're going to be watching here. Just a heads up for the guys in the back. We're going to give Marquise a little bit of a break here. Cam is going to rotate on in, and we're going to stay through. We're just going to use WSI 1 when she's here, just to kind of help direct the traffic here. And we'll just route everything through WSI so that we're not fighting each other. Again, reiterating here, there's Kissimmee, there's Palm Bay, there's Yeehaw Junction. We have multiple tornado warnings. We have just started to get into this now, and this is all going to lift up towards the northwest as we get into the evening hours. This is going to impact folks in the metro areas. This is starting to come up from the south. This is going to include the tourist district. This is going to include downtown Orlando. This is going to include the I-4 corridor and will likely go right up I-95. I'm still not yet convinced that this is going to go shoot out to sea. And the reason I say that is when I look at the live radar and I look at the storm here, for me, this is the track, okay? This track right here is what's going to shut down the forward-going risk for ongoing severe weather. The sooner we can get this through here, the sooner we can get this to go out to sea, all right? and it's taking a little bit longer for that to happen. So that in turn may cause the issue for severe weather to translate maybe just a little bit farther north into the Volusia County area, or possibly even portions of Flagler County. So that's one of the things we have to watch. The other thing that we need to make very, very clear to our viewers is that we've had an immense amount of rainfall already. This big solid shield of rain, that is going to continue to grow and expand. And in fact, if anything, it's going to intensify and really begin to pile up, I believe, right through that corridor right there. The strongest winds, as this comes ashore, the strongest winds to me look like they're going to go from that corridor through southern Brevard County. That's the corridor that we're going to have to watch there as we go through landfall later on tonight and through the early morning hours. So let's switch it back from the Tampa Bay radar, back over to the Melbourne radar. And Cam, when you're situated and ready to jump in front of Links, you let me know. I'm just going to continue to talk, give her a couple more minutes. When we do these shift changes, we like to allow our friends a little bit of time to help set up, not have to rush in, and that's what I'm doing for Cam right now. So I'll let her hoot and holler at me, and then we'll let her do her thing. I think she's ready, so let's go ahead. Thank you in the back. Appreciate that. Let's get her over and talk more about this tornado warning there over towards the Brevard, Osceola County line. Cam, take it away.
That's right. So we're running this on WSI-1, and Tony's going to control this. So you can see multiple tornado warnings here stretching from Indian River County also into Osceola County, southern Brevard County here. So it's these multiple embedded cells within these squall lines that are moving through. So the reason why this one in particular in Brevard and as well as in Indian River County keeps on getting extended, it was because an emergency management official actually saw or confirmed ground truth a rotation in tornado there. So that's why you see multiple red polygons and it keeps getting extended. It's because it's this particular cell here that Tony's honing in on, and then also a secondary one behind it that an emergency management official actually saw some ground truth with that. So multiple tornado warnings in effect. This is the first one I think that both of them really we need to hone in on. Is there a way, Tony, we can actually draw like a squall line? I know it's moving pretty rapidly to the north.
It's going to do that. Yeah, there it is right there.
So we can click on this little arrow. It's called a skit. And what it does is it tracks out where the severe weather is. So Tony's clicking on that. You can see details here. These are some of the communities that will be impacted soon. Canaveral Acres at 336. This is moving rapidly to the north here. Originally, when the tornado warning came out, it was going around 30 miles per hour. But now, according to our in-house Barron radar, or our actually Barron system, it is now moving to the north at 51 miles per hour. So these are moving rapidly to the north, not uncommon with landfalling hurricanes or hurricanes that are approaching us. Taking a look at the shear, to me, if we hone in a little bit closer on that couplet where the green and the reds meet, it almost looks like well, there you go, Deer Park. That's where we're going to hone in on real closely here. It looks like the rotation is just west of Deer Park right there.
Yeah, it's not as pronounced as earlier, Cam, but it's still there. You're right. So almost 50 mile an hour gate to gate wind shear. And then as you were mentioning, that forward speed on top of that.
Yeah, so gate-to-gate wind shear is the wind speeds, the amount of rotation. So when you have gate-to-gate wind shear that combine, when you add these two numbers together, the number in the red combined with the number in the green, when it's closer to 100 miles per hour, that's when we get really concerned that a tornado is very likely in this cell. Right now with gate-to-gate shear around 50, we're watching it, but the likelihood of rotation is not as great. Wondering, okay, here's a look at our impact tracker. Half-inch hail possible, but usually with landfalling hurricanes, hail is not as common. But let's take a look at our debris tracker. This is one of our dual pole products. It's called the correlation coefficient. Basically a fancy word to say, let me look inside the cell and see if I see any debris ball. So this is taking a closer look. And when you see the bright, for a second I did there, right there, right north of Deer Park.
I'm struggling with that because I think that might be some scattering because we're so close to the radar there.
That's true.
Yes, because when you look at the actual storm, it's right over Deer Park, right? So if you go back to the dual pole, like you were saying, I don't know.
It's not a very strong debris signature list. So to me, I'm not really buying that at this moment. But either way, even if it's not a rotating cell, you're looking at still dangerous winds and honestly blinding rainfall. And even if this spins up, which occasionally does happen, or actually happen quite often with landfalling hurricanes, you get the spin up, it pulls back down, then spins back up again. But look at the rain amounts. I mean, if you're heading along 192 here out towards east of Harmony here in Osceola County, heading into Brevard County, you are going to be very hard find to just even see the road in front of you, because look at how heavy the rain is. Just within the last 3 hours, we picked up 1 to 3 inches of rain. So rough estimate about an inch and a half in hours here. So we've got this warning. We also have a second warning down by Yeehaw Junction, and we have multiple here in Polk County as well. Wondering if we should hone in on the one that's just right behind the Deer Park one.
You got it.
See if we can. Let's take a look. We can take a look, put a squall line on that and kind of analyze that one, because this one over Deer Park does not look as impressive anymore. But this one in Yeehaw Junction there looks to be a little bit of an inflow notch, allowing the system to breathe a little bit. So here's a look at the squall line. So we have another tornado warning behind the one in Deer Park.
Not too many towns there, though, Kim. I'm just playing around with that for you there. And it's in a pretty rural area, so we're not picking up any towns. But let me do this for you. I do want to do one thing. So there's our radar.
We'll send it back to Tone.
I was going to say earlier today, we were using our radar, and it was picking up some nice echoes up there a short time ago. Thankfully, it's not doing that, though, right now. But one of the things I think Cam did want to look at there was the velocity product. And you can see east of Lacosi there, northeast of Yeehaw Junction, we've got cameras that are being used in the vicinity where we're covering some of these storms. You can see there's some pretty good gate-to-gate wind shear there right now, 80, almost 80 to 85 mile an hour gate-to-gate wind shear. That doesn't mean 80 mile an hour winds are reaching the ground. It just means that somewhere in that thunderstorm, as it's grown vertically, there are winds that are that strong. And that doesn't mean it's going to come to the ground, but if it continues to develop, we get a better signature, and Campbell backed me up on that. You can clearly get a thunderstorm that could produce some significant wind in that area. Now, Cam, you were talking about the debris tracker, and with this particular feature, there is
that looks a little bit more impressive. So when you look at the debris tracker, what it looks like inside, what it does look inside the storm system, and it looks for objects that are not similar in size, because usually rain droplets are pretty similar in size. But when you see this bright banding here, you see that bright signature just northwest of Yeehaw Junction. Maybe we can stop that loop really fast.
Yep, you got it.
And you can see this blue and actual green northwest of Yeehaw Junction pickup. That is a sign that there possibly could be some debris in it. So basically what debris tracker does, it looks at things inside the storm and goes, what is not the same size? And usually when there's debris, meaning objects, fences, pieces of wood, it's not the same size. So let's pick it up. What I find unusual, though, Tone, is that debris signature is well away from where the polygon is.
Well, initially I was thinking the same thing, but here's what I think is going on. So we've got the center of that storm off towards the southwest, and everything's trying to gravitate towards the west. So I think that's what may be going on there. The other thing, though, is that, we've got another tornado warning now into the Lake Wales area, and then we've got this ginormous flash flood warning now that goes from Sebring up towards Haines City on into Lakeland, and then over towards the Tampa Bay area. So we've talked about this, and Cam and I were worried about this yesterday when we were conferring with both Summer and Michelle in Toronto yesterday, that we would be transitioning from a severe weather threat to a flooding threat. And we're starting to see this play out together simultaneously there from Tampa Bay and back towards Polk County. And conceivably, this could be extended farther to the east. So that's one of the other things that I think that we are going to have to watch here going forward. Let me step back for just a second and just remind everybody now that it's 3:15 where our hurricane is. Milton is now moving northeast at 16 miles an hour. Wind still at 130 miles an hour, and the pressure's coming up, 948. So we love to see that. We get our next advisory here at 4 o'clock. We're doing them hourly now. The next cone will then be arriving at 5 o'clock as well. So we're getting a lot of information coming our way, but it really truly looks like more and more that this is going to come ashore just to the south of the mouth of the Tampa Bay area, which means that the surge is going to be pretty high, probably running 8 to 12 feet there. And then as Cam and I were talking about yesterday, on the backside of this storm, the onshore flow is going to generate anywhere from 3 to 5 feet of storm surge. Now, I don't know if you were watching our cruise along the coast this morning and around noon, but there was some pretty angry surf ongoing even at that time of the day with the storm well off towards our south and our west. All right, let's go back to the tornado warnings here. And we'll kind of get back into portions there of the Osceola, Brevard, and then the Yeehaw Junction corridor. We have multiple tornado warnings there. We have multiple tornado warnings south of Barefoot Bay. There's Sebastian. There's Vero Beach. You can see all of this is going to rotate north up towards some heavily populated cities and towns into southern Brevard County there a little bit later on. So 2 warnings in Osceola, 1 warning in Brevard. The warning that was up towards Haines City expired, but we have another warning there across southern areas there of Polk County. So a few more things to watch. Let me bring back in Cam. And Cam, the one thing, I don't know if you've noticed because you just got in, that we've kind of done today a little bit differently than the past. We do have cameras on the side, and we're keeping the cone and a loop in there so that we don't lose sight of that big entity while we're in tornado coverage. There's the cell you wanted me to hone in on for you. I'll let you take it away.
Yeah, so let's hone in on that cell here, and if there's a way we can kind of ping the velocity values again, because this is a pretty tight couplet still. This is holding on. The tornado warning ends at 3:30, but watching this to see if we could possibly extend it. So it looks like 43-mile-per-hour winds on top of, what is that, 60? Is that
43 and 60?
So well over 100 miles per hour here. So this couplet here is very concerning. This rotation is holding together. The only saving grace with this, as Tony mentioned earlier, this is a fairly rural area here. This tornado warning in effect for Brevard County until about 3:30 this evening or this afternoon. Take a look at the rain rates with this. Rain about 2 inches an hour. The rotation's impressive. Wow, if we can ping some of these brighter reds here. So here's a couplet where we believe the rotation is, and then here are some of the winds even ahead of it. Winds of 70 miles per hour within this tornado warned cell. So if there's a way, I know it's a rural area, but if we can zoom out so folks at home kind of give us a little bit perspective.
Well, let me get some of the roads on there for you real quick, and then I'll do exactly what you wanted there. It's just to kind of give there. So that's Fellsmere Road.
So it's right along the Brevard Indian River County line here.
You got it. Let me go ahead. Like you said, it is a rural area, but
it's a fairly rural area, but we're watching this because if it continues rapidly to the north, about 40, 50 miles per hour, it's going to get into a little bit more populated areas just west of I-95. So it's this cell right here, the dark red and the dark greens that are kind of merging there. It's right along the Indian River and Brevard County lines. Again, a fairly rural area, thankfully. But it's a bit concerning because the rotation is holding together fairly well. And we've actually seen on our debris tracker signs of some debris associated with this. Thankfully, though, this is not near I-95. That's why we have those traffic cameras on the side there for you so you can kind of get a live view. This is not near any major roads that we can see right now. The closest area this is nearest is Fellsmere, but then again, that's still several miles away. So this is pretty inland. This is going to be moving north over into far southwestern Brevard County here. A lot of lightning associated with this, about 45 lightning strikes. And this right here, as Tony hones in on the debris tracker, you see that really bright oranges that are starting to pop up. Again, that could be associated with some debris that's flying within the system as a cell. Again, showing very significant signs of rotation moving to the north.
One thing that really surprises me about this while you were talking is normally when we see that significant of a couplet, when we look at this impact tracker icon, and you know this very well, you and I have done this for a number of years now, there's a better correlation there. You get a better signature. We're not seeing that, which kind of really surprises me based upon what we're seeing right there. What do you think?
Is there a skit on that storm? Storm tracker?
There isn't. I've got the skits on.
Okay, so, because that would help analyze a bit how tall the storm is and see a bit better. See, usually, as Tony mentioned earlier, when you see rotation that's very indicative and pretty strong signature of that, we have to verify with several other radars. So we don't just rely on the winds within the cells alone. This is a very good indicator here, is seeing the gate-to-gate wind shear over 100 miles per hour. But in order to radar verify a tornado, we have to have a couple more radars, like the debris tracker, to verify it. We also need the reflectivity to verify, which right now I don't really see. That looks a little suspicious there down on Route 441.
So that's within a pocket of incredibly heavy rain, like you were just talking about those rainfall rates, and you know, Cam, you and I talked about this yesterday. We might get rain-wrapped tornadoes today where people think it's just rain that they're hearing. And, you know, here comes the wind and all of a sudden, boom, they've lost windows or what have you, and things are flying around. So that for me today, when you're in a tropical type setup, Cam, and I know you feel the same way, you got to watch for these rain-wrapped cells.
You know what
good.
stands out to me, Tone?
Yeah,
Okay,
good.
so this is a fairly rural area, but when you widen out the radar and look at areas in South Florida, look at how many tornado warnings we have I mean, there's so many that you honestly just lose track at this point.
8,
There's
9,
eight,
9.
but then there's multiple ones, and it looks like we may have another one. I'm
We
gonna
got
step
a
off.
brand, looks like we got a brand new one.
I
Tornado
think we have a
warning,
new one now.
Osceola County.
Osceola County.
Yeah.
Okay.
So 4 o'clock. Let me zoom in on that one right now.
So it is Osceola Brevard County. So like this is a cell 7 miles east of Kenansville, moving north at 30 miles per hour. So it says actually this same cell.
Well, it's replacing the one that was going
this
from
one.
Yes, exactly. You
So
got
this
it.
one's going to expire, and now they reissued a separate one until
So
4 now.
That's the new
But
one right
it's basically the same rotating cell that we've been tracking.
Yep.
They just issued a new warning for this. So now a new tornado warning is in effect for Brevard and Osceola County here. So western Brevard, far southwestern Brevard, and far eastern Osceola County now until about 4 o'clock. Thanks to this same severe warning cell that earlier, that this is the same one, Tony, that we actually saw. We were just saying
Yep.
that the gate-to-gate wind shear is about 100 miles per hour, which is fairly indicative of a very strong rotating
Wow.
cell. And now, as you hold it a little closer here, it's still holding together, Tony.
Yeah.
I mean,
so
this is-
let me loop this for our friends in Kenansville, because I know they're seeing that. So did you see that little bend?
it says it's moving north, but to me, it
No.
looks more northwest,
It
Tony.
is. I 100% agree
I
with
think
that
we should
statement.
probably draw the skit line where it's not a northerly track, but more of a northwesterly track, because it doesn't look like it's going due north.
Surprisingly,
if you
there's
think-
no skit, and I don't understand for a signature that's that well pronounced, and the skits are on, and I've double checked that 3 or 4 times. There still is no skit on that cell. Let me go ahead and do this here real quick for you.
See if any trackers.
Yeah. So that's 95, 100 mile gate to gate wind shear. Let me loop this. I'm going to do a fan manually here for you, Cam, and we know the wind speed. So let me just try to do something a little bit different here. I'll
About
take
30 miles per hour.
Yep,
I
that's
would say due northwest instead
that's-
of north.
I think that's a good call. So let's do this. So that's right like that.
So while Tone's drawing
Yep,
that, I
there you
just
go.
want folks to know we're
Yeah.
under a tornado watch
Yeah. So
for most of Central Florida until 9 o'clock. So it's not just these far southern counties that we're talking about. Much of the Orlando metro, especially Orlando and South, is under this tornado watch. So here's a look at the fan, Tone.
Yep. So there it is. You got Kenansville. If it's going to get close to there, and you and I both believe it is. That's 3:46. So that's 23 minutes, 24 minutes lead time to get prepared for that one. You know, we
Yes.
talk about right turners. This is a left turner.
This is a left turner.
Yeah, that's because of the circulation, though.
The circulation is coming in from southeast
Exactly. You got
to
it.
northwest. It looks like we may have another warning that
we
just
do.
popped up.
It's a
I'm actually
tornado
going to.
warning for Orange County, Florida. Let's jump out
Okay,
of
let's
here.
go to Orange and Osceola County now. We have a new tornado warning now to 4 o'clock for Orange and Osceola County. So that one's a fairly rural area. And then let's hone
So
into.
they're taking that one from Deer Park, Cam. It looks like they're going to go.
They're going to
just-
extend it into
yes.
eastern Osceola
Let me,
or
let me
Orange
give you a
County
brand
now.
new time on that there real quick. So that is also 4 o'clock, by the way.
So if you're now joining us, we're on air because we have multiple tornado warnings currently in effect for now Orange County. We have one in effect for Orange County, Eastern Orange County. We have several in effect for Eastern Osceola County, and we have several that are in effect for far southwestern Brevard County. So we'll go into the latest one that was just issued here that impacts far northeastern Osceola and Eastern Orange County. This is going to move into a lot more populated areas here. So Tony, what he's doing is drawing basically what we call a storm fan to track out some of the communities. This is a lot of communities, Tony. So I'll let you read them out because it's hard to hard to see here from the green screen some of these communities. If we can take Tony full.
I was going to say what I did, Cam. There was we know the motion has been off to the northwest at about 38 miles an hour. So I basically took the fan out and went 38 miles, and you can see Wedgefield 401. There's Alafaya 413 if the speed and the forward motion does not change. East Orlando, not downtown Orlando. Let's make that very clear. 420. And then over towards Goldenrod, 421. That's going to be another time frame for folks up that way. Go ahead,
maybe
Ken.
folks in the back can actually take, well, I would say the 528 or Beachline can, because this could possibly make its way that far north, Tony, that
Oh,
it could cross
yeah.
the beach line. So maybe one of the tower cameras or the traffic cameras we can pull up on our side box here is 528, the beach line, because if this holds together, this will cross over into the beach line eventually. So here's a look. This new tornado warning now in far northeastern Osceola County, as well as in far eastern Orange County. Want to hone in to see where the exact rotation is, Tony, that they're honing in on. I want to see exactly where they're saying this rotation is.
It's right there. It's very close to Deer Park. We've had that just north of Deer Park. That's 192 is Earl Bronson Highway, by the way. For folks that are new to Central Florida. And so let me go ahead and ping some of these winds, Cam, for you there. And then what I'm also going to do, it's not that impressive. 50s,
it doesn't look that impressive,
But so you kind of get the sense, though, of that rotation, I think. So you got that in there. And
I'll let you take tone full. I'm going to walk off to read this discussion really fast to see why they
go
warned
for
this.
it. I'll just drive it here for a second. One of the things that we like to do is just kind of bounce off of each other, take a look at some of the information. We have what's called a Slack program, which allows for us to communicate with local emergency managers and weather service offices that sometimes they send information out to us. We go back and forth with that. But so there's a look at that one cell. And what I'm going to do here is I'm just going to loop it. And this is the reason why they just extended that tornado warning into Orange County, is because you can see that little area of rotation is now coming out of this watch and bouncing up towards the north. There's the brand new tornado warning, as you can see, east of Harmony, now just south of the beach line. So we'll continue to monitor that going forward. The one thing that concerns me, and I can't stress this enough for those of you at home, is if there is a tornado, and I'm not saying that there is in that particular one, that doesn't look as well pronounced as the one down to the south. But what you're going to find today with a lot of these rotating thunderstorms is they're going to be embedded within some incredibly heavy rain. And we call those rain-wrapped tornadoes that sometimes can happen. And those are the ones that can get you into trouble because you just think it's heavy rain. And lo and behold, within it, you have something that's rotating and potentially reaching the ground. Oh, that's unfortunate. I was hoping that we would have our West 2 image from that particular corridor. We don't, but this is back to Melbourne, and you can see a pretty neat looking hook signature there. Hook signature is a signature that says there's definitive inflow into the storm, and you can see that right in here, just east of Kenansville. One of the things that Cam and I have been talking about and going over is the movement off towards the west-northwest, and it looks like, Cam, that this is going to go just to the east of the Kenansville area. However, there is a significant punch of wind. In fact, let me go ahead and give you some of the latest wind here. And then you can see right in that little corridor, you got gate-to-gate wind shear of close to 64 miles an hour. So a lot of wind embedded within that big shield of rain. So you have no idea what's coming your way until it actually physically hits you. That's the message we want to send to a lot of folks today. This is going to be the theme with a lot of these tornado warnings today, are these rain-wrapped signatures in storms that are producing rainfall amounts that are just unbelievable. And this is one of the reasons why we've had so much concern for flooding. This is a 3-hour rainfall graphic with that line that's set up with that lead squall. That is a rainfall rate now of 3 to 3.5 inches of rain along that corridor that encompasses western Brevard County and eastern Osceola County. So that right there is going to lead to some issues as we go forward. So there's that little signature right there. You can see this little hook. It's like a teardrop right there. You've got inflow here, and then you've got the little twisting and turning right in there. So if there's going to be a tornado, it's going to be just east of Kenansville, right in that vicinity. And I think I hear another tornado warning.
It looks. I'm going to look right now and see what it is.
Let's see who that is. It's probably going to pop in here any second.
It's actually a flash flood warning. We have a flash flood warning for Osceola now and Indian River County, which does not surprise me with all this rain, Tony.
Yeah, I mean, you're absolutely right. So let's take a look at the 12-hour accumulation. Oh my goodness, look at that right there. So this is 12 hours, okay? And so we got Bartow, we got Fort Meade, Avon Park, Sebring, and when you look at the the Osceola Brevard County line, Cam, that is a tremendous amount of rain in the last 12 hours.
Yes,
I was watching you over the weekend, and I remembered all those flood warnings that you were describing on the air.
Yeah, and so we actually have multiple. So we have this one down here, and then we also have a second flash flood warning, I believe, up in Flagler. If we can hop on over to that. So this is accumulation of all this rain. So this is, think about it, the ground is saturated, really can't handle a whole lot of rainfall. We've seen rain since Sunday morning. So the ground, some areas have seen 5 inches of rainfall already, and now you're bringing an additional foot of rainfall in some areas. So it's no surprise to us at all that we now have a flash flood warning in effect for Flagler County. This was the same area that I was tracking Sunday morning. I believe they had a flood advisory. So we now have a flash flood warning for Palm Coast, Flagler Beach here, pretty much most of Flagler County now until about 9:15 this evening. And unfortunately, Tony, this is not even the worst of the rainfall to come. This is just the startup for us. We're in the thick of this for another 12 hours. We're going to see continuous bands of rain. And this is something you and I were talking about last night when we said, what are our biggest concerns with Milton? We said severe weather, and we also said flooding. And unfortunately, this is verifying right now with all these multiple tornado warnings. And now we have multiple flash flood warnings. So going back down south here, here's a look at the center of circulation of Milton, still about 85 miles offshore. So we're not even at landfall yet. Landfall is not expected for another 4 to 5 hours. And then once it makes landfall, we're going to continue to see the bands from Milton moving from south to north. So we look down south to see what the trends are, and you can see more tornado warnings as Tony winds out the picture. Look at these. All these red polygons you see are additional tornado warnings out in South Florida. So what we do as meteorologists is we go, okay, we've got these warnings here. We have 7 warnings right now, tornado warnings in effect. Earlier this morning, there was just a multitude out in South Florida. It was beyond, I would say 20.
We had 12 in the 2 to 3 o'clock hour. So that's still a lot, Cam. And when you see it that far south, that is definitely
this is concerning.
Yeah, it is. Cam, look at those cameras there off to the side, really helping to tell the story here today for our viewers. Everybody is getting into it now. And this is, again, a severe event leading up to what is going to be it already is a flooding event. And Cam, one of the things I remembered with Ian when we were doing this is the flood civil emergency. So we'll have to watch for, maybe something like that playing out here again, because, if this sets up right, 10 to 15 inches of rain is certainly a situation where we could be running into some flooding emergencies. So that's one of the things that we're going to have to watch.
I know this is not in our area, but National Weather Service Jacksonville just said that the St. John's Emergency Management reports that the King Street Bridge in downtown St. Augustine, which many of us probably go to St. Augustine for, a day trip or so, that bridge has now been closed because of high tide, because of all the water. And so we're definitely seeing the impacts of all this rain already. Let's go back to our tornado warnings, especially the one that's in the metro, Tony, since that's going to be impacting a lot of folks. So we have a new tornado warning that was just issued for far eastern Orange County. So southeastern Orange County, we're talking about south of the beach line here, and also the far northeastern portions of Osceola County. We can hone in on that cell and then maybe throw up that storm cone again for folks who are now just joining us, not realizing that this potential tornado may be heading their way. We are seeing very strong winds with this. So this red, I know there's a lot of polygon boxes or red boxes here, but the newest one is this one that I'm highlighting with my finger here that was just issued until 4 o'clock.
It does look like it's a little bit more sheared out. I will say
it
that.
Does.
Yeah. So that's a good trend, Cam, that we probably want to make mention of. But
regardless, it's still going to be very strong winds, or possibly still damaging winds with this.
Absolutely.
And anyone who's driving right now may not realize, hey, I'm about to run into this heavy rain shield that could bring winds of well over 50 miles per hour. That's still enough to cause damage and power outages because, again, the ground is just so saturated. And then you bring in these tropical storm strength winds, rain rates of 2 inches an hour. So maybe we can hone in on just a fan and call out some of these communities that are about to be impacted with this tornado warning cell, Tony.
Yep. Let me go ahead and switch it over to the reflectivity product here real quick.
So the red, you can see they're indicating very, very heavy rain. We're talking about rain rates over 2 inches an hour. So blinding downpours here. So for folks in northeastern Osceola, southeastern Orange County, if you're wondering what is happening, I'm hearing just a lot of lightning, rumbles of thunder. this is encompassing a lot of populated areas. So here's a look at some of the communities that will be impacted soon with this tornado warning cell. Right now, we're not seeing a well-defined rotation. National Weather Service did trigger the warning on this, though, so we will continue to track this. But look at all the communities that will be impacted very soon by this tornado warning cell. We're talking about this red box here, not this one. This one's in a bit more of a rural area here. So I'm going to start with the fastest time here. Wedgefield, this will be right over you folks at 4:07. Christmas 4:11. Lockwood 4:17. We are going to see this move right over Lake Pickett at 4:19. University Park. So this is heading into eastern Orange County here, near some very, very populated areas. Union Park 4:24. Chuliota 4:25. Southmere about 4:25 as well. Alethea Woods, a very populated community as well. This is going to be right over you folks, right just before 4:30. Gabriella 4:28. Goldenrod, another area that's very highly populated, 4:30. Aloma 4:30 as well. And then we're also going to see this continue likely up north, possibly if this holds into eastern Seminole County now. So folks in eastern Seminole County will likely deal with some very, very strong winds with this particular tornado warning cell that is right now in far eastern, northeastern Osceola County. We're pinging winds on our radar about 46 miles per hour. Again, Tony and I have been analyzing this particular tornado warning. I know there's two on your screen, so you're like, Cam, which one? The one that's the farthest to the north. And we're not seeing impressive rotation with that, which is good news. We don't want to see impressive rotation, but we are seeing winds within this cell around 50 miles per hour. So as Tony hones in, where you see the bright greens, that's where we see the strongest winds within these tornado warning cells. And you can see he's pinging winds of well over 50 miles per hour. And guys, that can cause damage. Keep in mind, the ground is saturated. Many of us have picked up already about 4 to 5 inches of rain already. And then now you're bringing additional rainfall amounts into the area, bringing 50-mile-per-hour winds, which is indeed tropical storm strength winds. And that could knock down trees. It could knock down branches. Those branches could fall on power poles. You guys know that could be causing a lot of power outages. Look at this. Rainfall. Is that, hold on.
Hourly.
Is that, okay,
Hourly.
okay. I was going to say
Yeah.
hourly rainfall rates about 7 inches an hour, which is just astronomical. That can cause flash flooding. So I would not be surprised, Tony, if this area also gets flash flood warned momentarily as well with this impressive rain rates in this area.
Yep.
Speaking of, go ahead, Tom.
No, I was
sorry.
going to say, I absolutely agree with that statement. You know, the ground can only hold so much water, right, Cam?
Yes.
And so when you look at that rain rate there, it's pretty apparent that there's going to be a lot of water. And in this area, some of this water goes into the St. Johns River Basin. And remember, the river flows from south to north. So we're already high. We've had numbers that are going to forecast to go up into major flooding. I saw that Marquise, Kellyanne, and Eric did a great job of updating those numbers. I'm going to ask Marquise, who's still here with us, if he can just take a peek at some of those numbers for us and see if they need to be freshened up. Because I think at some point here, we do need to mix that in to the overall equation. Now, I'm going to back out from the tornado coverage here for just a second. We're coming up on 3:30. A lot of folks are just joining us. They know it's raining. They've got some wind. What I want to do, though, is I want to give you some perspective on this storm and kind of widen out the view here and just remind folks with what we're dealing with. So we're getting these hourly updates now from the National Hurricane Center. You can see the forward speeds at 16 miles an hour. The winds are now down to 130. The 8 o'clock estimate is for 125. Then we're talking about landfall as a Cat 3, then a 2, then a 1, and pushing offshore as a hurricane through central and southern Brevard County. It will not be until this storm moves east of us that will shut off, I think, that severe weather threat. So I think by 9, 10 o'clock, we're shutting it down, all but maybe southeastern Brevard County. It just depends on the forward speed of this and the timing. The other thing that I do want to show our viewers is we like to show the storm in relationship to the cone. And there may be a little bit more of a jog towards the left side, maybe meeting more of an issue there for sections of the Tampa Bay area. And that's not a trend that we want to talk about. But if this stays on that western edge or the northern edge, depending upon your perspective, that forces more water there into the Tampa Bay area. So we'll watch that. Another quick reminder is that when you look at the cone and you look at all of the advisories there are many of them now that are over a good chunk of Central Florida. And the hurricane warnings, go from Marion to Flagler all the way down towards almost the northern side of Lake Okeechobee. But remember, warning means that within the next 12 to 18 hours, we are going to feel hurricane force winds here in Central Florida. Remember this too. We do have a tornado watch. It does not include Flagler or Marion County. We'll be watching that component up to the north, but they did expand it from earlier down across our southern communities into the heart of the I-4 corridor and I-95. One more piece of information here as we went through a couple more graphics. You take a look at the tornado threat and all the parameters to make this type of a forecast. It's south and east of the I-4 corridor. So that's another thing that we have to watch. The severe risk is growing. The flood risk, we've been talking about this. Very good model consistency for the risk for 10 to 15 inches of rain in this purple area. And the flooding threat is very, very high, as you guys have seen on the radar already. So when you take a look at the flood threat late tonight through Thursday, it is ending off towards the west, and then we go through the morning hours. It does push back towards the eastern side of the viewing area. All right, let me go back to the radar. We'll bring Cam back in here and kind of get up to speed here on all these tornado warnings. As you can see, we've got 2 in Polk County. We've got 1 in Orange County. We've got 2 in Osceola County. And Cam, just to the south of Brevard County, here we go again, a couple more warnings. So there's a look at the Osceola County one and the Orange County one right there until 4 o'clock.
I just noticed on our other system, our WSI system, Tony, that there's really no shear marker for this particular cell in far eastern Orange and northeastern Osceola, but the shear marker has remained for the second tornado warning, the one that's down to the south. And I found that of interest because it kind of follows what we were saying earlier. We believe there's some pretty strong rotation with this one that's north of Kenansville, but the one that's right above it doesn't show that much rotation. I'm wondering if they're just continuing this one and moving up the Kenansville one, if that makes sense.
It does make sense, but I think at one point you were right. You probably should have had 2 skits, but this is now the primary skit because it's the most intense cell.
So we'll click on this little arrow, which is what is called a skit. Basically what it is a storm tracker, which when we click on it, our in-house system gives us things like the speed. So it's moving north. See, now it's moving north-northwest, Tone. Earlier was we were thinking it was moving north, but now it's moving north-northwest at 46 miles per hour. The storm tops are out 30,000 feet, which is fairly high. And some of the communities that will be impacted soon with this tornado warn cell, though. So I know if you're just joining us.
I was going to say real quick, that went away because the skit just disappeared. But you saw more towns beginning to pop up as we're getting
I wonder if we can just go back to where the skit popped up. And
absolutely.
so just so we can get the towns, I know that they're going to be off by just a few minutes now because it literally disappeared. But we have 2 tornado warnings here in effect. This one should expire soon. This one until 4 o'clock. But I do think this one, that one has this one that's south of Holopaw showing a bit more rotation. And so this will likely blend into or be extended out as well. But here are some of the communities before we lose that storm tracker cone that will be impacted very soon. Holopaw, this will be right over you folks at 351. Harmony about 359. Pine Grove 406. And Narcoossee, this will be right over you folks at 411. So again, this is the tornado warn cell that we're watching. That's basically between Kenansville and Holopaw, moving to the northwest rapidly at about 40 to 50 miles per hour. What Tony's going to do is hone in on where we believe the center of the rotation of the system is. And here's a look where you see the greens and the reds. Is that velocity or is that storm relative, SRV?
I went back and forth. They're actually, in this case, pretty similar. So that's base.
Okay.
And then this is SRV.
Okay, so velocity, these are technical terms, but basically what we're doing is looking at the winds within the cell. I know you're like, what's velocity? Okay, we're looking at the winds within the cell. And the reason why we're doing it is because when you see the reds, which is indicated by the 26 mile per hour winds, and the greens but close together, that's a signature for us that there's a little bit of spin. So adding up these 2 numbers, we're talking about 26 plus 51. We're about 87 mile, or no, 77 mile per hour winds of rotation, which is significant. But usually when you add those 2 numbers up and it's 100 miles per hour, that's when we get a bit more concerned that there is indeed possibly a tornado on the ground. Regardless, though, look at the winds. So the bright greens indicate how strong the winds are within this cell as it rapidly moves to the north-northwest. And unfortunately, if there is a tornado within this cell, it is rain wrapped, meaning you're not going to be able to see it. We have to rely on things like the radar to figure out, okay, where's the exact location of this? Because it's just going to be blinding downpours and it's going to be surrounded by rain. So you're not going to be able to see that tornado coming if there is indeed one. So that's that warning down there. The second warning that's now in effect for southeastern Orange and northeastern Osceola County is in effect till 4 o'clock. So about another 14 or 15 minutes there. And this is showing winds of 59 miles per hour. So this one, I don't know if it's a good or bad thing, not really showing rotation, but we're still looking at severe winds. I mean, winds of 59 to 60 miles per hour, definitely enough to knock down some branches. And in terms of the shear, the shear looks like it's died down. So sheer signs of rotation.
Exactly.
So that's good news.
Yeah.
But the bad news is there's still damaging winds within the cell. It's not rotating. So we're also seeing very heavy rain with this as well. Here's a look at our radar reflectivity showing some of the heavy bands of rain. Some of the communities that are going to be impacted with this include Bithlo, Christmas, far eastern Osceola County, just along 192 here in Harmony. Rainfall rates well over 7 inches an hour. Just think about that, guys. Think about an afternoon thunderstorm that we get here in Central Florida. Those thunderstorms, if you've ever driven in one, I know we've all kind of hit one of those before. Those rain rates are about 3 inches an hour. This is double that. Just think that. The afternoon thunderstorms that we go, well, wow, that's a lot of rain. Double that rain rate, and this is what we're seeing right now in far eastern Orange and northeastern Osceola County. So if you're hearing that pitter patter, just that drenching sound of rain on your roofs, this is the reason why. And thankfully, as Tony loads a debris tracker, we're not seeing any signature of any debris within the cell.
Yeah, I'm going to switch it though from Tampa Bay over to let me do that here real quick for you. A lot of times, folks, what we do is we go back and forth between radar. So I just wanted to give Cam a heads up on which radar we're using. There actually is a little signature there, Cam. You see
if
that?
you use, okay, it looks like we just got another warning. I just want to make sure that, okay, so this is a new warning for 4:15 now for Brevard County. I get all the warnings on my watch.
It's coming up from Sebastian. So
yes.
There it is, Mico, Barefoot
So
Bay.
Mico, so it's actually coming in from Indian River County. That's been extended now. I'm trying to see if I can pop up the warning, the details of this right now.
I just real quick before we do that, you can see the debris tracker there east of the turnpike, the clear signature. I wanted to just make that reference there for you.
So this is the second tornado ward, the one above Keansville, not the one that's heading into Orange and Osceola. Okay.
So let's go back to this.
We have multiple warnings right now in effect. So let's go to our new warning now that is coming out of Indian River County, heading north into Brevard County. Now this is riding up the I-95 corridor. So this is a little bit more populated area here. So Tony's pinging the new tornado warning that's in effect till 4:15. Some of the areas that are included in this new tornado warning box include Mico and Evan Pines, Ballard Pines, Grant Valkyria. You're also in this, Sebastian. This is also moving right over Cummings. So here's a closer look, and we can hone in on where we see the rotation here. I don't really see a couplet. I don't see the rotation with this.
You know what? Here's what I think is going on. I got to back it out. I think it's south of where we are. I just wanted to get some winds for folks there in the Barefoot Bay area down towards Sebastian. So let me go ahead and stop the loop, Cam, and just kind of show folks there's your circulation. So over towards Wabasso and Orchid. And let me go ahead and loop that, and you'll see it was over Gifford, moved up towards Indian River shores, and now continues to get very close to the Orchid area. It does look like, though, that it has weakened as it's moved up towards the north. So that at least is good. But it's pretty good wind right there. Let me kind of ping a couple spots here for folks. So what Melbourne is doing is they're gearing up. They're basically saying, hey, look, we see this cell that has had a distinct bit of rotation with it, and we know that their cells are moving at 35 to 40 miles an hour. So we need to extend this tornado warning up a good stretch. So that's what they've done right there. I'm pretty confident.
So that's literally what National Weather Service is saying. They saw wind gusts of 66 miles per hour near Vero Beach. They're warning it. Oh, this is separate cell actually.
Yeah.
There's broad rotation with the couplets.
Right.
So that's not a tight rotation like what we have seen in some of the areas that we've had tornado warnings, but they are getting up ahead of the game, I believe, and warning that cell there from Indian River County into Brevard County. Back to you, Tony.
Yeah. So look, that's been the nature. You know, there's a thing that we like to do in the weather world. We look at the behavior of storms, and that plays a big part, a big role in how we treat the cells as they march up from the south to the north. And you know, you always want to err on the side of caution. That's a good call. I mean, and it's very easy with the land water interaction there to actually enhance the spin or the rotation in some of these thunderstorms. So that tornado warning now is in effect till 4:15. We began all of this now right around 2 o'clock this evening. So we've been in tornado coverage now for about an hour and 15 minutes here. And I honestly believe that I think we're going to be in this here for several more hours to come. Cam, the other cell that's really gaining attention with me right now is the one that is close to St. Cloud, but approaching Holopaw. So I want to give folks in Holopaw a big heads up here, because when you look at this little feature right there, that is one of the better looking couplets a short time ago, and it's keeping its signature. We have that one cell there, and you got the other one now on the eastern side of Harmony. So it's a 1-2 punch. That's why we've got multiple tornado warnings from the south to the north. This is one of those days where you focus in on one, but then you got to quickly remind yourself, hey, look, there's other cells coming up. Let's get out of one area, go to the other, so that we don't miss anything important. So between Holopaw and Deer Park, you can see that we have a tight little spin right there. And then the other cell is just northeast of Harmony and trying to make that turn, Kim, towards Narcoossee. So we're going to have to watch that.
Yeah, we got to watch that one in
Yep.
particular.
Yep.
I know there's multiple tornado warnings in effect, Tony, but I really think this one's the one that we really have to keep tabs on. This one west of Deer Park that you're talking about. It's actually about to cross 192 there.
Right.
And that's getting into like more populated areas as we take a look. So this is the cell that we believe does have some rotation with it. In fact, earlier, so let me name some of the communities first and give people heads up. This is moving to the north-northwest at about 45 miles per hour. So this is pretty rapidly moving to the north-northwest. The areas that will be impacted soon, about 356 by Holopaw. Harmony, this is right on your doorsteps at 403. New Eden, right over you at folks at 411. So there's a skit with this one, a tornado tracker with this one. And Narcoossee,
Yep.
this will eventually make its way over into your neighborhood as well. I keep hearing dings, so that's why I'm checking out and watch to see.
That's my phone going off. It's my buddy's down there in Osceola,
Okay.
just trying to give me some reports.
No,
there.
It's good.
Yeah.
I'm
And
just
normally I have
every
it
time I
shut-
hear a ding, I think
Yeah,
it's my
normally-
watch with the new
Normally I
warning.
have it
So
shut off, but today I wanted to keep it on just to kind of.
So if you're just now joining us, we have multiple tornado warnings in effect for our area. This is all from Hurricane Milton here. We're in the front right quadrant of the system. So when you are in the front right quadrant, it is not uncommon to get these bands moving in. And within these squall bands, these rain-wrapped tornadoes. And we are expecting one right here. This still looks like it's holding together. So the couplet looks like right in here, just west of Deer Park, south of 192 here in Osceola County. So if you're familiar with this area, this is a little bit southeast of Kissimmee here. And you can see the reds and the greens where they touch each other, basically right in there, that area is where we're seeing some rotation. So that is an indicative signature that we are seeing some, okay, that's an even tighter couplet. That's not a good sign. So
Nope. Let me move that for you,
yeah,
Cam.
move this
yeah.
whole thing down
Yeah.
and then ping that bright green there, Tone. If there's alarms are going off just everywhere.
That's another warning.
So we
here.
have a new warning now for orange. So we'll ping this and then go to the new warning,
Yeah,
Tone, real
let-
fast,
let- yeah,
because this one's a bit concerning to me. So this is winds of 41 miles per hour going towards the radar. And I believe, if I remember correctly, 37 moving away. So when you do the quick math there, we've got 78 mile per hour winds. Whenever we see winds around 100 miles per hour, that's when we get really, really concerned that this is likely a tornado. There is some rotation with this, so we've got to watch this. But again, we just showed you some of the communities that will be impacted. So here's one tornado warning. Now we've got another. We actually have multiple tornado warnings in effect. So they actually just issued another one, I believe, to cover this one. They're extending it out, Tony.
Yeah, it's not. I don't think it's there yet. I think actually
So,
it is.
no,
there.
it's
It's there. It's the north one. Let me go ahead and clear that out.
Okay.
And then that's the new one right there.
So there's just multiple tornadoes. So if you guys
Yeah.
need to take the Coma Creek full, I'll step out whenever necessary. But here is a look at the new warning that was just issued. So it looks like it's on. This is the new warning east of St. Cloud, I believe. Is this not correct?
Well, it is, but I really think so. The new warning is because of this guy.
Because of this guy,
You're
yes.
right. And that's the new tornado warning right there.
Okay.
Yeah.
So we have multiple tornado warnings
Yeah,
right now in effect. We have another one for northern Osceola County and another that extends into far southeastern Orange County now because of this area that Tony's highlighting. But we're also watching this area for some possible rotation as well.
That one's weakening.
That one's weakening, and this is the main game at this point. So we were tracking this one. This is the main cell that we are really concerned about because this is again about to move northwest into more populated areas. So if we can hone in, maybe is there a skit or a storm
nothing.
tracker on that particular cell?
I'm going to do one manually for you though, Kim. Hold on a second.
Okay, because now we're getting into really, really highlighted, populated area of the Orlando Metro with this concerning cell here.
So,
And I'm going to see if there's any updates. So I'm going to step off the screen really fast while you do that, Tone.
sounds good.
Just to see if we have
All right,
any
so
updates
we got,
with this
you do
particular-
that. Let me read a couple cities and towns here for our viewers. So again, still using that standard 35 to 40 off to the northwest with this particular cell. And that means that Lakehart, Wedgefield, you're going to be awfully close to this cell. It might be just to the south and west of Wedgefield, but it's going to be pretty close. So the estimated time of arrival for our viewers up there is pretty close to 4:45, 4:50 in the evening. So there's Wedgefield. Let me go ahead and loop that. It's when we draw these fans, sometimes they go out pretty wide because we're so far away. But the bottom line is, this gives you a good first reference point. That's the whole point of doing it this way, just to kind of give you a heads up how much time you had to prepare. So if you're in Wedgefield right now, if you're in Lakehart, Weehawhoty, you want to start thinking about staying low downstairs. Safest place to be in most homes is in the bathroom. You have the least amount of glass. You have the most amount of 2x4s within that room per square inch. So we say go there because it acts like a barrier. At least you have something there to maybe potentially save you from some flying debris. So that's the logic. That's the thinking there. Let me go ahead and clear this for a second. The other point that I think we really, really need to make here is how important it is to understand today that we've got all these rotating features, right? But we have this tremendous amount of rainfall ongoing today. You will not know if there's a tornado if it's raining at 4, 5, 6, 7 inches per hour. You just can't see it. All right. I can't tell you how many times we've done stories on cars that are driving on a highway. They go through a rain band. They think it's just rain, and the semi's flipped over or an SUV is flipped over. So today is one of those days. Now, the other thing that's catching my eye here real quickly, if you look at this particular signature right in there, so this is a little bit of a hook area. But I don't like seeing that little signature right there. And what I'm going to do right now is I'm going to take a look at the dual pole, and that's exactly what I thought was happening. Cam, this is probably the best debris signature
I think so
that
too.
we've seen today.
This is actually, now that you switched over to this dual pole, this is a little concerning to us right now. So usually when we get radar confirmation of a tornado, it takes 2 radars to verify that. So this is one. What I want to explain this to you is it's called the debris tracker. What it does is it looks inside the storm and looks for things that are not the same size, because usually if it's debris, flying shingles or branches and twigs, it's an indicative signature that there is some debris or just all kinds of things flying around
That's
it.
getting awfully close to Holopaw.
Yeah, it's getting very close to Holopaw, actually. So here's a look. Let's hone in on the road here. So this is south of Holopaw, right along Route 441 here. This, if we can stop, maybe you can stop that to show exactly where this is headed. So this bright blue here is what is concerning to both me and Tony, because this is radar indicating that there is likely a tornado debris signature. So this is a sign in radar terms that there is debris within this cell. So possibly a tornado on the ground here. So let's take a look at that. That's one radar. We need 2 radars to confirm that. So now as we take a look at, this is now Tony looking at the velocity, which is the winds within the cell. The winds are a little bit away from where the debris signature is, though, Tony.
Let me talk about that for a second. I just want to make sure what's going on. If you're at home and you're watching this, you notice that the velocity product is east of Holopaw, but the debris signatures to the west. The upper level winds are coming out of the east southeast, blowing everything towards the west of the actual circulation center. We got to make sure that people understand what's going on there.
So we have that. See, the rotation is just off to the east of Holopaw, excuse me, but the storm is moving northwestward. So as Tony mentioned earlier, that's why the debris signature is off to the west as well. The rotation,
brand new image.
It looks like it's weakening, but seeing that debris signature on the CC radar, the correlation coefficient, the debris radar, still is a bit concerning to me, Tony. So
one more thing, and it is. I 100% agree with you. Debris signatures, there's a little bit of a delay. So the storm peaked already, but the debris signature, when it peaked, generated that cluster of debris up in the air. So there's a lag there. It's not instantaneous. So we whatever was going on earlier with the flow upstairs from the east southeast is taking that and pulling it away from the storm. So that's what's going on there. But Cam, you're absolutely right. I 100% agree with you that there is likely some weakening going on with that cell. That's not to say that we're good now. It's just to say it's not as a tight a couplet as it was just a couple of minutes ago. The other thing that we could do, Cam, and you've done this with me a million times, we take a look at, there it is. See where it peaked there?
Yes.
Well, I want to try to explain. So there's where it peaked. Okay, this is the end of the loop right there. So it's the shear is weakening, but right there it peaked between Holopaw and Deer Park. But remember now, the wind is coming across it, and that debris from this storm as it was moving north is being blown off towards the west, such that when you look at the dual pole, look at that. It's off towards the west of the storm right there. So again, a lot of little things to talk about, and there's you still have that. You still have that little bit of a little ball right in there. But the winds are pulling that debris off towards the west. Does
so
that make
it's a
sense?
trajectory the way the storm's coming in, essentially.
Correct.
It's coming in from southeast to northwest, or at least these bands are. And so that's why the radar, it looks a little bit offset, because the rotation's here, but the debris is being flung this way, essentially, for lack of better words.
Yeah, and look at the beginning of that loop. You nailed it. You said this looks like it's weakening, and you had a clear-cut couplet there. South of and west of Deer Park. Once it crossed over 192,
it started to weaken a bit.
Yeah. Now, listen, we got to be careful though. This could come back and re-strengthen though. So with the tornado warnings in effect for another half hour, and the farther north we go, the more populated the territories become. Now, there's another cell just about ready to get out of the tornado warned cell there just south of Weehawhoty. I don't know if they're going to pull the trigger on that one just yet, but if they do, then here's the thing for me. That would go into some of the heaviest populated cities of the day today. And when you look at that, Cam, look at that. We're starting to see stuff really begin to gravitate more towards the west-northwest.
That's right.
And so you got an airport, you've got Lake Nona, you've got Medical City over there. So these are all... Yeah, go ahead.
We just got some new information here. A train spotter reports our tornado did touch down on US 192 between Deer Park and Holopaw. So that cell where that debris signature was essentially, or actually where that rotation, literally the tornado crossed 192. This was at 3:55 this afternoon. So now we have ground truth now, tornado, that there is indeed a tornado on the ground here in Osceola County. So let's hone in on Holopaw. It was on right between Deer Park and Holopaw, Tone, if we can, right here. So there's Deer Park right there on the east.
I want to try to get Deer Park on that shot for our viewers so they have a frame of reference.
So just to give you guys a perspective at home, like where are we right now? So Deer Park is here off to the east, and we had that rotation or a confirmed ground truth that a tornado did cross 192 here, and I think it was the time frame was 3:55, Tony. So
here's what I'm going to do. I was just going to say I'm going to stop the loop and then I'm going to pull it back. So there's 4. There's 358.
355.
There it is.
There it is, right here.
Yeah.
This is where it crossed 192, just east of Holopaw. And thankfully, though, since that time frame, it looks like it has since weakened. But we did get some ground truth here, according to some trained spotters, that there was indeed a tornado on the ground in Osceola County, and it literally crossed 192 between Holopaw and Deer Park, which is why we do have this tornado warning still in effect. But as Tony and I have been analyzing that cell, thankfully, it looks like it's weakening. Doesn't necessarily mean the rotation is completely done, but at least the threat for tornado for right now, a little bit less than concerning than what we had. But still, this tornado warning, I believe, is still in effect for until 4:30 with this new polygon box now as well. And off to the northeast, we have flash flooding. This is no surprise, Tony. We were talking about the rain rates, 7 inches of rain an hour, and now we have a flash flood warning now in effect for eastern Orange County until about 7 o'clock this evening. So if we can maybe hone in on the flash flood warning now, because it looks like, look, even within this tornado cell, we have, oh my goodness.
And there's no hail. I mean, we're a warm core system here, as you know,
Yes,
Cam. So
there's
this is
no
legit.
hail within this
Yeah.
because again, it's a hurricane. It's a very warm core system. You need a cold layer of air aloft to have hail, and we just don't have that right now. But we have this morning. If you're just now joining us, I think we need a reset here, Tone.
Yeah, I agree.
If you're just now joining us, we have multiple warnings in effect. We have a tornado warning. Actually 2 tornado warnings within our Central Florida area here. And we have now a new flash flood. Is this the entire polygon? It's embedded with the
there's actually 3 of them. It looks like one. There's
Okay.
one that goes from the different weather service offices are doing it differently. So Tampa is doing Tampa to Kissimmee to Yeehaw Junction right along the Polk Osceola County line. Melbourne is doing southeastern Seminole, Brevard, Orange, Osceola, and Brevard. And then it looks like there's another one from the weather service in Melbourne that
And-
goes from Barefoot Bay down towards Jupiter.
So, wow. Okay, let's go. Let's go to the flash flood warning. I think that's the newest. And I think for folks, we've been emphasizing that flooding would be a concern with this. Remember when we talked about all morning long that there is going to be a span, a real swath of area in Central Florida that would easily pick up a foot of rainfall. Well, this is starting to verify now. We're getting very heavy rain. Earlier with some of these severe warning cells, we had rain rates of 7 inches an hour. And now we have this flash flood warning in effect now for basically the metro. It's this green box that encompasses, as Tony mentioned, Osceola, Orange, Seminole, and Brevard counties, meaning we're seeing so much rainfall that we could see flood inundation, like flash flooding on the road. So hopefully no one is on the roads right now, because that is definitely a big concern. And on top of that, within that flash flood warn area, we have this tornado warning, which still, that rotation is still there. It's not as tight, Tony, but
Yep.
there is still this rotation here is what we're seeing just northeast of Holopaw. Tony, I'll take it over for you, or if you can take over.
Yeah, I was just going to say prudence to me today with this type of cell is you watch it until you don't see any rotation at all. So that's clearly what you and I always do. We're not going to deviate from that. These cells, if you've been in Central Florida long enough, if you're new, cells can pulse down. They look like they're over, and all of a sudden, bam, they come right back. And so with the torque that we're generating now with one of the outer bands from Milton, this is going to be a several duration hour event. The tornado watch goes until 9. We've been at this now from about 2 o'clock, shortly thereafter. There's a look, Cam. Oh my goodness! Just north of Holopaw, that's the brand new scan. And when you see a pin like that, that's not good. So it doesn't get any sharper than that. You have that pin eye there. I'm going to see if I can pixel query this without the numbers getting too close to each other. Let me clear that. Let me do this. Hang on one second. So there's 41 and there's 41. So gate to gate wind shear. Yep.
Wind shear now. So again, this thing has pulsed back up. This has already had a history of being a tornado warn cell. So hop back on here. So what Tony is actually, we just got another ping. I just want to make sure this is
I wanted to see if our radar is a little bit hot with the velocity product. So I think we're going to have to.
Is that Melbourne's that you're pinging us off of?
No. I wanted to use ours.
Okay.
But it's a little bit too far away from.
What about
from the
MCO?
radar.
MCO might ping close enough that we might pick this
That's
up.
where I'm headed right now. It's there, but it's not as impressive.
No, it's not. It's not. So what we're doing is Tony is just rotating through our radars. We have our own radar here at WESH, as well as the terminal airport radar at Orlando International. And then we're also using the National Weather Service radar to fine tune exactly where the rotation is. And so it looks like Melbourne's radar will be.
And we do want to use Melbourne here because Melbourne really
Yes.
is it's the one that's closest to it. So that doesn't bother me. I think that's a fair way to go about this. So you got Cocoa, and then of course you got Melbourne. The radar is where that little hole is right there.
Yeah, so now we have a new tornado warning.
Yeah.
I believe it's the same cell that's been extended now for Orange County. So yes, they're extending this cell unless it's it's a new one.
Yeah, well, I think it is a new one. I think what's going on here is we got that one cell here, but I think they're still worried about that one just south of the beach line, Cam.
Yeah. So let me hold on one
so
second,
here we
walk
go
off screen
through
just to see
this.
what this
We're
new
zooming
tornado
in.
warning entails. So
Yeah.
you're right, it's a tornado east of Lake Hart.
Yeah, yeah, I'm gonna-
Report, excuse me.
So we're
Reports.
getting into some more heavily populated areas. So let's go ahead and zoom in now real close where we can get the cities and the towns. You know, when you start breaking away from rural Osceola County, you get a little more towns, you get more roads and stuff like that. And the most important thing that we can do in this type of coverage is to drill down. And you can see right in there, we've got that one little cluster southwest of Weehawhoty. And then the bigger cluster, the one that's just really grabs your attention, is the one north of Holopaw and east of Harmony. I want to do another pixel query here real quick, because that is one very intense looking rotating thunderstorm right there. 77 mile an hour gate to gate wind shear right there. And the shear, Cam, is the thing that's really grabbing my attention now. When you look at this, you know, it's pulsing up. And when you use the shear product, so what I want to do is this one's a no-brainer. The other cell that's up here is the one just south of the beach line. So this one is actually going to take a similar path, maybe just to the west of there. But, you know, Cam, if that trajectory holds on, there's a chance that this is going to get awfully close now to Lake Nona down the road.
National Weather Service is saying they're indicating that rotation east of Lake Hart, or 8 miles northeast of Norcousie. So like you said, it's two separate areas of rotation that we're tracking, but the one that's more impressive is this one down south into Osceola County. But we'll definitely, let's track out both.
So this is the one that is why we have that tornado warning there,
yes.
right? And
So,
then, as you mentioned, this is the one east of Harmony. That's kind of following the same suit, the same flow there on the eastern side of Milton.
yes, I think we need to reset a little bit. We have a lot of warnings. So if you're just now joining us, we have 2 active tornado warnings right now. So why do you have the picture? For Tone to show where the warnings are. This is all associated with Hurricane Milton, which was expected. We knew severe weather would definitely be a threat here. Milton, with the latest 4 o'clock advisory, I'm going to step off really fast to show you what the latest update is from Milton. The 4 o'clock advisory just came in. And
I got you.
You got me?
Yeah, it's coming up. It's good a second there. It's loading. There you go. You should have it now.
Okay.
There it is, 4 o'clock advisory, northeast now at 17. Cam, go ahead, jump back in there and take it away.
Yeah, northeast at 17 miles per hour, winds of 125, category 3. Again, expected to make landfall late this evening around 8 o'clock, either just south of Tampa Bay, possibly near Sarasota, and then move inland. And then you can see moving still as a category 1 hurricane over us. So that's the latest on Milton. We just got the 4 o'clock update. Now we can reset back to all of our tornado warnings. And it's because of that hurricane that we are seeing multiple tornado warnings in effect for our area. We are getting in those squally bands on the eastern side of the system. And that's why we have all these tornado warnings in effect right now. So Tony's running the radar right now.
Let me go back to the Tampa Bay radar real quick so you can see the eye. Then we'll switch over to Melbourne, Cam, and just kind of re-rack the tornado warnings there. So there's a look now at this is the Tampa Bay radar, and we're using the Tampa Bay radar right now because we have the eye of Milton clearly in the view of the Tampa radar right now. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and loop this here, and it's going to move up towards the northeast, and it's closing in now. It's closing in on Bradenton. It's closing in on Sarasota. It's closing in on St. Petersburg. And when you look at the latest trajectories, it's going to be probably just on the south side of the Tampa Bay area. Cam, it's only 4 o'clock, right? And if this thing is moving at 17 miles an hour, let's do a little quick math here, and then we'll get back to these tornado warnings. Let's just say it goes right there, right? So that is 76 miles divided by 16 miles an hour.
So 76.
It's 5.
76 divided by 16, about 4 hours and 30 minutes, 4.5 hours until landfall.
Correct.
So
Yeah.
about 8 o'clock. Just say 8:30,
Yep.
just to make it even
Yep.
peven.
Sounds good to me.
So 8 o'clock, 8:30, between 8 and 9 is when we're expecting this to make landfall.
All right, so getting back to the tornado warnings here real quick, as we've kind of re-racked it here for you. We've got 2 tornado warnings here. Again, the radar here showing 2 distinct couplets. We'll go ahead and loop it here for folks at home. There's 192. We had that very impressive looking couplet. It does appear as though it might be weakening. We'll get in real close. Again, still a pretty rural area, so it's kind of hard to get you those roads and a lot of the little nuances. But there's the cell, thankfully weakening now while going by just to the north of Holopah. But you can still see a little bit of a signature there. There's New Eden. There's Pine Grove, just east of Ashton. So we'll continue to monitor that. And then as we go a little bit farther to the north now, you can see just to the south and west of Weehawhoty and approaching the 417. This is the cell that I think we really need to watch here, that to me appears as though it may be pulsing up just a little bit as it's moving off towards the west-northwest, potentially closing in on the 417. Let's take a look at the shear product there on that. There's the signature right there. Again, you got the lake there, Lake Hart, Lake Nona. You've got Lake Toho just to the west there of Narcoossee. And this is building back up towards the west-northwest and will likely go over the 417. And that's a very heavily populated area. So we're going to keep a very close tab on this. The storm motion with this one is also off towards the west-northwest at close to 35, 40 miles an hour. And just like with many of the storms out there today, they come with a tremendous amount of rain. So you don't really know, you can't really see anything in there as this is coming your way. This is the hourly rainfall rate. The hourly rainfall rate today, it's very hard to get 7+ inches of rain, but we've been pinging that today with a lot of these downpours coming in on the eastern side of Milton as it's moving off towards the north and the east. So the point we're trying to drive home here, as you're looking at some of those cameras from our crews out in the field, is that you have to take this with a real sense of urgency. When we have these tornado warnings and it looks like a bunch of rain, you can't see anything, there may indeed be a rotating thunderstorm embedded within that big batch of heavy rain that's moving over your area. So once again, let's take a look now at that velocity product. You can see a couple of distinct areas to watch and notice. The first one is about right in here, southeast of the 417. The other is well east of Pine Grove. And when I loop this now, I want you to notice the orientation. All of the cells here, for the most part, are moving off towards the west-northwest around the eastern periphery there of Milton. Cam, are you seeing anything else? I see you over there trying to look at some of the data from the Weather Service and some of those reports.
Unfortunately, it's nothing good news. In the National Weather Service chat here, they're saying we're in this for the long haul. Unfortunately, conditions are very favorable for tornadoes right now. The instability is very high right now. And the helicity, which is the amount of spin available in the atmosphere, is also very high right now. And they're saying in their chat that we are in this for the long haul, that the threat of tornadoes won't go down until after sunset tonight. So at least another 3 hours where we're going to continue to see these tornadoes, or tornado threat, excuse me. Right now, the only one that we have confirmed at ground truth is the one here in Osceola County. So you can see as we widen out the radar here, if Tony can widen out and show you, we have 2 tornado warnings in effect right now for Central Florida. This one down to the south is for Osceola County. Actually, technically, we have 3 because there's one in Indian River County heading into Brevard County.
Yeah, let's head there first. I want to. The cell was coming up from the south, Cam, and I want to just make sure that we cover Brevard County. Let me give you the velocity product so you can kind of see what's going on. There's a couple little impulses here, as you're going to see. First one's down by Gifford. The other one's up here by Ballard Pines, and they're all kind of moving up towards the north here at anywhere from 25 to 35 miles an hour. So it's a pretty fast clip right there. And there's Sebastian, a lot of wind there. Let me go ahead and stop the loop here. We've kind of marched that through a couple times. So one area to watch is right here, right towards the Gifford area. We'll continue to watch that one. There's another little area of big push of wind there. And there was a cell earlier that looked pretty impressive in and around Miko that now is just kind of more of a wind maker, a wind machine. And in fact, let's zoom it in towards Barefoot Bay. And Cam, you can see there that the amount of wind coming up from the south to the north, that's pretty impressive.
Yeah.
There's not even really any broad rotation there anymore.
I wonder if there's a way. I mean, I'm just looking at this as a viewer at home. We have so many boxes on. We have green boxes, we have red boxes that it may be a bit confusing. Is there a way we can just do just the tornado warnings and take off the flash flood warnings for now and then address each one separately? Because just looking at this, there's red boxes, there's green boxes. I'm just trying to make it a little bit easier for folks who are watching right now going, why are there so many different color boxes? It looks like Christmas on the map here. The ones in the red that you see are tornado warnings. We've gotten so much rainfall from Milton that now we have several flash flood warnings in effect. So those are completely separate warnings. And we just want to hone in right now on just the tornado warnings. I don't know if we can do that in WSI 1, but just to give people a better perspective, because we want to focus in at one warning at a time here, including like this one here. This is a tornado warning. It looks like it might have been just extended farther north, but a tornado warning. Yes, I just heard a ding. That's probably the extension there. So
I'm going to switch over to WSI because I think what you have to do in Barron's is you have to tell it what you want. So that
correct,
that
and that takes a little bit of time.
Yeah. So let me.
So while you're doing that, if there's a way of folks in the back can take WSI 2 or is it easier for us to stay on
I would
one?
say let's keep it on one
Okay.
because of Ignite now. It's just with the new software we have. There
Ignite
you go.
is what controls our graphics, guys. And it's not really friendly sometimes. And so right now what we have is, so here's a look at where we have all the tornado warnings in effect. So if you're just now joining us, I'm just trying to reset here and let people know where we have active warnings. So we have several here. We have a tornado warning right now in effect for Osceola and Orange counties. It's this red polygon here, red box that you see, until 4:30. This one has a history of producing a tornado. The second one, go ahead, Tony.
I got you. You're all set now on Barron's.
Okay, so
So just tornado warnings now.
Okay, correct. And then maybe you can do the flash flood warnings after that, just so it's not.
We'll have to alternate back and forth.
Okay.
You can't, you can have one or the other.
So here are all the tornado warnings that are in effect now. We have tornado warnings in effect now for Brevard County, Southern Brevard County, coming out of Indian River County. That's one warning now. And now we have a second warning that's for Orange and Osceola County. It's this warning that Tony is highlighting here. And now we have a third warning.
Cam, real quick, notice on the Osceola Brevard County line, you see what looks like a little
that looks like a hook echo.
Let's
hone in on that.
Yeah, let's see what we got
So
here.
hook echo is a signature on the radar that we look at that indicates rotation. And so right now, where we're seeing that possible rotation is right along the Osceola and Brevard County, or excuse me, Osceola and Orange County line here, northeast of New Eden. So it is this is a look at the debris tracker. I'll show this first, but then should we take a look at the velocity values as well, Tony? So this is what these two areas, before Tony switches it over, these two areas that Tony just highlighted. Okay, I think this is very concerning here, Tony. So where we saw that little hook echo, which is that curvature that looks like a cashew on the radar, that is indication of rotation. And now we're definitely seeing that reflected in our Doppler winds, which is the winds within the storm. So if we can hone in a little closer on where we're seeing that possible rotation, you can actually see it clear as day there. If you watch where my finger is, you can see that coming together, the reds and the greens coming together, reds going towards the radar, greens going towards the radar, red going away. And when you ping the winds, when these two areas meet, where the red and the greens meet, that is a sign of where we could see some possible rotation.
I'm being told that bottom camera is pretty close to this location, just FYI.
So the one that's
that one right there. Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
So we'll keep an eye on that to see if we do see any rotation with that. But Tony just pinged the winds. You see where the red and greens meet. If we can go back to velocity.
I just want to show you the shear there real quick.
Okay, so the shear is also high. Shear is also the rotation within the cell, the amount of spin, excuse me, within the cell. But we also want to hone in where we could see the rotation as well. So here is a look at our Doppler winds. This is the winds looking within the cell itself. And we are seeing winds right now, once Tony pings it, green is going, this is the Melbourne radar, correct?
Correct.
So green is going towards the Melbourne radar while red is going away. And when you have that twisting and turning, that's where you can see some rotation, hence a tornado.
I don't know if you noticed that, Cam, but it's moving so fast, and that's
it's difficult to ping. But what was the gate-to-gate shear though when you pinged it though? It was like 70?
Yeah, let me do that again for you because it changed. It's not as impressive as earlier, but it's 56 right now.
So 56. So when we usually if we get the math together and it's near 100, that's when we're a little bit more concerned with rotation. So, but this is normal though. With a landfalling hurricane, we get these spin ups and sometimes they weaken again and then sometimes they pulse back up again. Regardless though, I definitely want to put a rotation or a fan on that, Tony, if there's possible, where we saw the couplet.
Let me just try to do one or two things here real quick to see if I can get a rain rate there. So yeah, 2 inches, still 2 inches per hour there, Cam. So that's again, whatever's in there, you're not going to see it. And that's one of the things that we've been stressing to our viewers all day in a situation like today when you're getting these tropical downpours. And what I'm going to do is 38 seems to be the common number. What I'm going to do here, what I like to do, folks, is take a look at the loop there real quick and then make the best guess.
Wow.
Oh, State Road 528 there.
Oh,
yep. Spin out looks
the
like
producers,
probably hydroplane there. But let me go ahead and do this manual fan for Cam, and then you'll see here. So I'm going to do it. It's 38 there. So you got Bithlow just west of there, and then you go to Union Park. You got Chuliota. You got Gabriella, Aloma. If it holds together, again, this is going out a long way now, and then Oviedo potentially right around 523. So about an hour's time frame at that current speed that we would be dealing with potentially, at the very least, some significant wind and rain simultaneously if it stays like that structure. So something that we're watching, something that we'll continue to babysit there. Again, that tornado warning does remain in effect there. The northern one for Orange County, the portion there, is in effect until 4:45 this evening. And then you've got the one down here. Let me click in that box that sells right in there. That's about to lift into this one. That one's until 4:30. That's set to expire here roughly in about the next 3 to 4 minutes as it rolls into the lead one there. And it's also headed towards the 528. We've been showing you some of the cameras. Our weather lab has been out there. Some of our crews have been over there working the Brevard County corridor. So that's another thing that we'll kind of mix in from time to time. There's the shear down to the south of Weehawhoty. And then you can see it, you will lose the red signature. And that's always a good thing. You don't want to see that pulse on up. You're seeing all of this kind of rotating off towards the northwest, as Cam and I have been describing there, and getting closer and closer now to some of the bigger cities and towns in our area. So we're going to continue to watch and monitor that going forward. Let me back it out again one more time. So we've got 2 tornado warnings there. Then we've got the stuff down to the south towards Indian River. You got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 there, and then 2 along the Orange Osceola County line. And then south of there, we have yet 2 more. So this is extending a tremendous way southward. And the only way to prevent this from coming up into our area is to get Milton to cross the peninsula. And that's not going to happen until later on tonight. Once that begins to happen, the movement of these storms, instead of going north-northwest, will then begin to go north-northeast and then east-northeast. And that's why we're in this long-duration event on this Thursday afternoon as Milton begins to kind of head our way. There's the eye from the Melbourne radar. It shows up way better as we use the closer radar from the Tampa Bay area. So there's St. Petersburg, Bradenton, Sarasota. Again, the size of the eye is not that wide. In fact, if I show you that, about 25 miles wide. You know, it's not small. It's not huge. I've seen a lot bigger. I've seen a lot smaller. But this is what's instigating all of the trouble on the eastern side of the peninsula. And what we need to happen here is we need this to speed up. Once this begins to cross the peninsula, it's going to force all of this severe weather off to the east northeast. Then we're going to really get a big push of even more rain on top of what we've already had. And that's why Cam and I are extremely concerned for what could unfold here rainfall-wise later on tonight and tomorrow. All right, Cam, I'm going to send it back to you. I'm going to go right back to Orange County, and we'll switch it over to the Melbourne radar. Some live pictures there, State Road 417
Where is this?
at Dowden Road. Thanks for popping that in, guys. Do appreciate that. There's a look now at the reflectivity. I think I hear another warning.
So there's
Cam.
another warning now for Orange County.
Yep.
So let's go back to Orange County and kind of
let's see that. Now that they're pivoting it more towards the west.
the more northwest. So it seems like with the general trajectory of the storm, because of this coming in from southeast to northwest, they've kind of pivoted a little bit now. So it's the same cell, but it's now moving the polygon more towards a northwesterly path. So this is a new tornado warning cell here that has just been issued for Orange County. I'm going to step off here, and is there any way we can see how long this is in effect till, Tony?
Yep, no problem. Let me
Just
go ahead and
click on the-
So it's this one. It's got the western tip there of Orlando
So-
in it.
Yes. So now this is including even a more populated area, and I believe
Right,
this
right.
actually now includes downtown Orlando.
It
Does include
yeah.
downtown Orlando. It's in effect till 5:15. We get everything on our smartwatches, so I'm just reading it off of this. We have that shear marker, as Tony mentioned earlier. Now let's take a look at our velocity winds. There it is, Tony. You can see that
Yeah.
couplet right there.
It almost looks like there's two. Let me loop this for you. Bounce this off of you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So there's one there. There's
right.
one here.
Yeah. Let me stop that and just kind of show you guys.
One.
So you got one right there, and you got one right there, right?
Yeah, there's two.
And they're both.
This one's a tighter one. This one's not as. This is a bit more of a broad one. I'm going to step off screen just for 1 second and see which one of these that they're actually tagging for the possible tornado warning. Like which one did they actually see?
Well, just in looking at it, I think it's the one that's just getting into southern Orange County there. Although really realistic, when you look at the watch, both of them are going to line up pretty nicely.
Yeah. So
within that watch.
So we have two rotating cells likely here. We have one that's right along the Osceola.
That's the one right there.
Yes. Yeah. So this one here, and then this separate one that's for this one.
Yeah,
so basically two Warren cells, two Warren couplets here. So now this makes it interesting, Tony.
Yeah.
Which one do you want to draw the fan cone for?
So let's do the one that's more impressive. I think the one
which is this one.
Exactly. So it's
is just south of Weehawken.
Yeah, exactly. So here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to draw a little fan here for you, and then we know the motion is close to 40 miles an hour. So I'll go that to about 39, somewhere right in there. So there's.
Wow, this is all.
Yeah, let me read a few for you.
Yeah, we'll let Tony take the screen. It's really hard for me to read, honestly. These small town
Well, yeah, they are kind of small. So Cypress Springs Elementary 452. A couple more towns here for you: Loma, Bertha, Gabriella between 5 and 5:05. Winter Park at 5:05. Maitland at 5:09, and then Wagner and Clifton right around 5:12. So that's kind of a broad picture there. So what I'm going to do now. One of the things we're going to start to pivot here into is really getting close down the street level, because now we're starting to get, once we get this a little bit more towards the west-northwest, closer to the 417, that is clearly where we are going to start seeing some more cities and some more towns. There's Lake Hart. There's Weehawken. When I go ahead and loop this now off towards the west-northwest, you'll see that this is going to build off in that general vicinity. So there's Lake Hart on the western side of your screen. And this cell is looking more and more like it may try to take a track that is a lot closer in that direction and very close to the 417. Now, if you're not familiar with this area, it's you got the whole Lake Nona area built up tremendously here. The last couple of years, you got the medical facility, you got the VA hospital out there. You've got a lot of growth along the 417. So this is becoming a much more highly populated area than what we were dealing with when we were talking about the stuff down there in rural Osceola County. Real quick, Cam, I'm going to come right back to that. I just want to keep a track now on Barefoot Bay, Grand Valcaria. So that warning is still south of Mico, but I just want to ping some winds here for our friends down there. I don't want them to think we're just concentrating on Osceola and Orange County. So there's the winds there. Not seeing any rotation just now, but definitely the lining up of the winds down that way, to me, is pretty impressive. You go just south of there, and that's where things do begin to change just a little bit. I'm going to clear this real quick. And you can see there are a couple little features. Indian River Shores down towards Vero Beach, Nevis, right in here, right in here. This one is going more towards the northeast. We'll watch that one. So for me, Cam, really, the story is unfolding now right here into southern Orange County with that cell that is just northeast of Narcoossee.
Yeah.
And actually looking a little bit better. What do you think?
Yeah, let's hone in on that. Let's actually get down to the street level and show folks. This is, again, as Tony mentioned earlier, a very populated area right along the Orange and Osceola County line. And right now, the couplet that we're seeing is just right here where the reds and greens meet. And some of the street names here, so I'm going to step off the screen. It's right east of Narcoossee Road here and Cyril's Drive. If you can move it just a tad, I think I'm going to have to walk off screen so you can see the roads here.
Yep.
So Narcoossee Road and looks like Boggy Creek Road is the area that's being impacted right now. The rotation is just to the east of you folks there, and then just widen out just a little bit wider so you can see the general direction to the north
so you
and
start
west.
to lose it once they go too far out. So there's
if you're familiar with this area, it's just east of Lake Hart. So we've got Lake Nona Drive, Lake Nona Boulevard, Narcoossee Road, Moss Park Road, and also Cyril's Drive. As Tony mentioned earlier, this is a really growing area. I mean, Lake Nona is definitely a really populated area. Lake Hart starting to grow as well. And then as we widen out the picture a little bit, I want to show you some more of the communities that will be impacted.
So let's do this. I'm going to do it a different way because when I think you bring up an excellent point, but what I'm going to do there is, so let's do this. I'm going to stop the loop, Cam, and then I'm just going to zoom in, and then I'm going to come across because this is the area that I think we need to watch.
Yeah, so I would also like to circle the couplet so people at home, because they're looking at this looks like a bunch of scribbled greens and reds.
There's no couplets here. Remember, when you change the view, you can, so right there, what we essentially need to do is reassess the distance in which we zoom in where the roads start coming on. Do you follow what I'm saying?
Yep.
Yeah, so there's the couplet right there. And you can see there's the wind right there. There's the couplet right in here, and strong wind there. So
I guess I meant to circle it so people are like, where are we looking at here? Where's the possible rotation?
Yep. So there's your rotation right there. And then like you were saying, if we zoom in, we'll get some of those streets and roads. There's Narcoossee. There's Cyril's Drive, just northeast there of Abshire Road, just to mention a couple of cities and towns right there. And this, by the way, Cam, this is the storm relative velocity, which measures the storm motion and is a better way to measure what's going on with the storm itself. So not to get too technical there, but just to kind of give you a broader perspective. So there's the rotation. It's moving on in from the east. It's going to build off towards the west-northwest and could be in the vicinity there of Lake Hart in a very short period of time. Let me go ahead and I'm going to do a little bit of a fan here. It's building off towards that direction right there. And Ken, I don't know if you can read some of those.
Yeah, I definitely can. So
good.
Just to show you, so can we circle again that area of rotation just so people at home kind of know, well, what am I looking at here? I just see a bunch of colors. So where Tony has circled, that is an area of broad rotation. We're not saying that the tornado is there, but this is the area that we're keeping an eye on for possible rotation. And this storm is moving, the general direction is about north-northwest. And some of the communities that may be impacted with this tornado warning cell, maybe we shouldn't loop it just so it's not so dizzying for folks, but showing the rotation, stopping the loop, showing where we could possibly see the rotation, and then heading northwestward. These are some of the communities that will be impacted. I think we lost the fan by stopping.
That's right. I'm going to redraw it again here. See if you clear one thing, you clear everything, unfortunately.
Yeah,
as
so we'll
as
stop.
you know.
So this is where we're watching. This is all under a tornado warning right now until, I believe, 5:15. I'm checking my messages here. And this is moving north-northwestward. And some of the communities that will be impacted include Lake Hart, but this is moving northwest towards the beach line. And I think we lost the community's tone. This is going to be crossing the beach line fairly soon. This will be moving over areas like Belle Isle, about 519, Conway at 521, Pine Council, this will be right over you folks at 522, Edgewood about 525, and Oak Ridge about 33. This will be right over, folks. Notice Orlando is also in this storm fan at 534. This tornado warned cell will be right over you, folks. Getting down to street level here, you can actually see the camera to my left here, or actually my right. You can see those heavy winds right along State Road 417 and Dowden Road. So this is Orange County, and you can see that's 417 there on our Doppler radar that we're showing. So this is literally about to cross 417 north of Lake Hart. If not, it probably has already. So we take a look at the loop. We're getting ready to. So This is 417. This is the rotation, and this is a live camera of 417. And you can.
Cam, I think the shear is a better way to do this. So when we talk about the shear, we'll keep that State Road 417 up for a second. But when we look at the shear here, I think it's a little bit less cluttered there, and it really helps to tell the story. So there's Lake Hart. It's coming right at the Lake Hart area. A couple less towns there. I've kind of cleaned that up for us, Cam, as we're working through this. Instead of having a gazillion on there, just do it this way. So there's Lake Hart. Within literally here about 5 minutes or 15 minutes, pardon me, that cell could literally be right on top of you. Then from there, it'll head up towards Taft, Belle Isle, Conway, and then back towards Pine Castle, 536 and 537. So that shear, Kim, if we go ahead and take a look at that, you can see how it may have spiked there.
Yep.
But it looks to me, though, it may be weakening now at the end of the loop, and I'll stop it there. But right there, see the red?
Yeah.
And then now the last image has it weakening, which is a good thing on approach there to the Lake Hart area with all these cities and towns in on the west side of that particular area. So there's a lot going on here, a lot to kind of look at as we're starting to get very close down to the 417. Our folks in the back have been very diligent about getting us some of these cameras and some of these pictures to help better tell the story. So there's, again, State Road 417 and Dowden Road. That is right there in the Lake Nona area. You can see it looks like it may have jogged just a little bit to the north. So there's Dowden Road right there. If we can use the 2 box here, you got Moss Park Road. All right, there's Dowden. There's right there the camera. There's Moss Park. And this is all kind of building up now towards the west-northwest. So that's one of the things that we're going to be watching here going forward. The velocity product shows a lot of wind. Doesn't quite have that coupled head earlier, but there certainly is a lot to watch here with that piece of energy as it's moving closer and closer now to an area that is not heavily populated, but certainly there's more folks that live in this area than where we were just a couple of minutes ago into rural Osceola County. So just FYI on that. Let me go ahead and widen this out just a little bit. Bring Cam back in here.
Let's do a quick reset because we're getting.
Let me just do one thing here. I'm going to give you a little bit of the warning there. There you go, Cam. At 5:15 for Orange County. There's your latest tornado warning, Cam.
Yes, that's the latest tornado warning, and we showed you some of the areas that it could impact. But thankfully, though, the shear signature, this signs of rotation is actually weakened, so that's the good news. But again, this is the area that we're tracking. It's just near Lake Hart, about to cross over to 417. This is moving off to the northwest at about 35 to 45 miles per hour. This is the area of rotation that we're tracking. It looks like it's weakened a bit, but again, we'll have to continue to monitor this for you. So we actually, if you're just now joining us, you're like, there's 2 red boxes, Cam, what's going on? So the latest one is actually this one in the northwestern edge. So this is in effect till 5:15. This one, the second one that's kind of overlapping it, that expires about 4:45. And this was issued because we basically had 2 areas of rotation. So the National Weather Service tagged or issued a tornado warning for each one. But the main one that we are watching is the one that Tony is highlighting here, just east of the 417 near Lake Hart, moving to the northwest at about 45 miles per hour. So we'll talk about this tornado warning, but I also want to widen out the picture. And also in a few minutes, at the top of the 5 o'clock, I want to do a reset with Milton because we had a 5 o'clock update by then. But I want to show you, here is a look. This is just 2 warnings out of several across our Sunshine State here. We have several more in Brevard, one just south of Brevard County that we really need to watch. But look at these multiple tornado warnings right now in Indian River County. These have been showing signs of rotation as well. So we have to watch these for folks in far southern Osceola and Brevard counties. And on top of that, we also have flash flood warnings as well. We'll have to highlight those later. But look at the amount of rain that we're seeing with Milton. Not only is it triggering those severe weather alerts, but we had flash flood warnings in effect for the Orlando metro as well, because we've seen rain rates of 7 inches an hour, easily about 3 to 4 inches an hour at times, but some as high as 7 inches an hour. And I just want to put that in perspective for you folks. When we get those afternoon thunderstorms in the middle of summertime months, we typically see rain rates of about 3, possibly 4 inches an hour. Some areas are getting rain rates of 7 inches an hour. So just grasp that in your head and basically multiply that by 2. So here's a look at the rainfall totals we've seen over the last 12 hours. Pretty impressive rain amounts already, especially in far eastern Osceola County, well over 5 inches of rain. Rain rates, as Tony is now pinging, just to show you how heavy the rain is coming down. You can see some areas 5 inches an hour, especially in this tornado warned area. We're also seeing some areas in Osceola County 6 to 7 inches an hour. That's how much rainfall is falling in our area and how intense that rainfall is. And I emphasize that because not only is flooding a concern, but when you have these squally bands moving in associated with a hurricane like what we are with Milton, sometimes you'll get these spin ups and they're very difficult, if not basically impossible to see, because they're in blinding downpours. You don't know really that a tornado is coming. You can't see it coming unless you get warnings like this. So we have those 2 warnings there. In Orange County, we've addressed both of those. We showed you the areas that they'll be moving into. Now let's go into these areas where I think these warnings will likely be extended farther north into Brevard County. So we got to watch these for our friends and neighbors down into Brevard County, like folks in Mico. This will likely be extended because National Weather Service actually said they had a very significant debris signature with the one that was over in Vero Beach. And this is moving to the north about 40 miles per hour. And Tony's showing this rotation tracker. What does this mean? It means the spin in the atmosphere. And when we start to see things like the reds, that is indicative of a lot of spin. So that's why we really have to keep track with these cells that are just off the coast there, right across the barrier islands for our friends out in Indian River County, because eventually this will bleed north likely into Brevard County.
Cam, an interesting point here that I'm getting from the National Weather Service, as you were speaking to that, they have actually switched both the office and their Doppler radar to generator power, just to kind of take preventative measures, just in case they lose power from some of those storms. The other thing that I wanted to pass along to our viewers is that we've had 40 plus tornado warning cells in Florida thus far today in this outbreak. It's just one of those things that you looked at the radar this morning. Cam and I were both saying the same thing, because a lot of times we work together, is that we knew this was going to be a crazy day, and it certainly is winding up to be one of those busy days. And until we start seeing the storm cross the peninsula, we're still going to see these cells work up from the south to the north. I want to get back into Orange County with Cam here, because again, we really need to drill down and get into Orange County. And when you take a look now at the product here, there's Conway, there's Belle Isle, there's the 417. We continue to pop in some of those cameras. But Cam, there's Lake Hart right now, and there's the 528. Not seeing the signature that we had there earlier, but it certainly looks like in this vicinity here, there's the cell, and you can see it kind of weakening as it came across into that area. So that is, I'm going to slow down the speed here actually to make it even easier for folks at home to see. So watch this. There's Lake Hart. There's the cell. It moves over the 417, and now it's starting to weaken. So we like to see that trend. That is some fantastic news, but we're not clear. We're not out of the woods just yet. And Cam, I don't know if you noticed, but over towards south of the 528, there actually looks like there's a few more cells that may be trying to develop there on the eastern and the southeastern side there of that tornado warned area there.
So there's a little bit of broad rotation. It looks like just east of the beach line here. So here's the beach line, 528, and there's Wewahochi. Wewahoti, excuse me. And we're seeing just east of that, a little bit of rotation there. Some broad, this is very broad though. So when I mean by broad rotation, what we analyze is for the greens and the reds being close together, and we're seeing that right here out east. But again, this doesn't look that suspicious to me, Tone, unless you see the rotation tracker really picking up on any shear. But right now,
Yeah, let's do that.
Doesn't look that suspicious to me. I mean, there may be some, but remember, this is not abnormal. We knew the atmosphere was really prime for tornadoes today. We have a lot of instability. We have a lot of moisture. We have lift from this hurricane, and we have also shear, which is rotation, which is these greens. When you have that acronym, SLIM, all those 4 factors, we are going to see rotation. Will all of them translate down to tornadoes? No, but there are a couple that have spun up today that have been very suspicious, including one out towards Osceola County. So let's go back and kind of widen out the picture here. So this is off to my east, so I'm not covering
Yeah, so
the
hey,
417.
real quick there. If you look at this loop though, Cam, real quick, the first cell on the left is weakening, and then the second
This one
cell,
is taking over.
Yeah. So we'll keep an eye on that. Just a little bit of muscle memory right there. But let's do exactly what you said and kind of widen it on out. Here at the top of the hour, we
I don't
are
want to
going.
take up more space here.
Yeah. There you go. So we're down to 1 tornado warning here in our viewing area for the first time in quite a while. Do you want to see the eye? How much further you want to go out?
Let's go out a little farther and kind of do. Let me see if the 5 o'clock update for Milton is in yet before
Didn't
we
see
do
it
a
yet.
complete. It's not in yet.
No.
Let's hone in on the tornado threat, but also I also want to talk about the flash flooding here. I don't want to put that to aside because that is a huge concern, and I don't know the folks in the back how difficult it is to take WSI 2, but I just want to just show you the flash flood warnings that are in effect for our area.
I've got you right there. Here you go.
Because I know we have these tornado warnings,
Yeah.
but we also have flash flood warnings, which means it's imminent. So this is a flood watch, but we actually have flash flood warnings. It's that something that we can pull up on WSI, and because WSI does a really good job on.
There you go.
So look, now we have these warnings. The light, I know it's green on green, but lighter green indicates all these flash flood warnings that are in effect, meaning we could see flooding like within minutes. And so this is separate from all the tornado warnings that we're seeing. And if we can go back to the radar and take a look at the rain amounts, I want to show you the radar and just look at the rain arrays and how much rain we've picked up already. Just here's a look.
This is 24 hour, by the way.
Do we have 12 hours or 6 hours?
Sure, yep.
6. I think that's a little bit more fair assessment of what we've seen just from Milton versus over the last 24 hours.
So
but
that's 12.
Here's
You want
12
6?
hours.
Right. Okay.
And we'll take 12 hours. 6
All right.
hours would be great, but 12 hours. And just to show you, Tony is pinging where we've seen heavy rain amounts in the last 12 hours. So yeah, 5.8 inches of rain in far eastern Osceola County, out towards Brevard County near Mico, 5.6. So let's even peel it and say like half a foot of rain. We've seen half a foot of rain in the last 12 hours, and we're not even done yet. This system's not expected to make landfall for at least another 3 hours. And then once it makes landfall, even more rain's going to come up with this. So I know we have tornado warnings. We've definitely addressed the tornado warnings. And this one, thankfully, the one in Orlando looks like it's showing signs of weakening. We'll go back to it in a second. But I also don't want to downplay the fact that basically the entire metro is under a flash flood warning. And people are worried about flooding. I think people are concerned about how much rainfall, additional rainfall we get. We've already picked up half a foot of rain, and we could see another half a foot before this is all said and done easily. So just doing a brief debrief away from the tornado warnings, and I just want to hone in on the flooding, because I think the flooding concern is going to be more widespread. The tornado threat obviously is high, but the flash flooding is, I think, going to be wider impacts for our area. So here's a going back to the radar. We have several tornado warnings. The only one that is directly in our area is now this one here, this polygon right over the Orlando metro in Orange County. We'll hone in on that.
Cam, I think we've got some video that I want to go over to the anchors here real quick while we were talking about that accident. Sorry to interrupt you there, but I want to send it over towards Jesse and Nancy. I think we have some of the video of that hydroplaning from earlier.
Yeah, take a look at this, guys. Look at that truck there on the 528. So as we go through the night here with you, we want to let you know, as we're tracking the storm, we're going to be bringing you all the video and pictures that we can to really give you the full story of what's happening outside. And that video, Jesse, really says it all. That truck losing control there on the 528.
I mean, just look at the video. You can see the conditions. We've obviously been seeing them deteriorate throughout the day, but this is video from traffic cameras. You can see it's gray, it's fuzzy out there. You saw the truck going through the lane and then eventually spinning out, hydroplaning there, and then hitting the barrier in the middle there next to that pole that's right there. And then you saw them kind of spin back out, pull over to the side, run to the right side right there. Tony mentioned this towards the top of the hour at 4 o'clock when it happened. We were taking a look around there and he noticed kind of the conditions in that area. And we were able to find this video of that moment where it happened. So it seems the person's getting out. So it seems that hopefully, you know, maybe they're okay. But you see right there the other person as well putting on their warning lights, letting people know about that.
Yeah. So if listening to Tony and Kim wasn't enough, which it should have been, you know, this video should really just drive it home, right, Tony? Stay off the roads. This is it. Time to be home.
At 2 o'clock, we were saying that for a good 24 to 36 hours. If you started to hone in on that, Nancy, and I do appreciate you guys giving us just a couple of minutes to kind of re-rack some of our shows here. At the top of the hour, Cam, what I would like to do with you is let's switch over to WSI, give the 5 o'clock advisory, some of the things we're still watching. And then before we do that, let's go back to Orange County there and take a look at that, the tornado warning. There's the Northeast. Still don't have that 5 o'clock advisory just yet. But with time, that storm system is going to cross the peninsula. As it's doing so, it's going to force all of this tornadic activity to move offshore. And you can see the wall of water. That is clearly, as Cam and I have been saying, the biggest concern here as we go forward in time. Transitioning from this severe threat we're in now into a very heavy rainfall event that's been going on and will continue to go on at least through very early tomorrow morning. So let's get back into Orange County here real quick. And you can see that warning is in effect now until 5:15, which is about another 20 minutes from now. Cam and I were monitoring that little shear pocket on the eastern side. The first one that was going towards Lake Hart right there has fallen apart. That is some fantastic news. But here's the 528. We'll watch this. This is my neighborhood over towards Cypress Springs Elementary. So that's going to work off towards the west-northwest. This is Dean Road. You've got the 417. You've got Avalon Park. You've got Avalon Middle. And all of this is kind of rotating off towards the west-northwest. As expected, not a lot of lightning, but there's a lot of twisting motion ongoing now with these cells on some of these squalls that are building back towards the west-northwest. So again, this is going to build back towards the west-northwest right now. The shear looks to be holding its own. I'm going to ask Cam to go ahead and loop that just to kind of see what the trends are on that rotation. You start to see more greens and yellows. It's intensifying. If you start to see reds going to yellows and then back to greens, it's weakening. So that's the cell right there. It's kind of just holding its own. It's something to watch. We see it. We're not concerned about it. We don't think there's a tornado there at all, but there certainly are some strong gusty winds. Looks like some broad rotation right there, just to the east-southeast now of Cypress Springs Elementary, and that's going to kind of build back towards Azalea Park, Union Park, Rio Pinar as it moves off here towards the west-northwest. And there's a lot of heavy rain. There was a lot of work done on the econ over here and with the last storm Ian that we had. So it's going to be interesting to see with all that very heavy water coming down, how not just this area fares with a lot of the work that's been done by a lot of the county municipalities and all of our counties in the wake there of Ian. It's going to get a big test. And one of the things we're seeing on a bunch of our tower cams is the very heavy rain here in all parts of central Florida. Again, the cone, we're not worried about the tracks anymore. We're pretty much out of that. There's not going to be much deviation right now. But what we are going to be dealing with here is the broad rotation, some of that spin here, and some of these thunderstorms as they rotate off towards the west-northwest. So we'll continue to monitor that. But Cam, to me, based upon what I'm seeing right now, it does not look to be getting any stronger. If anything, maybe just a little bit weaker.
Yeah, I agree with you. But the thing is, even though we aren't seeing definitely rotation with this, I do see some very strong winds within this system, though. So here's a look at some of the winds within this cell. If I can get this to load here, there we go. The winds, I'm going to ping some of the strong winds within this cell, and I'm going to stop the loop here so people don't get dizzy and wondering why that's looping so quickly. And show you some of the winds that are indicated with this. So winds have died down quite a bit. We were pinging winds well over 50 to 55 miles per hour earlier. Now the winds have dialed down below 50, but still keep in mind, we've seen about 6 inches of rainfall just from today from Milton. That's not even including all the on and off drizzle and showers we dealt with earlier in the week. So yes, even though we're not seeing that rotation anymore, the fact that we're still seeing tropical storm strength winds is enough that we could still see some damage. We could see trees, branches down. We could see those twigs and branches on power lines. So we could see some power outages as well within this tornado warning cell. So this tornado warning continues until about 5:15 here for Orange County. I just want to reset this for you folks who are just now joining us and wondering what's going on here. Here's the latest. We have this tornado warning until 5:15 in some of the areas that this does include. It includes Azalea Park, University Park, Conway, downtown Orlando. Also, some of the areas include our Union Park. It's also areas right along the 408. So this cuts right through the heart of the city here. And we're also seeing this impact areas just east of Goldenrod. So a very populated area where this tornado warning is currently in effect for another 15 minutes. Although Tony and I are not seeing any active rotation, we're seeing damaging winds. Winds at about 50 to 55 miles per hour earlier, but they have since pinged down. Now we're about to hit the top of the 5 o'clock hour. It looks like the 5 o'clock update for Milton may have just dropped here. I just want to double check that with you folks. It is in. Okay, thanks guys for giving me a heads up. So let's do a reset here, Tone. I'll send it. I can do it, or I can send it to you just to give you the latest information now.
Let's go ahead and do that. We'll just switch it over to
WSI. So I just switched it over, Tone, to the latest on Milton with now winds of 120 miles per hour. And we are seeing this move off to the northeast at 17. So the 5 o'clock update is a big update here. Want to take a look at its forecast track. Pressure down to 948 now.
It's down 2 millibars. It actually surprises me. It went down a little bit there.
Strengthened a little bit, but still expected to maintain its intensity and make landfall as a Category 3 hurricane. So you can see here, Cat 3, even as it makes landfall. Now, as we get closer to landfall, that cone shrinks. And right now, the target zone is still either where from Tampa Bay, just to the south over by Sarasota. Watch at Thursday at 2 o'clock in the morning. This will be right over us here in Central Florida. And thankfully off the peninsula by the time we get into midday Thursday. But keep in mind, even though it'll be off the peninsula Thursday, by about lunchtime tomorrow, we're still going to see on the back end some of the impacts from Milton, especially for our coastal communities, because you're going to get that wraparound. So here is a look at the radar. We're already seeing a ton of rain from Milton already. Here's a look, and I want to switch over to the Tampa radar, see if you can see that eye. But I'm not really seeing, not at least with that view, a well-defined clear eye. It looks like the eye actually filled in quite a bit. So because you can see it's actually getting sheared out on the western periphery of the storm. So it's thankfully that wind shear is working in our favor, allowing this to gradually weaken, but again, still expected to make landfall as a major hurricane though. So here is a look. I want to show you Futurecast if we can before we get back to the tornado warnings, unless Tony, you want to go back to the tornado warnings already, which is a big.
Yeah, let's just do a quick update there in Orange County. I want to just make sure that that cell isn't pulsing on up, and then I'll let you walk through that Futurecast, because one of the things I do think we also need to start talking about, Cam, is the amount of wind shear and what else is going on, right? Oh, I got to fix the mic here. Apparently fell down. So there's the tornado warning right there. This is building up towards the west northwest. If we could take a look, Cam, at that velocity product there, down towards the 528 and the 417. This was the area that we were watching there just a short time ago. And just curious, Cam, any reference point from the Weather Service there on Slack pertaining to whether or not they are going to let this one expire, or are they going to let it continue to move off towards the west-northwest. I got to believe as of right now, based upon what I'm seeing, that they would likely
think
let this expire.
They haven't noted anything of that, but
Yeah.
I really do believe with the signatures that we're seeing right now, this has got to be set to expire. The original area of rotation that we saw earlier that looked a little bit more oppressive, it looks like it's since fallen apart. And Tony and I have been analyzing it. One final thing though, before I say that, I do want to check the shear, which is the rotation potential with this. We're just not seeing it anymore. In fact, when you see greens on the radar, and we're definitely not, this is a teeny tiny little bit green, that to me does not indicate a whole bunch of spin. When we start to see some of the brighter greens and even the dark reds, that indicates high levels of spin, and we're just not seeing in that. So as of right now, based on what I'm seeing, Tony, I really do think this is set to expire. But just because it is set to expire, it doesn't mean we're not going to see some strong winds. I actually just heard a ding here. Just want to make sure that there's not some notes that I'm missing. Okay. So I think it's going to be set to expire, Tone. I just looked at the shear or the rotation values, and I don't see anything. Taking a look at the winds within the system, I don't see any rotation there as well. So I would guess that it would be set to expire at 5:15, Tony.
All right, so let's do this. I want to go back to WSI.
Okay.
I'm with you on that. I think what we need to do now is focus in on the storm itself. And then if we start getting some more warnings, Cam, then we'll go ahead and go back to what we were just doing. I think we're getting a little bit of a break here. We'll keep an eye there on Brevard County. But top of the hour, we're glad to have you guys in here. We are now in it. Milton has been here for a couple of hours. We've been in continuous tornado coverage now from about 2 o'clock. And you can see that our storm is very impressive now and racing off towards the north and the east at about 17 miles an hour. The winds now with this particular system have come down a little bit, but we got to be careful with that. The pressure is at 948 millibars and is beginning now to build off towards the north and the east. And this is going to make landfall, we do believe, just south of the Tampa area. There's going to be some pretty good surge there. But one of the things we're watching and monitoring now is that flood threat and that tornado threat. And that's one of the things that we're going to have to watch going forward. Cam, I'm not sure if you still have WSI 1 over there, but I kind of stacked some of the most important pieces. Let's take a look there at a couple of those parameters, the flood threat, the severe threat, and just kind of recap things there. Some of the things we've been talking about the last couple of days. There's the Tampa Bay area. There's Fort Myers. There's Orlando. Again, this storm system now going from the southwest to the northeast at about close to 15 to 20 miles an hour. So that's one of the things they're going to be watching. There's the tornado threat. Again, the farther south and east you go, that threat is still there and will remain there. There's Winter Haven. There's Ocala, back towards Kissimmee, Sanford. We've been in this corridor pretty much now all afternoon long, and that's where it's been staying. The other concern is the flood threat. So we've gone from that tornado threat. We're still in that, and I think we'll be going over to, again, a flood threat. It's ongoing now. This lines up really well with where we think the 10 to 15 inches of rain is being forecasted by many of our computer models from the villages back towards Sanford, over towards Daytona Beach and New Smyrna Beach. You can see that swath right there is where the heaviest rain is going to be. So as we get you on into Thursday night and on into Friday, this is going to be long gone. So I think once we get past the 2 o'clock hour there on Thursday, this will begin to pivot offshore. But before then, there's the potential for some significant rainfall. And one of the things we've been watching and looking at are some of our computer models, whether it be the GFS, the European, the graph. They're all in pretty good agreement. So I'm going to ask Cam if she can just kind of pull in a couple of those. And I just want to show our viewers the real concern here. That is going to be the flooding threat. And when we look at all the computer model data here, there's various models that have 10 to 15 inches of rain in a swath that comes right up the I-4 corridor and builds back towards Daytona Beach, Sanford, where the greatest flood risk is going to be. So from the Four Corners back up towards I-95, there's been some rain already, and there's going to be a lot more rain on top of that as we go forward there in time. Cocoa Beach to Melbourne, you're also in that swath of potential very heavy rain. And then, this might be a situation where we're following that. Then we start to get information on the St. Johns River Basin, which we know was already running high prior to this event. That's going to increase the flow of the water there from south to north along the St. Johns River. So that's another entity that I think that we are going to have to watch. Again, last but not least, we have the surge concerns, and that's another thing that we're going to have to watch now on the eastern side of the Florida Peninsula. There's that flood warning that Cam is now showing us. There's Palm Bay. That goes all the way up and down the turnpike there. This flood warning does remain in effect now until 7 o'clock in the evening. It affects 661,000 people live in this flood advised area. Cam, can you widen out that view there just a little bit so we can kind of grasp how large and how wide this flood advisory, this flood warning is? It's a good chunk now of central Florida, and it's going to be, again, up towards Orange and Osceola County as we go through tonight and tomorrow. So that's one of the things that we're going to have to watch there very carefully. Multiple spins here south of Mico. We've got a tornado warning south of there. There's our flash flood warning from Titusville back towards Orlando, Kissimmee, and Cocoa Beach. As we go from here up to the north, up towards Palm Coast, there is yet another flood warning. We have multiple flood warnings now across our area. And as we head up towards the Palm Coast Marine Land, the Belterre Parkway, that's another area that we're watching here very, very carefully. So when it's all said and done, some of our forecast here, we're calling for 4 to 8 plus inches of rain up here. And then as we head farther to the south into the metro areas from, let's call it Daytona Beach, down towards downtown Orlando through Seminole County, we were talking about the potential for 10 to 15 inches of rain. And that really looks like it is going to be playing on out. All right, let's take a look down at a couple of other things. I want to try to get some of that surge in, Cam, if you don't mind, and the wave heights. There's our storm. It is coming in from the southwest, and it's going to be building in towards Tampa Bay, Fort Myers. Some of the surge products here indicating that we're going to have anywhere from 7 to 10, 12 feet of surge there up in the Tampa Bay area. That product that she just had was the actual literal wave heights at this hour. That's what we're looking at as that storm is approaching the southwest coast there of central Florida. One of the other things we have, not just on the west coast, but on the east coast, is a storm surge warning, and the anticipation is for 3 to 5 feet of storm surge there on the eastern side of the peninsula, whether you're in Palm Coast, whether you're over in Daytona Beach, whether you're into the Cocoa Beach area and the Melbourne Beach area. There is going to be some storm surge inundation that we are going to have to deal when it matters. The times at times of high tide. So that's the other thing that we're going to be watching and monitoring here as we go deeper into the evening. Cam, if this is a data set, if you don't mind zooming in, I want to kind of come down the coast and kind of highlight some of those areas, if we can, where we normally would see some of that storm surge inundation. So let's start right in here. Right there, there's New Smyrna Beach. You got the Ponce Inlet. Of course, you get the wind piling up and coming back towards the coast. That'll create some issues here. And then farther to the south, back towards Edgewater, the big marshy area here just east of US 1, looking at about 1 to 3 feet of storm surge. So a little bit higher there north of New Smyrna Beach. But as we get down here into Brevard County, we've got all these little tributaries. You know, if you're familiar with Brevard County, you've got Turtle Creek, you've got Barefoot Bay down towards the south. These are some of the areas where storm surge a lot of times creates some pretty significant flooding issues down across the south. So Cam, I'll let you go ahead and finish southern Brevard County there. So they've got you punched up.
Yes, so it looks like we have the storm surge potential right now for southern Brevard County, about 1 to 3 inches there, especially out towards the barrier islands here. So storm surge, definitely one of the big concerns as the system will cross the peninsula, and on the other side of it gets in the back storm surge as it enters the Atlantic. So 1 to 3 inches. So this is actually big concerns for our coastline communities. I want to show you some of the other coastal concerns that we're watching out for, as well as Milton is expected to cross the peninsula and on the backside of it bring us the storm surge, but also major beach erosion a concern. We're also talking about near shore roads may be washed out. So in areas in the past, like when we had Nicole, we had some areas in Flagler County that had some issues there, especially right along US 1 and A1A. So we could be looking at those potential concerns as well as we go through through the next several hours, as again, we are still not near landfall yet. Landfall still expected to be around 8 o'clock to 9 o'clock this evening. So here's a look at some of those beach concerns. But for me, on top of the tornado threat, which I do want to go back to eventually because we have about 3 minutes left of about that tornado warning, which is set to expire in about 5:15. It looks like they may have actually dropped it. But before I confirm that, our computer's having, we're working the computer system pretty hard. So it's locking up right now on me, but sending it back to our tornado warning. It looks like they are expecting to drop that. I don't see any verbiage that they plan on continuing this tornado warning. So here's a look. We have this tornado warning that was in effect for Orange County until 5:15. And right now, I don't see it popped up anymore on our Polygon box. So that signs to me that they are likely going to let this expire at 5:15. Yeah, it looks like they've dropped it.
Yeah, the only warnings I'm
dropped the
seeing
warning.
right now, Cam, is south of Brevard County over towards Vero Beach and Fort Pierce. So we need to continue to watch that. But you're right, they did drop the warning there in Orange County. Again, the main concern in the information from the chat is again some gusty winds with these squalls coming up from the south, and a lot of high water issues already beginning to develop here across Central Florida. Let's take the Doppler winds and go back to the reflectivity product and just kind of pan it out just a little bit.
Okay, thank you.
You're starting to see some of these skits move more towards the northeast. So that could be, Cam, an indication that as Milton is getting closer, we're finally beginning to see some of the motion of the storms, instead of going due north or northwest, starting to get that kick back towards the northeast now as Milton begins to approach. Let's widen out that view here real quick, and you can see the pictures there off to my backside, the left side of the rain and the high water there along the coast, and some of those dangerous rip currents. So that's one of the things that I think we're going to have to watch here very, very carefully. And as mentioned, it's not a whole lot of lightning with these types of storms, but there is a lot of very heavy rain. So let's go ahead and take a look now at the if you could switch that over, Cam, from WSI, I think back towards the Lynx product there. We can show the lightning strikes and what's going on with the radar. Hopefully it hasn't locked up on you, and thankfully it hasn't. So let's take a look. There's the radar. There's that tornado warning down towards the south. That will continue to live northward. We'll continue to watch folks down there in southern Brevard County to see how that plays out. But a huge, big shield of moderate to heavy rain here across central and northern Florida. That's one of the things that we're going to have to watch here very carefully, is the rain and its impacts on our streams, our creeks, the St. Johns River. We know there's going to be an impact. It's just a matter of how big an impact. And that's the thing that we're going to have to literally assess now, hour by hour, until this storm system works east of us. And we'll have to gauge and monitor the reports from folks in our community. I want to send it back over towards Michelle right now, and I think it's Jesse. Yes, two cameras over there, guys. Sorry, I couldn't see you, Jess. But let's get caught up on some of the news today. We've got a lot of crews out there in the field with some great reports to give you right now.
You're watching continuing coverage of Milton from WESH 2.
A look inside the eye of the hurricane. Milton is about to unleash its wrath on Florida. The projected landfall expected late tonight, and already we've seen tornado warning after tornado warning across central and south Florida. And time is running out to evacuate.
The shelters would stay open as long as they are needed.
But not everyone is taking advantage.
We're going to hunker down in the innermost room of the house with boarded up window and hope for the best.
Thank you for staying with us of WESH 2's continuing coverage of Hurricane Milton. It is about 5:16 on Wednesday afternoon. We have been following the storm since Monday, Jesse, and today is the day that we've been telling people to prepare for. The time to prepare for the storm is over. And Jesse, we've been talking about tornado warnings for the last couple of hours now.
Yeah, absolutely. We had that tornado warning up until 5:15 that literally just expired, that meteorologist Cam Tran and Chief Meteorologist Tony Manalfi were tracking. At one point, Tony mentioned as of 4:45 or so, 40 plus tornado cells in Florida since that tornado outbreak started, including, South Florida, the ones that we saw down there, all the way up to here. So several of those going out, and we are very much, tornado watch through Central Florida through 9 o'clock tonight.
Yeah, and so we just want to explain to you how we do things here at WESH 2. When we do have tornado warnings, me and Jesse, the news team, we go off the air and we let the meteorologists take over so that they can track these cells down to your neighborhood, because it is that important that we get you that information immediately so you can get into your safe space. That is what this is all about. We are here to keep you and your family safe. So we want you to keep checking back with us. If you can't stay with us the whole time, make sure that you're constantly plugged in. Now, we know power outages are expected as Milton moves over Central Florida. So if at some point you cannot watch us on TV, WESH 2 will be simulcasting on the radio starting at 7 o'clock tonight. You can listen in on Magic 107.7. You can also listen on the iHeartRadio app by tuning into 107.7. And WESH 2's continuous coverage will also be streaming on the very local app on your phone. You can also get it on wesh.com.
Now, as Milton passes over Central Florida, there are several things you can do to protect your family. Remember, run from the water, hide from the wind. If you have not evacuated from a flood-prone area, stay put unless you face a life-threatening situation, according to officials. Do not leave any pets outside. Do not go outside in the storm. High wind and flying debris can be deadly. Avoid travel unless absolutely necessary. This is it, folks. It's 5:18. The time to leave is not here anymore. This is time to hunker down. Have a way to get weather alerts and forecast updates like the WESH 2 News app and the County Emergency Alert System.
And Jesse, one thing that we have been focusing on was the track of this storm. And remember, it was moving a little bit south.
Yep.
So we kept saying as it moved south, some of the strongest wind and rain was now going to be over more populated areas of downtown and in Orange County. So now officials say residents can expect very high winds, power outages as the storm makes its way through our area.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the meteorologists have been talking about it the whole time. WESH 2's Michelle Meredith is outside the Orange County Emergency Operations Center for us with a look at things there.
Now, the Orange County mayor put out a lot of good information. So if you live in Orange County, you will certainly want to listen up. He says that the worst of the storm in Orange County should be over about 6 o'clock tomorrow evening. He says that with all the rain, to expect flooding and flash flooding. Here in Orange County, they're expecting winds up to 65 miles per hour, 45, 65 wind gust up to 80 miles per hour. So he says there will be damage and there will be power outages. There are about 1,500 people in the Orange County shelters. He says that there is a lot more room and that the hotels here in Orange County, and there are a lot of them, are at near capacity. So a lot of people chose to evacuate here to Orange County. We will keep you posted day and night on what's happening in this county as I am reporting from the EOC. I'm Michelle Meredith with WESH 2 News.
All right, Michelle, thank you. Let's get you a little bit of an update on the shelter situation, especially out of Sumter County. The fairgrounds, those are full. People in that area advised to go to Webster Elementary School. Other shelters there have room. We've got those up on our website, wesh.com. Be aware, officials say shelters do not provide cots, blankets, or other supplies. It's just the building. Bring your own things that you might need.
Also, a curfew goes into effect tonight at 8 o'clock for Osceola County. So this includes the cities of Kissimmee and St. Cloud. The curfew does not apply to first responders, healthcare workers, and other essential employees. But if you are traveling to and from work, please have your ID and your work phone number ready to go. The curfew will be in place until 10 o'clock tomorrow morning. And they ask you for your ID because if you do get pulled over, they may want proof of where you're going.
Yeah, absolutely. Meantime, let's go ahead and check in county by county. Emergency crews are in place in Osceola County, of course, as Milton heads in closer to us.
Yeah, we have WESH 2's Luana Munoz at the Emergency Operations Center in Kissimmee, where crews are ready to respond.
Well, we are just outside of the Emergency Management Office here in Osceola County. It is a packed house on the inside. I want to show you guys a little bit of what's happening out here weather-wise. The winds have certainly started to pick up out here in Osceola County. As you guys know, we are under a tornado warning. Right now, things feel calm, but at moments you can really see and feel the wind pulling and pushing you. It's not a steady, sustained wind gust that we're getting. It's just kind of sporadic. So right now, as you can see, definitely raining out here
here for now, but nothing that is too severe. There are moments again where we see the winds really starting to pick up. The EOC is working hard behind the scenes, getting all the latest information and data for those who are living in this area to keep people up to date and safe. We're going to try to go in there, chat with them, get the latest information that we can. For now, reporting in Osceola County, I'm Luana Munoz. Back to you.
All right, Lunan, thank you. We just got video in from Osceola County during the tornado warning. This was shot by Tim Barton in the Deer Park area.
Yeah, so in this video, he's on the side of the road when he starts rolling on what he believes is a tornado approaching. You have to see this.
That wind is screaming. Oh, yeah.
Are very rough. You can see the trees are kind of bending to the right, and there's lots of rain and everything. And now this is a suspected tornado. That's what this gentleman has said that he believes this was. And we did have warnings in that area, and it won't be confirmed, of course, until we get people on the ground to confirm that this was or was not a tornado.
Yeah, again, this was Deer Park, Osceola County. You can see the high winds, the trees, the rain, all kind of moving sideways. Somebody brave enough to be driving on the road at that moment as well. Right there, as you just saw. All right, let's head up to Volusia County, where we want to get some information out to you. Volusia County issuing a curfew tonight, obviously to discourage travel during the peak of the storm. So no one should be on the road from 8 tonight to 8 tomorrow morning. So 12 hours, darkness, 8 tonight, 8 tomorrow morning. Only essential personnel, people going to work, essential work should be out. You could face a $500 fine or jail time, according to the sheriff there.
Okay, we're going to stick with Volusia County, and we're focusing on this county because we were talking about the storm approaching the west coast of Florida, but it is also very important to talk about the impacts that they're going to see over on the east coast. I know, Jesse, you did a very important interview talking about storm surge and just how much was going to be happening over there.
Yeah, and the coastal erosion from that storm surge as well. One of the things that scientist from the University of Florida mentioned, coastal oceanographer Maitane Olavarrieta, what she was saying was even though the storms coming in on the west coast, that cyclone that we keep talking about, the winds move in a circle, and they're going to come around and batter the east coast as well. So that's where we're going to see those effects there.
And because of all of that, Volusia County could get up to 15 inches of rain as well, because don't forget, when we see the track, we are on that, Volusia County is on the north side of the storm. So that's tons of rain that they're going to get, up to 5 feet of storm surge, just as Jesse just said.
Yeah, West Shoe's Haley Crumble home is in Daytona Beach, where a mandatory evacuation order is in effect there.
We're in downtown Daytona Beach, and most of the businesses obviously are closed at this point down here, but people who left made sure to leave them well prepared. You can see we've got some sandbags here, and this business, based on the sign on the door, they're not planning to be back until Friday. You can see they've shored up this other door as well. We've seen a lot of plastic in addition to the sandbags, and then some of these businesses here have this put up just outside of their doors to hopefully block out some of the water they're expecting to come. Now, parts of Volusia County were told to evacuate, and the county also has a curfew. People need to be off of the roads by 8 o'clock tonight. In Volusia County, Haley Crumble home, West 2 News.
And of course, our coverage isn't just focusing on Central Florida. We have sent our crews all over the state to make sure that we're giving you comprehensive coverage of what the storm is actually doing. Florida's Gulf Coast is getting hammered by rain and wind as Milton is racing right now towards Florida.
Yeah, West Shoe's Justin Schecker has been in Tampa. He's there right now where conditions are already starting to go downhill.
We are here on Tampa's Bayshore Boulevard, just hours away from Hurricane Milton's landfall. Right now, there is a steady rain coming down. Behind me, normally you could see Davis Islands off in the distance, but there is low visibility here in the South Tampa and downtown Tampa area. We know during Hurricane Helene, the storm surge came crashing over the Bayshore balustrade, but right now the water is still back there in the Hillsborough Bay. But unlike Helene, this is going to be a rainmaker for the Tampa Bay region. The rain keeps picking up even stronger at this hour now. So far, the road is not flooded here, but the good news is I've seen very few cars driving on this normally busy road in South Tampa. That is a good sign that many people heeded the warnings to evacuate for Hurricane Milton. We know the worst is yet to come, with landfall expected later tonight. Reporting in Tampa, I'm Justin Schecker, West 2 News.
Justin, thank you. One thing we're also keeping an eye on is power outages. Throughout this whole thing, officials have been telling us expect to lose power. I mean, at some point, they were prepping for more than 1 million power outages throughout the state. At least Duke Energy was. More than 400,000 people that they're expecting to lose power in Orange County.
It's one of the most frustrating parts of every storm
Oh,
because
yeah.
nobody wants to be without their AC, without their TV when you're sitting at home during a
Mhm.
storm. But good news is we have a way to track it for you. Now, we don't have a way to quickly bring it back on for you, even though crews are on standby. We have Darren Stoltzfus standing by in the studio to talk about this interactive power outage map that we have for you on WESH.com.
Yeah, as you guys just said it, we're expecting tens of thousands, if not millions of people to lose power over the next few days as Milton makes his way into the state. Now, on WESH.com, we're tracking the outages county by county. This hubs multiple providers' information like Florida Power and Light, Duke Energy, and Tampa Electric. Now, you can zoom in and click on each little county there. Hillsborough County looks like they've got the most outages so far. But if you go to WESH.com or search power on our WESH 2 News mobile app, you can see as things develop what's going on throughout the state. You can also scroll down and you can find every single county in the state listed on the left, how many people are without power in the middle, and then how many people are provided power in that area on the right. So you can get a better idea of what's going on. This updates about every 15 minutes. It's something that gets information from across the state right to you if you need it. Again, it's on WESH.com or the WESH 2 News mobile app. Back to you.
And thank you. And of course, we here at WESH 2, we will keep updating you. Oh, we're going to get over to Tony. We have a tornado warning.
Michelle,
right
we
now.
got a brand new tornado warning now. That's that stuff that was south of Barefoot Bay. It's now coming up towards the north. There's the Cocoa Beach area. There's Rock Ledge. You got Satellite Beach, Indian Harbor Beach. This whole energy is moving up towards the north. This tornado warning, by the way, is a little shorter one. It's in effect until about 5:45. And the problem with this, as has been the case with many the other rotating thunderstorms, is the amount of rain in and around this particular feature. You're not going to be able to see it. When we take a look at the velocity product, it's kind of an x-ray of what's going on inside that very heavy rain band. There's the cell. And watch when we loop this. Notice the motion and the location. There's a reason why this polygon is being drawn that way. When you look at this, you can see it moving off towards the west-northwest and potentially headed up towards Cocoa Beach, Cape Canaveral, and Rock Ledge. So that's one of the things that we are going to continue to watch and monitor. I'm going to ask Cam to stop the loop there. This one appears like it's moving a little bit slower, but I want you to take the fan because this one I think is going to come ashore and impact some of these more populated cities here in central and northern Brevard County. And you'll see right through there. She's going at a speed of about 30 to 35 miles an hour. Again, this one is just a little bit slower than the other ones. But look at all the cities and towns now that could potentially be in the path of this particular storm. Bonaventure, just to mention a few, over towards Indianola, Vieira, Rock Ledge, as it continues now to move off towards the west-northwest. We'll watch Sharps, we'll watch Frontenac, and then a little bit later on down the road, could be as far north as South Titusville. And then from there, if it does make it into eastern Orange County, we'd have to watch maybe Christmas or Bithlo down towards the end of that particular loop. So that's a pretty good little feature right there. One thing that we haven't done, and I'll have Cam kind of clear that, is take a look at the winds with this particular cell that is now sitting just off the coast here and moving up towards the west-northwest. That's a pretty good push of wind with this particular feature as it's continuing to move up towards the north-northwest, and that's going to scrape the coast here of central and northern Brevard County. Remember now, we've got Port Canaveral over here, so we'll keep an eye on Rusty's camera over there at Port Canaveral as one of the pictures that will kind of pop in on the left side of your screen. And again, getting awfully close now towards that barrier island, that outer piece of land. Winds there being pinged now at about 40 to 50 miles an hour. And if we can zoom it in, Cam, just a little bit more, get a little bit closer, maybe get some streets and cities there. There's the feature right there. It almost looks like an eye, but it's not. It's a little piece of energy that's rotating now off towards the west-northwest, and that's what we're going to continue to watch there. There's, of course, South Patrick Air Force Base. There's Satellite Beach. This is kind of moving off towards the west-northwest. South Cocoa, we're watching this very carefully for you, and we need you guys to be safe. We need you to be on the first floor, down safe, not in the second story of a home. South Patrick Shores. Again, that is in the vicinity of this particular feature there that is going to be moving off towards the west-northwest. Again, this is a US 1, and then we've got I-95 just to kind of give you a little bit of a reference point here. As this particular cell is moving off towards the northwest. And one thing I can't tell, and maybe you have slack up there, is the movement on this particular storm. I always like to try to give that to our viewers just so we can kind of give them a sense of immediacy if it's moving quicker versus slower.
So it's definitely moving to the northwest, Tony, at 40 miles per hour, so fairly quickly here, and which is why it's making it a little bit difficult to draw that squall line, because going out 40 miles per hour is a little bit even off this map. I just want to show you some of the communities that will be impacted soon. So let me take this squall line off and then widen out the picture here and show you these are the areas that will be impacted very soon. So going down to street level. So the area that we're watching for is this rotation here, just offshore, but again, moving northwest. So that's why the box was drawn in this direction. So honing it down to street level and moving this quickly, this will be right over South Patrick Shores very, very soon, just north of Satellite Beach. And here are some of the streets that this will literally just about to cross. So the couplet or the rotation is just here on the bright red. So I'm probably blocking it a little bit here, but here's a look at some of the street names here. We are looking at the Pineda Causeway. This will be moving right over you folks. Highway A1A. This is literally going to cross over Highway A1A over South Patrick Shores. Tropical Trail US 1. The trajectory of this will have it moving eventually over US 1, and also some other areas is Palm Shores and Pineda. Again, so if you're familiar with this area, a lot of us head out to the beaches in this area, a very populated area during the summer. We are going to see this move right over the Pineda Causeway and also US 1 and eventually A1A as well. Tony.
Cam, can we do one more thing? Can we take a look at that shear product, please, for that particular cell there?
Yes.
Just kind of widen out that view there. That's the cumulative. If you don't mind just going to the snapshot, so to speak, not the entire. Yeah, that's the shot I'm looking for. So if we zoom it in now, just here to the yeah, there we go. Just a little bit more towards the southeast. There's South Patrick Shores right there. So there's actually two pieces of energy. And if we go ahead and loop this now, you're going to see that it's going to move off towards the west-northwest. That little shear product there is going to move off towards the west-northwest or the northwest there at the end. There it is right there. There's that turn. And that's why the Weather Service made that call to put a tornado warning now up for this part of our area. And it's just northeast of Palm Shores. You guys are going to be okay. But if you're in Lotus, if you're in South Cocoa Beach or Cocoa right now, you may not even see what's coming your way. We're showing you the winds, but the rainfall rates continue to be incredibly high. So whatever's in there is going to produce some significant wind. Cam is doing an excellent job there of showing that little piece of rotation. And it's moving at 40 miles an hour. So it's even kind of hard for her to create that fan because the view is so far out. But just to kind of give you a couple more towns. There's Pineda. There's your estimated time of arrival, right around 5:54. Cam is actually pulling it out so she can get to 40 miles an hour. And she's finding that she's going to have to probably pull it out even more than that because she's got pinging 30, and then she can zoom it back in. But the big spin, there's no doubt about that right there. And another piece of spin actually just south of that tornado warned area there. Now she's got it. And now she can zoom in while she's got that up. That's kind of one of the tricks we do here. So there's a Pineda, there's Viera, there's Rock Ledge, just to mention a couple of folks that are very close to this particular cell. And then a little bit later, you can see Port St. John, Christmas, Wedgefield, and Southmere, and Bithlo as it rotates back towards the west-northwest. So we're watching that, but I also think that we need to watch this little area right in here. Let's zoom into that area, get to street level there, just north of Eau Gallie. This is the Weather Service radar, that little hole right there. And when we zoom it in north of Eau Gallie, you're going to see right here, there is a little bit of a couplet trying to come together just to the northeast of Aurora. While that's going on, the main piece of energy that's going to rotate into the tornado warned area is that cell that's just offshore. And we likely had a water spout with that as it was offshore. It doesn't look as symmetrical as it did earlier. but it does look like there's certainly some spin and rotation with the velocity product right there showing us the winds towards and away from the radar. So that's, again, one of the things that we're going to have to watch this. So there's South Patrick Shores. Just to the west, northwest of there, east, northeast of there is that cell. It's going to come across US 1 and then back towards Pineda and over towards Lotus here as it moves off towards the west, northwest. Cam, if we use the reflectivity or the shear, actually, that's even better. There's the shear product. It's going to kind of move right over into the Banana and the Indian Rivers there in the lagoon. As it does so, that's that land-water interaction. We've seen this many times, folks, can create a very unique dynamic for generating natural spin in the environment. That on top of, you've got a hurricane that's going to be making landfall here a little bit later on this evening. And south of there, you've got two other pieces of energy. There's Bonaventure, there's Vieira. This energy, again, pulling off down towards the west, northwest. So we're watching you, Rockledge. We're watching you, Vieira. We're watching you, Georgiana. You're not going to be able to see inside that wall of water, but just know that we are seeing some of the spin. And the guys in the back are doing a great job pointing us some of those cameras there from around Central Florida, not just in this area, but all across Central Florida. That's some of the images we're bringing there from 417 back towards the beach line and then even in the metro area. So there's the cell. This one continues to move off towards the west-northwest. You can see a lot of rain, and this is a very heavy rain. I'd be curious to see what the hourly rainfall rates are with this next cell that's about to rotate in off of the Atlantic that has induced this tornado warning here for the Cocoa Beach area. Rainfall rates here more than likely close to, we had as much as 7.5 inches there earlier. This is not too far removed from that, anywhere from about 5 to 6, just north of the South Patrick Air Force Base and over towards Cape Canaveral as well. The other thing we're watching is the combination of the severe weather, and now we have to deal with more and more rain on top of an already saturated ground. And as these winds pick up later on tonight, we're watching the wind and we're watching the potential for power outages, as there's going to be that risk for the wind to increase, topple over some of these trees that are in already saturated soils, while Milton is crossing the peninsula after the darkness begins, after sunset, that is. So there's the beach line. There's I-95. There's our cell just north there of the Melbourne radar. That is going to pull back towards the west-northwest. And Cam is doing a great job. There's another cell south of that one off towards the south and east, and yet a third one that's lining on up that will continue to try to rotate off towards the north and west. And this will finally begin to stay offshore once we get the push of Milton onshore. That will force all of these rotating thunderstorms that we've seen today to move more towards the northeast as opposed to the northwest, as we're seeing out there right now. So we're just waiting on Milton. So we got 1, we've got 2, we've got 3. That one's a nasty looking rotation right there. These are moving towards the north, it looks like. But overall, as they increase in northern latitude, they do want to try to bend back towards the west-northwest, especially that northern lead cell there, just north of South Patrick Air Force Base there. Then farther to the south, you've got another tornado warning just south of the Sebastian area, and then over towards Vieira Beach there. So again, a lot to watch here along the coast. Cam, it's just amazing just seeing how this is unfolding this afternoon from south to north.
Yeah, we are still under this tornado warning, but I just want to show you there's another tornado warning that we have to keep tabs on too. This is in Indian River County. It's associated with a couple other couplets, Tony. So you can just see as you widen out the picture, look, we got 1, 2, 3, 4. I mean, we often say we look south to see what the trends are here for us. And unfortunately, it's not trending very well because we have multiple other tornado warnings that are just down to our south that we've got to watch that will head up north in our direction. So yes, we have this one tornado warning right now in effect for Brevard County, but we're also keeping tabs on these one down to the south because these eventually are looking like they'll head north and then possibly northwest as the system starts to veer. So we have multiple tornado warnings in effect across Florida, but the one that we're honing in on is this one here in Brevard County. It's this one that's in effect right now till 5:45. We did see a pretty decent sign of rotation here as we take a look at our velocity values. It was just offshore off of South Patrick Shores, and we're trying to see if we can kind of see it still, but it's just offshore here. It's actually my back is, I'm going to shift the shot so you can actually see it. That little couplet that you see there, that's the rotation. This is expected, even though that arrow is looking like it's moving north, it's really moving more towards the north-northwest. So I'm going to put a fan on this and see if it actually pulls up some towns here. And here's a look. So some of the areas that will be impacted soon, as I click on this skit, actually it looks like the original rotation may have fallen apart, Tony, and it looks like this is actually a secondary one that's actually moving to the north. Thankfully, that looks like it's moving due north. These other two behind it are also moving due north. So the original cell that actually triggered this tornado warning looks like it's fallen apart, but just because that rotation has fallen apart doesn't mean we can't see damaging winds. We are going to see very, very strong winds as well. Here's a look at some of the velocity. So here's a look at the rotation that was originally triggered the warning. It doesn't look as nearly impressive anymore, but I just want to emphasize, even though we may not see rotating winds, we could see some damaging winds still. So these bright greens that you see there are winds within the cell itself. So this is the tornado warning cell itself moving to the west-northwest. But as it moves inland, we're seeing winds of 60 miles per hour in the storm. So that could cause damage as well. That's still severe thunderstorm cell coverage territory. And some of the areas that this will be moving over include Vieira, Lotus, Bonaventura, Georgiana, Cocoa Beach, Footman, Angel City, Rockledge, all under this polygon here. As I clear out some of the wind amounts here that will be under the impacts of severe winds. So we are still seeing that rotation, but it looks a bit more broad now. It doesn't look as a tight couplet. Those winds, though, still about 60 miles per hour in this storm. It's going to impact areas like South Cocoa Beach, South Patrick Shores, Footman, Angel City, and Rockledge. Tony, back to you.
All right, so we have a camera now. I'm being told from that area over towards the Port Canaveral that will kind of pop on in there, and you can't even see the cruise terminals because the rain is coming down at a rate of 4, 5, even 6 inches per hour, as we've been showing you there along the coast. So again, we will transition from a severe weather threat to an ongoing heavier rainfall event. And that is the concern overnight tonight and through at least the first half of the day tomorrow. That is just an incredible shot. That is right here within that big rain shield now that is ongoing here in and around the Port Canaveral. Cam, I believe there may be a brand new tornado warning just south of southern Brevard County right there. So they did reissue that. That was the one cell that Cam was just talking about. They did issue that for Martin County there. So they're going to watch that. But it almost looks to me, if we loop this, it almost looks like now the cells are maybe trying to take more of a northerly track. And that is a sign, if we can punch out here just a little bit, that the overall circulation of Milton is making that turn to the northeast. And what's going to push these rotating thunderstorms away from us is actually the center of circulation. Once this starts moving on in and making that turn towards the northeast or the east-northeast, what it's going to do is begin to stabilize the environment and push the rough weather out to sea, but still creating a significant rainfall event here across Central Florida. It's been a significant rainfall event already, but it's just going to get exacerbated by the center of this circulation that's going to weaken and fill in and produce another round of significant rainfall on top of all of the rain we've thus far had at the onset of Milton. So it's kind of a 1-2 punch that we're seeing from Milton this afternoon. And it's amazing the amount of lightning strikes with this particular feature. Maybe not so much around the eye, but there's a lot of lightning with this particular storm that is ongoing, especially with those outer first bands. And that's what's creating some issues. Cam, I'm going to have you go back up towards that tornado warning there. And then I'm going to have you actually go to eastern Seminole County because when I look at this right here, this could be an interesting area. And maybe the best thing to do is to show the shear product here across Seminole and Orange County. Okay, so that's behaving. That's good. Then when we head to the south of the east, we use the rotation tracker to see where there's spin in these squalls or any afternoon daily thunderstorm. And really, you got a little bit here, a little bit over towards Lake Nona, but the majority of the spin right now is right along the eastern side of the peninsula, right there from Port Canaveral back towards Satellite Beach. So that's kind of what we're looking at right there. All right, let's take a look now at the reflectivity product here one more time for that area. Ken, did they just kill that one?
Yes, they allowed the warning to expire, so it expired at 5:45.
Okay, so we're gonna toss it back to Michelle and Jess here, and again, we've got a lot of reporters out in the field that are out in this right now that we want to hear from to kind of tell the story in York County. So guys, over to you.
All right, Tony, thank you guys so much for that coverage. So as we've been saying, there are some evacuation orders in place. And I don't know if you live in Seminole County, you probably woke up to an alert this morning about people who live in low-lying areas, RVs, or even mobile homes needed to evacuate. And shelters are open in Seminole County for people who need them. And they wanted you to go to them to prepare for Hurricane Milton.
Yeah, one of those is Lyman High School. That's where West 2's Greg Fox is at. Greg, what are people saying there?
Well, we just left Lyman High School just a short while ago, and we're going to show you some of what they're doing inside these shelters in a second. But I just want to give you an idea now. I mean, right now it's kind of light rain, and it's coming straight down. About 20-30 minutes ago here around 1792 and Dog Track Road, it was blowing sideways. It was unbelievable. And here where we are at this Wawa, it's among the Wawa stations that was hoping to get more fuel, but unfortunately, not all of them can get it all at once. And Wawas are staying open for 24 hours because during storms, they provide a place for first responders to get out of the elements. And obviously, they're working toward that. The important thing that we want to talk about now are the shelters. So let's take a look at this video. There are 8 shelters open in Seminole County. As of about an hour ago, there were a little more than 510 people spread out in those 8 shelters. 3 of them are for special needs. 2 of them are pet friendly. And we saw some people coming in that were being helped in after calling to the county to prepare Seminole.org and arranging for transportation to a shelter. So we've seen that in action. They're using school buses to bring people in fact. Now, I want to talk about energy for a second. Duke Energy is saying that they've got 16,000 people on standby, staged in the villages and then down in Davenport for them to be able to move into the Central Florida area and take care of the roughly 950,000 Duke Energy customers that are in our 9 to 10 county region here in Central Florida. We could be out of power for anything from a couple of days to possibly a week or more, depending on where you live and depending on whether or not they can get to you to restore power. And obviously, we've even got some people, videographer Tim Brown, take a look over here. We've got some equipment trucks that are coming in that are also taking care of things, not just electricity, but also taking care of landscaping needs and other heavy equipment, really just to move some things, including the enormous amount of debris that we're expecting after the storm, after Milton blows through. So that's the situation in Seminole County now. Obviously, if you have any questions or concerns, you can call in Seminole County 407-665-0000. And we'll send it back to you guys in the studio.
All right, Greg, thank you. Let's take you live out to Collier County. This is the Naples Pier. This is a live look at the storm surge, the waves. Take a look at that. It's gray, it's choppy, the water's almost white. If you're familiar with Southwest Florida, Naples area, this is pretty much off of Gulf Shore Boulevard, Broad Avenue, kind of at the end of Broad Avenue, the Naples Pier right there. You can see the water just really churned up, pulling in and out pretty deep over the pier at some points. And of course, that is the storm surge starting to hit that area there.
We also want to show you some video. It's just incredible. Look at the size of this thing. This is a tornado spotted in the Everglades near Alligator Alley. So this is right along I-75 near the Broward-Collier County line. And if you're familiar with this area, this is right near the Miccosukee Service Plaza. And you can just see, look at how clear that looks, just that cone off in the distance there. And obviously, this was earlier in the day when we were seeing so many tornado warnings in South Florida.
Yeah, no mistaking what that is right there. Just quite the sight to see. Check this out. This is security camera video. The moment an apparent tornado blew by a house in Fort Myers, Florida. Take a look at that. It's getting stronger with the palm trees. The homeowner says he evacuated the area, but has been checking their surveillance cameras attached to his house. And that's when he saw that. You saw it pick up right there. The palm fronds started to come off those trees. Quite a show of force right there by the wind there.
And we have some more possible tornado damage to show you from in Fort Myers. So this is the aftermath. Several tornado warnings were in this area today in Fort Myers. So in this video, what you can see are down trees, the down power lines, and damaged houses. There was even a 7-Eleven gas station. I don't know if we're going to pull up to it here now. That was damaged. Parts of the canopy were just tossed right into the street. I think you can see the logo, you see the colors right there from the awning. But this is what the aftermath of tornadoes look like. Just everything shredded to pieces, debris scattered everywhere. And like we said, we knew this was possible. So hopefully everyone in this area was able to get to their safe space or evacuated ahead of this.
Yeah, and if you're familiar with Fort Myers, this is the area near Summerlin right there, if you were familiar with that. Also, in that area, Southwest Florida, this is Matt Lachey right there. That's a bridge in Lee County between Pine Island, Cape Coral area. You can see it tornado on camera for about a minute. You can look at that. It just got really gray. The camera shaking around, all the water all over the place. And again, this is a bridge-like area. So.
Okay, I think we have a tornado warning that just came in. I heard some sirens going off in our newsroom. Tony's walking over to the weather wall right now. Where is it?
Cocoa Beach.
Okay, we have one in Cocoa Beach. So let's get over to Cam right now.
All right, so we're looking at right there is the water vapor channel, but we'll go ahead and switch it over now back to our live radar feature right there. And you can see there's the tornado warning from earlier there. They have, looks like they've extended it now more towards the west-northwest, farther inland, as this second piece of energy is also going to follow suit with that. But there's Cape Canaveral. Again, there's Rockledge. We got one piece of energy here. And then right behind that, there's actually a second piece of energy. So there's Cocoa, there's Rockledge. We've got a little bit of spin right in there. And that's what the Weather Service is beginning to note as we are, that is going to be rotating off now towards the west-northwest. So let's get down real close here. I want to see some streets there right along US 1 east of Cocoa. We'll pull it back there more towards the east there. And you can see there's Cocoa Beach. There's a Rockwell, and then back towards Cape Canaveral. Cam, if you can go a little more towards the south and the east for me, back towards the ocean, yeah, we can kind of center up that shot. And then I'll have you kind of ping some of those winds right there. This is literally just north of Cocoa Beach, just south of the Port Canaveral area. And we do have a camera there, so we do want to keep an eye to see if we're actually even able to see anything. The rain rate here is incredibly high. And again, this tornado warning does remain in effect now until 6:15 this evening. That's a 20-minute tornado warning for this cell that is going to rotate in now off of the Atlantic waters. And then there's Cocoa Beach. There's Cape Canaveral. We'll get down the street level real close. I want to be able to, so the gate-to-gate wind shear there is 86 miles an hour, 32 and 54. We'll zoom it in, get in real close now so we can kind of hone in on some of the roads there. There's, of course, Cocoa Beach. There's a North Atlantic Avenue. You got Ron John's Surf Shop right over in this vicinity. And then, of course, you go up to the north just a little bit. You've got the Port Canaveral. This cell is right over now, North Atlantic Avenue, just north of Cocoa Beach right now. Of course, you got the pier there. You've got a lot of folks that eat at a lot of the restaurants in and around this area as well. But that is a pretty impressive little signature right now. Gate-to-gate wind shear 34 and 56. So that's 85 plus mile an hour gate-to-gate wind shear, meaning that the winds upstairs are pretty strong. Doesn't necessarily mean that those winds are reaching the ground, but there's the potential for those strong winds to reach the ground. And that's the point we want to make here for our viewers at home. The other product that we like to use is a look at the shear. And when we see yellows going to reds and oranges, we know that that particular is strengthening. And that is clearly what's going on right here. And one thing to do when you're doing stuff like this is you can loop this and you can see the evolution of the thunderstorm to see if it's weakening or strengthening. And clearly in this particular loop, this one is strengthening, and the orientation is lining up right there with the barrier. So this is going to be a huge, significant wind event And it's something that we're going to have to watch. I'm going to ask Marquise to keep an eye on our local in-house chat there to see if we get any damage reports, because that is a very impressive looking shear marker right there. Shears the spin in the atmosphere, creating strong winds that are likely to come down to the surface. So when you start seeing yellow on our shear indicator, there's a very high likelihood that some damaging winds are coming down to the surface where you and I work and play. Again, movement incredibly quick today at about 35 to 45 miles an hour off towards the northwest, at least for the time being. Once Milton starts to make that turn overhead, that'll drive some of these cells offshore, but a couple of towns and cities here for you. You can see Rockledge, 610. You got about 14, 15 minutes, folks, there to get down low, safe, interior place of the house, not near glass sliding doors. A bathroom is always a good place to be. We take a look now at a couple more towns. City Point, Courtney, right around 616 there for you. Down the road, Port St. John, over towards Bellwood. And then if it can make it into eastern Orange County, back towards Christmas there at about 650, 640, 650-ish, based on that forward speed there of about 35 to 45 miles an hour. So a very significant wind push now coming onshore. One of the other products we like to use is our impact tracker, and that tells us the rainfall rates, if we've got hail, or if there's even some incredibly strong damaging winds. And we have a color schematic for that is not showing up. This is a hail product, but I highly doubt that there's hail in that today, but there is a lot of rain. So whatever is coming ashore right now, and if there is a tornado, you're not going to be able to see it, especially when rain rates are 2, 3, even 4 or 5 inches per hour. What you will feel is the impact of the wind with that piece of energy coming on shore, and that is clearly what we're seeing right here. We're seeing winds there potentially of 55, 60 miles an hour, and in some instances maybe even a little bit higher than that. So again, a significant wind push is coming ashore with this particular cell that has shown signs of some rotation as it's been moving in from the Atlantic waters, from Crescent Beach back towards the interior here. Again, a couple of the roads that we're watching. You've got, again, South Tropical Drive, South Courtney Parkway, just to mention a few here. Angel City to the north of there. It'll go over the river, and then you'll have to watch Rockledge and some communities here in and around and south of the Titusville area, and even back towards potentially I-95. So that is a big, significant push of wind energy, a lot of twisting and turning with that. Let's take a look at one other product and see if there's any debris. Cam, you just read my mind. Look at that. I love that. So there's a different perspective here of what's coming ashore. And unfortunately, yeah, we got a lot of, I was just going to say, she read my mind. There's the clutter right there. When you're this close to the radar, sometimes you get a look like this. But Cam, let's do one thing, if you don't mind. Go back to that debris tracker one more time. I want to loop that one time because we might be able to see at least a hint of something as it was coming ashore. I believe that right in here, that may have been something there. Could be some ocean spray, which would make it look a lot worse than what it is because it was coming over the ocean, and then you had the barrier island and then back over the river there. So something to watch. This definitely looks like there's a lot of clutter. Cam, you're absolutely right about that.
Yeah, we are definitely seeing this so what Tony's talking about, this debris tracker takes a look at what the objects inside the storm. So usually if it's rain, it's all the same color, that red. But right now, as Tony's pointing out, as we loop this, you see a lot of clutter right around this area. That's because it's so close to the radar. It's just not picking up anything it's basically static activity. But this bright banding that you see here, I'm actually going to stop the loop to show you what we're talking about here. This bright banding of green, blues, and even a little bit of orange is that sea spray that Tony's talking about earlier, indicating that there may be some rotation. With that rotation, it's basically spreading the seas around. So that's why that radar is picking up that little bright blue there, indicating there may be rotation here. And I just want to compare that with our velocity radar, which takes a look at the spin and compare apples to apples and see if that's exactly where, yes, it is. So where we saw that bright blue is also where we're seeing this rotation. So what we do is we compare apples to apples and make sure that this area where we're seeing that rotation is also where we're seeing that spray. And it looks like it's just actually, let me see, it's just the southwest of that. So this actually may be something different, Tony.
Yep.
The spray, or what the sea spray you're talking about, it's actually a little bit southwest, which actually kind of makes sense with that west-northwesterly trajectory. So the rotation's here, but the debris tracker is picking up on that sea spray here because there's a little bit of a delay, Tony.
It's the same thing we saw earlier when we were near Holopaw and Deer Park. So again, just kind of an interesting and kind of a cool thing that we're seeing within a hurricane that can create a different dynamic. You got something else?
So Tony, to me, it looks like there's two. Let me hone in this. This just analyzing this radar. I don't mean to interrupt you or anything. I just this caught my eye, but it looks like there might actually be two couplets here. So let me draw this here, bring us to your attention. There's one there, maybe a second one here, and then offshore. That one looks like it's moving north, so that shouldn't be impacting us. But it looks like basically two couplets, and then there's one just offshore as well. This is the third one here. But to me, it looks like there was two. This is the main event, and that second one is a bit more broad, Tony.
Yeah. So when we were looking at that earlier, remember we were saying there's 1, 2, 3, 4. I think if you widen out that view just a little bit more.
There's 4.
Yeah, that's exactly right. That's what I was just going to say. So, so we're going to be busy in Brevard County is what basically that's telling us and our viewers over there. We want you guys to, just be ready. We're going to be here for you. We're going to get you through this. It's not the first time we've gone through a tornado warning, but we're trying to give you as much heads up as possible. Remember, when these cells are moving at 35 to 45 miles an hour, you don't have a whole lot of time to prepare. So the best thing that we can do is not just focus in on what is going on right now, but what is going on to the east of you that is likely to also head your way a little bit later on. So she's looking at the shear tracker over the land, but I'd be curious to see what the shear looks like out over the water where those other cells are much farther to the east and pick up. Yeah, see, so that's and I think there might even be one more behind that that we'll have to keep an eye on. So there's a lot of energy off the coast. That one there off towards the south. That's saying it's going north, but Cam, I believe if you loop that is not going to the north. I think that's going more towards maybe the west-northwest. So we'll watch that. There's a lot of lightning in that as well. So actually, that does look like it's going north. So maybe this is the beginning of cells beginning to feel the impact of Milton that's approaching the Tampa Bay or just south of the Tampa Bay area. But here's the big problem right now. Let's get street level. I want to get some more towns on in here. This is the big story. This is the concern right now. From Cape Canaveral back towards Cocoa Beach. Here we go. Big push of wind, big spin right there. This is going to move over the river and then back over towards Merritt Island. And then here, once it goes over, we got the Banana and the Indian Rivers, it'll move inland to the main shore, so to speak. You got Dixon Boulevard there, Cox Road. So we're going to be watching this whole corridor as we get deeper into the evening here during the latter half of the 6 o'clock hour. I think 6:30 to 7, we'll be watching this entire area. So if you live on James Road, if you live over towards City Park, if you live on a Bear Trail, if you're in some of those communities here, just know that we're watching this. You guys need to be on alert, potentially for something holding together, and at the very least, giving you the chance for not just wind, but maybe something that rotates as well within a big shield of very heavy rain. So that's something we're going to be watching again very, very carefully. Lake Drive, Point Siena Road, just a few more cities, towns, street towns there as we look at what is coming your way from off towards the east. That's going to be the big concern. That little area there just to the south and east. There's Angel City. Again, we've got, this is the whole Merritt Island corridor headed up towards Cocoa there on the mainland, and then just north of the Rockledge area. This whole area is going to be impacted by this piece of energy that is going to be rolling in from, it already is, it's rolling in from the Atlantic waters and we're crossing over Merritt Island and then towards the mainland here within the next half hour. So that's, again, the big concern for us there. Let's go back to that velocity product, if you don't mind, Cam, one more time, where it's coming ashore, just to kind of gauge if the rotation is getting stronger, weaker, or if it's getting stretched on out. And then you can see right there, there's a couple more roads there for you. We've got the Tropical Trail, the spin right there. This is the one I think we need to watch right there. This is that's the one that's catching my eye. The gate-to-gate wind shear there is probably pretty similar to what we were seeing there earlier. This one looks a little bit more stretched out, but certainly was pretty impressive looking there earlier. But this whole swath of energy is moving now off towards the west northwest, and the winds here are they're decent. It's 68 mile an hour gate to gate wind shear. If that does come down to the ground, that is a piece of energy that can certainly do some damage and move some things around. And we don't want them going through windows. And hopefully, like many of us here, you've taken off all of those pieces of equipment. Let me see some of the products around your pool inside before this event rolled in. We don't want any flying objects going through your lanai screens or your patio pool doors. So big push of energy right there from Cape Canaveral down towards the Cocoa Beach area. Guys in the back, I'm not sure if we have a crew over there or one of our trucks that are out live. That's going to be an angry ocean. And it's going to be an ominous looking sky right here. And the other thing we want to watch is, of course, what this does as it rotates farther west towards the interior. But a lot of solid wind. We got pinging anywhere from 55 to almost 72, 73 mile an hour winds right now. And that is certainly strong enough with the saturated grounds already to potentially topple over some older trees that maybe are a little bit rotted out, that don't do very well in this type of environment. So something we're going to watch. If we get any news on that or any information from our viewers, we'll let you know. And you can see there's Cape Canaveral, Audubon, down towards Rock Ledge. This whole piece of energy is now rotating from the east-northeast towards the west-northwest. And Cam, I tell you what, wow, that piece of energy just offshore. I hope that does not come ashore, because that actually may be the strongest signature that I've seen all day.
You literally read my mind, Tony. I'm just looking at all the areas where we're seeing rotation this afternoon, and this one offshore, just over my shoulder here, that looks quite impressive. In fact, I'm going to ping the winds within that just to see how strong they are. And we are talking about, once I get the winds all set here, we are talking about gate-to-gate shear. Wow, 120 miles per hour gate-to-gate shear. So what we mean by gate-to-gate shear is the power of the rotation. So when the shear, or these two numbers exact over 100 miles per hour, there's likelihood of rotation. So this is definitely a water spout that's just offshore. The reason why we're keeping tabs on this one is right now, the storm tracker on this is saying this is moving due north, but with the trajectory of the storm about to make its way inland or make landfall within probably the next 2 to 3 hours, this may spin up and move more towards a west-northwesterly direction. If that does verify, which we hope it doesn't, this could mean that this water spout could make its way onshore, which we do not want at this point. But let's address the current tornado warning that's currently in effect here for Brevard County for about another 10 or about 6:15, so about 7 minutes here. So we still are seeing a fairly decent couplet or a sign of rotation. That's what we mean by couplet here. And I'm going to actually hone it down to street level here, where we're actually seeing that rotation. And to me, this area that we're watching for possible rotation doesn't look nearly as impressive anymore, which is good news. That means that the spin is not as strong, but I just want to verify that with our shear rate, which takes a look at the spin in the atmosphere. And unfortunately, we're still seeing that spin, that red indicating that high level spin, but it's not as high as it was before, which is good news. But here's a closer look at some of the communities this will likely impact. So I'm going to shift this off to my right shoulder here and just give folks some lead time here. So this is about to cross the beach line. So if we have a camera on the beach line, that would be great. And hopefully we can get some shots of this, or even our camera shot of Rusty's at the port. We have a live camera there, courtesy of our friends Rusty's at the port. This is about to cross the causeway here, heading towards Sharps, heading towards Williams Point, also Canaveral Acres here, getting it down to the street level. So this is, again, about to cross Merritt Island here, and some of the towns that this is about to move over includes Sea Ray Drive. So it's about to cross over Sea Ray Drive. This is Courtney Parkway and also North Tropical Trail. So if you're familiar with this area, this is the causeway that takes you out to Cocoa Beach. And this is literally about to move over it if this, again, is indeed actually a tornado on the ground. Again, the signature with this doesn't look as impressive as what we saw earlier, Tony. But I just want to give people, at least on Merritt Island, where this is about to cross over, heads up. And then eventually it's going to move its way onto the mainland towards areas like Sharps, Canaveral Groves Boulevard, James Road, Cox Road, Dixon Road, Cocoa. And Adamson Road there, just west of James Road, about the intersection there as we go into North Range Road as well, and eventually Indian River Drive as well. Send it back to you, Tony.
You know, one of the things, here's what's going on in my head right now. If you can go back to that red shear there and kind of show the viewers that, I think the Weather Service, Cam, has a very difficult decision to make here, and I'll tell you why, okay? There's still a decent amount of shear there. And one of the other things we have to kind of worry about here is the population. So I think what's going to be going on in many of their minds right now with this particular cell is, okay, do we put caution to the wind here and keep this going for a little while longer, or do they feel the trend is significant enough for it to weaken? And so that's the decision they're going to have to make here, I believe, in the next 3.5 minutes. And when you lapse that, when you have that going there, you know, there's a lot of people live on Merritt Island too. Let's not forget that. Then you cross that and you get a little farther inland, back towards the west here. There's some major population centers here as well. So they I believe, have a pretty tough decision to make here. It does expire, as you said, at 6:15, but I'm going to be very curious to see what they do on this one, just because of the location of the cell, and that we still have some decent shear there. We don't have the couplet we had there earlier. So we'll just kind of hold off on that one. And then the other thing we have to keep in mind is right behind this, there's two other features that we have to keep a tab on here as well. So a lot going on here. We just want folks to be safe. If you live in and around Sea Bay Drive, down towards just south of there and on US 1, there's a lot of wind and a lot of rain coming your way. I just saw a report in Indian River of 9 inches of rain today alone, with that stuff coming up on our little chat there. So that's the other bigger picture. The bigger concern, once the severe weather threat goes away, is the heavy rainfall amounts that we will continue to get once the severe weather threat is over. That is going to continue right through the early morning hours tomorrow before things eventually begin to move offshore. If there's any saving grace here, as we kind of go back to that, we haven't shown the 6 o'clock update here because we were right in the middle of that tornado warning in a very potent storm, I should say, there just a short time ago. But I'm going to ask Cam here for just a quick second to give me an update. We have, again, of course, the cone, the speed, and then where it's headed there. I want to kind of just take a look at that so that I can put mentally in my head, hey, is this accelerating? If it is accelerating, does that mean that the tornado length and threat is going to be a little bit lower? So that'll help me out. But there's the live radar. There's that tornado warning. And you can see there's another pretty intense cell in the wake of that one. The lead cell, as Cam was just mentioned, she's absolutely right. It has weakened, so that's certainly some good news. But there's still a little piece right there on the east side of Courtney that is moving off towards the west-northwest that we may want to keep just a closer eye on that there as it moves off towards the west end or the west-northwest. And then obviously behind this tornado warning, there may be more with all of that energy that's off there in the Atlantic waters that are trying to also as well move back towards the coast there. So I think we're going to be busy here for a while, tracking the energy here for our friends and family members that live over in not only southern Brevard, but also here in central Brevard County for at least the next half hour to 45 minutes, if not longer, depending upon what happens with that energy offshore. Let's take a look here at the 1 hour rainfall rates, because there's another point I think we have to make. When you have these spin-ups and you have rain rates that are 4, 5, 6, 7 inches an hour, these are the what we call the hourly rain rates, you are not going to be able to see what's coming your way. Think about it when you're driving on the daily afternoon thunderstorm, which are nowhere near, by the way, these rainfall rates. Yeah, you sometimes you have to pull over. Well, think about this. You may have something inside of here. You're never going to see that. You're going to feel it when it hits you. And that's never a good situation to be in. And that's the point we're trying to drive home today. So when you get a tornado warning, whether it's whether it's via your phone, via you watching us on TV, we need you to take action. We need you to take action immediately and get to a safe place in your home. There, for the first time today, I see a
So
rotation
Tony, it looks like it
tracker.
expired.
Did it expire it?
Yes, they just
Okay.
let it expire at 6:15. But again, as you mentioned earlier, there's a couple of shear markers still offshore that we got to watch here, including one and then two, just to your left there. I have the radar right next to you, or actually, is it to your left? It's
Yeah.
to your left.
Yeah, I
We have
see
a
it.
couple more shear markers and some rotating cells that we need to keep on. But officially for that tornado warning in Brevard County, it has expired, Tony.
All right, so here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna send it back to the desk over there. Again, we have a lot of crews positioned out there, and they're working tirelessly. And there's a lot of things going on in many communities here in Central Florida. So for now, we're going to continue to watch what's going on along the coast. I don't think we're done yet, but we do need to take you out to your communities via our reporters to kind of give you what's going on so far with Milton. Guys, back to you.
All right, Tony, thank you. Let's take you outside right now because we actually have live pictures from Brevard County from one of our tower camera networks, and you can see just how that sky is looking based off the anger that we've been talking about for the last several hours now. Tony, talking about the several different tornado warnings that have happened in Brevard County. We'll get to that in just a little bit. But first, let's also talk about Orange County because they gave us an update just a short while ago while we were in one of those tornado warnings. Here's that live picture now from Brevard County showing one of those bridges that's been dealing with some of that storm water. But we're also looking at Orange County, who also had a tornado warning.
Yeah, they did. Let's go ahead and check in with West 2's Michelle Meredith. She's joining us from the Emergency Operations Center in Winter Park. Michelle.
Well, the mayor had a news conference several hours ago, and he had a lot of good information. So if you live in Orange County, listen up. He said that the worst of the storm should be about 6 o'clock tomorrow evening in Orange County. He said that there will be flooding. There will be flash flooding. We know we're going to get a lot of rain. Also, winds here 45 to 65 miles per hour. Wind gust up to 80 miles per hour in Orange County. So there will be damage. There will be power outages. Now, kind of on another note, I was driving to work this afternoon and I passed by the shopping center that I drive by every day at 1792. And usually it's just full of cars and people. And it was a ghost town, all rolled up. And I found one lone would-be shopper who was completely thrown off guard. What were you trying to get?
Some baskets just to put stuff in it.
To like stuff
to prevent for the hurricane, yeah. Like some blankets, some things like just to prepare.
Oh, are you disappointed?
Yeah, a little bit.
Oh, you've got to be concerned about this storm.
Yeah, I am a little bit. I don't think it will be like that strong here in this area, but it definitely will have something. So yeah, we need to prepare.
That's what you were trying to do?
Yeah.
Too late?
Yeah, too late.
I'm sure she is resourceful and made it all work. And as we know, we should all be where we need to be right now to be safe. Live in Orange County, Michelle Meredith, West 2 News.
Michelle, thank you. Of course, this storm is covering the entire center part of the state. This is a live picture from St. Petersburg, where you can see they may be possibly dealing with storm surge as this storm continues to get closer to this area. Again, our meteorologists are telling us it could be down to a couple of miles as to whether or not it goes into Tampa Bay.
And as we've been telling you, we have our crews spaced out across Central Florida. Right now, we want to take you out to Tampa. That is where West 2's Justin Shecker is. He was on Bayshore Boulevard, where the rain and the wind are obviously picking up. Justin.
Hey guys, good evening. We've actually moved away from Bayshore Boulevard because take a look. We are feeling the impacts of Hurricane Milton here in Tampa. This is Hillsborough Avenue behind me. This is right near the Hard Rock Casino, which you might have seen driving on I-4 out to Orlando. This is the strongest rain we have felt all day here in the Tampa area, and the winds are really starting to pick up here. As I look over, I can see flags whipping around. Just listen to that. This is the strongest wind gust we have felt so far here in Tampa Bay as Milton moves closer to landfall later tonight. I can tell you the businesses across the street, they are boarded up. Normally, this will be a very busy road here, Hillsborough Avenue. There are very few cars on the road. We were out of the evacuation zone, but we were over on Bayshore Boulevard. We saw very few cars there as well, as many people have heeded the warnings from Mayor Jane Castor and local officials to get out of the way. And we know the worst is yet to come, but just this is the strongest wind and the heaviest rain we have felt so far. We know from Hurricane Helene, there was an awful storm surge that devastated parts of Tampa Bay. This is also going to be a rainmaker as Milton continues to drop rain on us here in Tampa. So we're going to stay here for the rest of the night. We're in a safe location away from the evacuation zones as conditions continue to deteriorate. Live in Tampa, I'm Justin Shecker, WESH 2 News.
Hey, Justin, thank you. Let's stay in Tampa right now, where you can see that they have water barriers that are going up. They put these up earlier this afternoon. Crews put this up around the hospital, one of the hospitals there, to protect it from the potential storm surge. Remember, we've already shown you Tampa General Hospital, which put up that huge aqua fence. That worked during Hurricane Helene. They are expecting the potential of double the amount of storm surge that they saw in that storm.
Listen, if it worked before, try it again, and hopefully it works again. Here, we're taking a live look at the Selman Expressway in downtown Tampa area, heading towards Bayshore Boulevard, where Justin Shecker said he just moved away from. You can see the rain is coming down, and not very many people out in the roads, and that's exactly the sight we want to see as Milton makes its way closer and closer to the Tampa Bay area.
And another look right now, the vantage point from our hurricane hunters who have been going in and out of the system since it was in the Cancun area. You can see this bumpy ride that they have been experiencing. At one time, this is a Category 4 storm. It's weakened to a Category 3, but the work doesn't stop until this one gets on land. We'll, of course, continue to get the updates from the hurricane hunters as they go in and out of this system.
And since about 2 o'clock this afternoon, it has just been one tornado warning after another. Lee County officials confirm at least 2 tornadoes actually touched down this afternoon as Milton moved in.
Sarah Mankiewicz from our sister station just filed this report from a community down in Fort Myers.
In this North Fort Myers community, a tornado has just touched down. We have found out the fire officials are actually just leaving now. That's the North Fort Myers Fire Department over there. And we've seen the Lee County Sheriff's Office over here. The Bayshore Fire Rescue has been out here as well. But the damage out here is just hard to look at. I mean, just even up in the trees. If you take a look up there, you can see aluminum is in there. And then all the way down at the base of the tree, just so much damage that's happening as well. But these houses here, this is Bermuda Court that we've got over here. There is just house after house after house with damage. You can see the roof has been torn off. Debris is just scattered along these yards and in these streets. And it doesn't stop there either. I'll have you guys come over this way to the left over here because it just keeps going. All these homes over here across the street have been impacted too that have had so much damage from this. You can see all that aluminum in the trees and even on the power lines as well. But there is just debris everywhere lining these roads. And so we're out here talking to people, trying to make sure that everyone is okay. But for now, I'm in North Fort Myers. Sarah Mankiewicz, back to you.
Wow. Wow.
Seeing some of those images that we have been seeing from tornadoes, whether it's online and some of the reports that we've seen filed, it's just scary to see some of the size of those systems that have come on shore. Here's a live look right now on the Sanibel Causeway, clearly shut down to traffic because they are expecting a storm surge in this area. This is the same area, the entire West Coast for that matter, had to deal with Hurricane Helene just a week and a half ago. Now you can see seas angry once again. Wind is shaking this camera violently, and it's only expected to get worse as the storm continues to get closer to shore.
And we continue to learn more now about the damage left behind by tornadoes in southwest Florida, specifically north of Fort Myers.
And of course, we just spoke to one of the victims, talked to a man and his pregnant wife. He just spoke about the moments when that twister hit.
We're looking at that little hole right there, little peephole, so I can see what's going on around the neighborhood. I saw the tornado coming. I yelled for my wife to come look at it. It's cool. Kid, wife, come look at it. Started to get close, hit the trees, and we all started going for the hallway. Didn't even make it there in time. Started toot, and I heard a piece of glass crack, and it sucked the whole roof off, and I felt the thing suck me up, and I grabbed my kid and my wife and hunkered down.
You see, he's got storm shutters up to prevent from things flying in, but now no longer has a roof after this tornado ripped his home apart. Thankfully, clearly, as he described, they're all alive and doing well at this hour, and at least in the best spirits that you can possibly be in. Wow.
That's incredible video right there. Now, a mandatory evacuation order is in effect right now for parts of Volusia County.
West News' Haley Crumblehome, live for us at Daytona Beach. Haley, how are people taking those orders? And I saw a video you posted online showing sandbags still being piled in front of some businesses.
Yeah, I will say those are kind of the only people we've seen down here. The wind has clearly arrived in Volusia County, and businesses prepared before they cleared out. You see, we've got some sandbags here. And if we take you a little further down this road here, you can see we've also got some businesses boarded up. We're pretty far down here, shored up with some plywood there. That's something we're seeing throughout downtown Daytona Beach. Now, one of the things that the Volusia County Sheriff's Office is saying today is they're going to back the peninsula, let people come off of bridges and things like that right now. But once it reaches a certain point, about 40-mile-per-hour winds, that's when they're going to start access there. Now, I did see on Twitter they were prepping teams, but the Sheriff's Office said aren't going to be able to get to people, at least not right away. Now, said there are evacuations for parts of Volusia County. I believe all of evacuation at 3 o'clock this afternoon. About 800 people had come to the county's shelter. So people are clearing out. They are going someplace safe, but they want people to be off. There is going to be a curfew that's going to take at 8 o'clock. Live in Volusia County, Haley Crumpelhome, West 2 News.
All right, Haley, thank you. Of course, her shots going in and out as winds continue to be a major issue along our coastline. Now, while we have been in tornado warnings for most of the day and afternoon, we've also been collecting video of twisters that have been spotted across the state.
Yeah, West 2's Darren Stoltzfus joins us in studio right now. So, Darren, take us through what we have.
We spotted several pieces of video just like this. People seeing tornadoes off in the distance and then grabbing their.
Oh my God. Wow. This thing is no joke. Look at the debris in the air. Look at the debris. Oh my God.
All right, we're going to fix Darren's mic, so we continue to learn more about some of the damage that's been left behind. People seen grabbing the phone so they can capture some of these videos. This is just one of them. Not sure beautiful is the right way to describe it, as that man just said, but this is video shot earlier today of a tornado that touched down in Hendry County, just west of Clewiston. You can see the video zooms out and see how big that storm truly is.
Incredible. Now let's take a closer look at this clip. A viewer shot this in Okeechobee County earlier today. It's kind of hard to tell, but it does look like it touched down because you can sort of make out what appears to be debris kind of spinning around the twister. Also, in Palm City, south of Port St. Lucie, a viewer shot this video of a tornado trying to get its act together. Pretty amazing to look at that in the background, but in the foreground, it just looks like a normal breezy day right there.
Yeah, right. Okay,
Incredible.
Again, we're also just in the beginning of Milton's wrath, so we don't have many details on the extent of damage or injuries that could have been caused by some of today's tornadoes, but we are surely going to get more information throughout the week as it continues to go. We also have some stunning video out of St. Lucie County.
Yeah, you know, a part of what we do, especially when we're out in the newsroom, we're scouring the internet looking for the best video, and some of it came out of St. Lucie County.
You found this one.
Yeah, it was well, I didn't find it, but you know, it was floating around the St. Lucie County Sheriff's Department. Let's go and take a look and a listen. It's coming. While they're trying to get it up.
I'm St. Lucie County Sheriff Keith Pearson. Earlier, we were live putting the message out there because this threat is real. Right here at the Sheriff's Office, 4700 West Midway Road, about 10 minutes ago, a tornado came ripping through here. This is a devastating tornado. It took out that 10,000 square foot red iron building with all of our patrol cars underneath it. Thankfully, nobody was in there at the time. This thing came through and took this out within a moment. We hear the winds going. We're going to go ahead and step back and go back inside for some shelter. But again, if you're seeing this video and you're getting these warnings, take cover, take shelter. This is a real storm. This is a dangerous storm.
And you can see there, take shelter is the right thing to do. Also, some video from Florida Highway Patrol. Troopers actually saved a dog that was tied up. This happened on I-75 in the Tampa area. As you know, many people are trying to evacuate. That dog looks to be standing in water that's covered up all of its legs, only potentially getting worse. Saving his life, Florida Highway Patrol, after being spotted along the side of I-75. He is doing safe tonight. They are still trying to figure out exactly who left him there.
And remember, you don't have to resort to this because there are plenty of shelters that are pet friendly. So please keep that in mind. We've got a lot of information for you at WESH.com with regards to those shelters.
Our coverage continues right now. All right, we continue with our team of meteorologists who have been tracking the latest on Milton. And of course, this storm has weakened some, but it's been lashing across Central Florida all day today.
Yeah, literally, it was just one tornado warning after another, another. We'd get a quick reprieve and then more coming. I think you said 40 at some point across the state of Florida.
Yeah. And that actually there's been more since that statement. So it's probably closer to 45 now.
Wow.
It's just an amazing outbreak today with the squall line. Starting to see some power outages here as well, guys. So we're going to have to watch that going forward. Cam, you were looking at some of the surge products and some of the wind as well.
Yeah, this is the start of it for the storm surge, but we're also expecting that on the Atlantic side as well. And we're also expecting more rounds of heavy rainfall across our area. Let's go ahead and take a look at some of the power outages across our area this afternoon. Look at this. This is just the start, and we have thousands of folks without power already. Tone's going to take over and show you how many folks are without power in some of our communities.
Yeah, look at that, Cam. They are starting to increase now. 2,500 in Seminole County, 2,000 in Orange County, 1,500 here in the Brevard County. So we'll continue to monitor the progress of these. This is actually going to grow as we get deeper into the evening. Now with the 6 o'clock advisory, it is pulling off towards the north and the east. We're probably now 2 to 3 hours away from landfall here at 15 miles an hour. We're probably about 45 miles off the coast, if that. So I think we're going to see the landfall here probably within the next 1.5 to 3 hours. So we're getting real close now to landfall. And remember what we've been saying, just north of the eye is where the heaviest rain is setting up, and that is not going to change. Look at the push here now of the storms getting ready to be flung back towards the eastern side of the peninsula. The more this moves to the northeast, the less of a severe weather threat we are going to have. So that should be shutting down now as we go through 7, 8, 9 o'clock tonight. But the thing that we're going to be watching is the potential for some significant rainfall. So there's the eye, and it looks like it is going to come in south of the mouth of the Tampa Bay. Now they're going to get some significant surge, but it's not going to be, I don't believe, as high as originally thought with the landfall just south there of the Tampa Bay area. We do have a tornado watch in effect through 9 o'clock. That is when we think things are going to certainly be shutting down as Milton continues to pull up to the north and the east. But look at all of these green polygons. These are flood watches, flood warnings, flood advisories, and it encompasses almost 95% now of our viewing area. Titusville, Cocoa Beach, Melbourne, Keynasville, Kissimmee, downtown Orlando. You're under a flash flood warning. Offshore, spinning thunderstorms now that appear to be moving up towards the northwest. Multiple now flood warnings here from St. Augustine, Crescent Beach, down towards Palm Coast, Shell Bluff, and those also extend further to the south and west. Now, if there's any good news, there has been a little bit of southwesterly wind shear that's been increasing throughout the afternoon, and that is good in that it's beginning to weaken Milton, but it's bad in that it's expanding the wind field on the eastern side of this storm. You can see our latest pass, very consistent, right on track with where we thought it would be. You can see the visible satellite, sharp cutoff now, moving through the eastern side of the city of Tallahassee there. But while that's going on, look at the dark yellows, the oranges, and the reds. That is that significant rainfall that is ongoing now through a good chunk of central Florida. So for me, landfall is likely to be probably around 8:30, 9:30 this evening, based on the latest Tampa Bay radar images there. We do have a lot of spin along the coast. I think the one area we're going to have to watch there is up towards Port Canaveral and up towards northern Brevard County. But Cam, I think if we get through the next 2 to 3 hours, the severe weather threat will be winding down, but the flooding concerns will exist overnight.
That's for sure, Tony, because look at how much rainfall we've picked up over the last 6 hours already. Look at this. Some areas have picked up almost 3 to 5 inches of rainfall. I think these are just radar estimates. I think there are some localized areas that even picked up more than that, about a half a foot already. So here's look at the rainfall totals over the last 6 hours. Right now, we've picked up a little over 3.5 inches just east of Kissimmee, out towards Orange County. Some areas have picked up almost 5 inches of rain already, more than 3 inches in Seminole County, and we're still in the thick of it. By the time it's all said and done, we are looking at 7 to 10 inches of rain right along this swath here in the orange that you see, while areas farther north and west are going to see less rainfall amounts. So we're still going to see very heavy rainfall on top of that winds that will cause power outages likely here in the Orlando, particularly in the Orlando metro. Let's take a look at FeatureCast and walk you through hour by hour when we'll see the worst of the weather. So landfall, as Tony mentioned earlier, is expected as we go through this evening, but by midnight, look how these winds really ramp up across our area. So the brunt of the impacts for us, unfortunately, will be likely overnight while you're sleeping. So winds around 60, 70 miles per hour. And then as we go into early Thursday morning, finally the center of circulation begins to trek its way offshore. But notice the backside of the system still bringing heavy rainfall, especially for our coastline communities. So unfortunately, places like in Flagler, Volusia, and Brevard counties, it's almost like a 1-2 punch. The first issue with the hurricane making landfall, giving you the first wave of rain. And then the second wave is when it moves offshore and brings you rain on the backside of it. And that's why we're expecting such huge rainfall amounts. You can still see even by Thursday afternoon, we're still dealing with some rain along our coastline communities there before finally Milton lifts away. We see those winds die down and finally a break in getting in some sunshine. So here is a look at your Central Florida certified most accurate forecast. We continue to see first warning weather for tomorrow as we continue to track out Milton. Friday, we see some improvement. And then this upcoming weekend, finally a break from the soggy wet weather and a teeny tiny taste of fall, at least in the mornings. Back to you guys.
All right, Cam, thank you. People living along the coast evacuated to get out of the way of Hurricane Milton.
Yeah, some Lakeland residents actually took up shelter in one of the hotels. Let's get you out to Osceola County right now. West 2's Gail Pascal Brown is in Kissimmee. She actually spoke with some of these evacuees. What were they telling you, Gail?
I'm telling you, they basically are just trying to flee, Milton. We are at the Quality Inn and Suites Choice Hotels here off of Earl O. Bronson Highway in Kissimmee, or in East Osceola County. And I've met some wonderful people, including some folks here who are from Pasco County, from Port Richey. We talked to some folks here who are also from the West Coast, between Tampa and Fort Myers. It's a bittersweet situation, but look at them. They're just happy. They're just happy that they're safe and out of harm's way. I did get a chance to meet a couple from Lakeland, Rich and Barb Gerard, who live in a manufactured home in Lakeland, and they left to come here to this hotel because, hey, they don't know what Milton's going to do.
Mostly the wind, I think, and probably the forecast originally to come right at us. So we didn't want hurricane winds and so forth. So we heeded the warnings and escaped.
Feeling a little bit safe about that,
Yeah.
Barb?
Yes, oh, yeah.
Yes, absolutely. Yeah. What about this storm? What concerns you, Barb?
The winds mainly, because of the manufactured home. We don't know how steady they would be or sturdy they would be to withhold the winds.
Now, Rich is a retired New York police officer, upstate New York, and his wife is a school teacher. And we were just so happy to talk to them and glad that they're safe. And we do want to remind you, we know we talked about this a little bit earlier, but it definitely needs to be stated again. Osceola County does have a mandatory curfew that goes into effect from 8 p.m. tonight until 10 tomorrow morning. And the whole purpose when they have a curfew, folks, is to try to keep unnecessary drivers off the road so that law enforcement and rescue can do their jobs and so that you can stay as safe as possible. Hey, West 2 News is with you before, during, and after the storm. You don't have to worry about a thing. Just keep it right here. Keep it with us. I'm Gail Pascal Brown reporting live in Osceola County for West 2 News.
Gail always finds a way to bring it home right
she
there.
does.
All right, several tornado warnings were issued this afternoon, as we all know, across Central Florida.
Yeah, a couple of them in Brevard County that were actually extended a few times. West 2's Tony Atkins is live in the first warning weather lab right now in Brevard County. So Tony, what did you see earlier and what are you seeing now?
Well, let me tell you, I mean, as we know, this is live TV. The plan was to be in the weather lab, but we started driving. We were making our way from Merritt Island here, trying to get to Cocoa Beach. But then as we were making our way, we started to see tons of flooding along the sides of the road, and then spotted this neighborhood. And I can't believe just how much water has accumulated here. I want you to just take a look at just what you see here. I mean, the street here, this intersection, completely covered by water. We are in Merritt Island, and what what I really spotted, this has really become quite an event for the neighborhood. You see a few kids out, and again, this is obviously a very dangerous situation. We're monitoring this hurricane, but yeah, just incredible amounts of water in such a short period of time has fallen into several neighborhoods here throughout the Merritt Island area. We're also hearing reports about potential damage in the areas near Cocoa Beach. We're on our way to check that out, but we absolutely had to hop out of the weather lab for a second. Look at just how far this water stretches throughout this intersection. If you come with me over here, you could see it going down this way all the way to the other end of the block, and then also more water down there. But again, this is a very dangerous situation. Some people having fun at the moment, but we're going to an eye and keep our ear to the ground regarding what's happening here in Brevard County. So as soon as we get more updates and as soon as we see more flooding, more damage, we'll be sure to bring it to you both on air and online. For now, reporting live in Merritt Island, Tony Atkins, West 2 News.
Hey, Tony, got a question for you. We know that you had planned on being in the weather lab, but on your way to your current location, can you describe what was the weather like? Because as we mentioned earlier, Brevard County had a couple of tornado warnings that were extended.
Well, that was a tricky situation because we've been on a clock. I can't count the hours, but it's been about 4 or 5 hours. We would have expected to have done reports on the ground before, but obviously we have to let our meteorologists deliver that critical news to the viewers. But we were trying to get live shots in different areas, but every time we would get ready to go live, there was a new tornado warning here in Brevard County. So we had to go get shelter each time. Perhaps the most, the scariest moment was when we were coming over the Merritt Island Causeway to come over here. We were heading toward Cocoa Beach. I heard Tony talk about that sail that's now offshore that was probably one of the most significant he's seen throughout the day. That's where we were heading to do this live shot.
Okay, so it seems like we're having a little bit of technical difficulties. This is live TV.
I think that's Milton difficulties.
Yeah, Milton and live difficulties. So we're going to continue to check in with our crews around, and we'll get back with Tony a little bit later.
Meanwhile, the governor says around 50,000 linemen are expected to be in Florida to try and get the power back on.
West News' Greg Fox is at a staging area in Longwood where crews are making their final preparations before Milton makes landfall.
Right now, I'm at the staging area in Longwood, Seminole County, where Duke Energy is helping to prepare crews to get them ready to react to any power outages that are going on. And as you can see, they've got their equipment all set here. They've got all kinds of equipment to replace fuses that blow, transformers that blow. They got their bucket trucks checked for safety to make sure that they are ready to go. And over here, we're going to talk to Audrey Stasko with Duke Energy to tell us a little bit more about the resources that are in place. So exactly how many people are ready to go in the Central Florida region?
Duke Energy is mobilizing around 16,000 resources. About half of those are close by at what we call mustering sites, 8,000 of them. And at the villages in Sumter and Ritchie Bros and Davenport, the idea is to get them out of the projected path, but close by to ensure a speedy response.
Talk to me about how low the winds are going to have to go before you consider it safe, for example, for a bucket truck to be able to go out and work on a power outage.
Yeah, so it differs depending on driving it or having it up in the air, but anything below 40 miles per hour is what we're looking at.
And how about the number of outages that we could possibly have both in Central Florida and specifically in Seminole County?
So we serve over 950,000 customers right here in Central Florida area. Duke Energy is preparing for more than 1 million power outages due to this catastrophic storm.
And you had to bring in resources from other states, I'm assuming?
Other states all across the country. We had some from California, Colorado, Texas, you name it, all part of our mutual aid assistance.
Compare this storm to, for example, the power outages we had with Irma in 2017. That was extensive.
Yeah, I think, we're really trying to set the expectation for our customers that even though we have, this large contingency of resources, you will still experience extended outages just based on the catastrophic storm surge, the winds, possible tornadoes, the flooding. Those are all going to have an impact on how quickly we're able to either rebuild or restore.
Audrey Stasko with Duke Energy. And as we come over here again and get a look at the trucks that are ready to roll out of this location here in Longwood, we'll remind you that according to emergency managers in Seminole County, they are predicting that potentially 80 to 90% of Seminole County will be without power at least for some period of time. That might be a couple of days. It might be more than that. Could be a couple of weeks. But obviously in Seminole County, it's important to keep in mind there's both Duke Energy Service and Florida Power and Light Service. So they're going to be working together and as quickly as they can to restore power in Seminole County. And we're in Seminole County. Greg Fox, WESH 2 News.
Thank you. One of our reporters over in Tampa, Justin Shecker, he just posted a screenshot of an alert that he just got of an extreme wind warning for that area, immediate danger of life if you don't take cover.
Yeah, and that's not particularly shocking because we've been expecting this.
That's usually issued before landfall. So they're anticipating landfall to happen fairly soon. That's why that was issued. And of course, with landfall as a Category 3 hurricane, major hurricane, that is expected, unfortunately. So we are expecting the worst there as it makes landfall in the Tampa Bay area.
And I was going to say, so landfall isn't the eye wall. Landfall is the center point. So the extreme wind warning is usually issued for the eye wall. And Cam and I talked about that with the last event there. So we're going to watch that. We've got other issues here. We got flood warnings now coming.
Flash flood warnings.
Yeah, right. So let's get right into this. I want to show you what's going on, and then we'll spend a little bit of time there on the storm itself. As you can see, the winds are now down to 120. This is expected to become a Category 2 hurricane shortly after landfall, 2 a.m. It is on the Polk Osceola County line, and then you can see by 2 p.m. well east now of Central Florida. So there's Milton. There's the center of circulation, the eye right about in here. We did a quick little bit of math. It's going to be about 3 hours from landfall. So think about 9:30 or so. You can see how it's kind of following the line we thought it would take. And that severe risk now does appear to be pivoting up towards the north and the east. Remember, this is the front right quadrant. That's what we were in today. Now that Milton's making its approach, that's going to help us on out. Look at this wall of water, the ocean, 25-foot seas now, and all of this is going to pound the west coast of Central Florida, creating that storm inundation. Now, potential for surge here from Marineland to Flagler Beach, 1 to 3 feet. Shell Bluff along the St. Johns, 1 to 3 feet. Gets a little bit higher, though, closer to the center of circulation that goes by into Brevard County here, back towards the Ponds Inlet, and then down towards the south. We'll watch the Turtle Creek area. We'll watch Barefoot Bay. Those are areas that tend to not do too well when we have events like this. But look at the winds now. You're talking about a high wind event. We are now pinging 65, 75 miles an hour there, right on the eastern eye wall. Those winds will likely increase a little bit more. Here now, you can see the gust in that 25 to 55 mile an hour range as those waves of energy are headed our way. But more importantly now, it's rain after rain after rain headed our way. We have a flash flood warning now for Orlando, Kissimmee, down to Melbourne, Cocoa, Titusville. This is a very serious situation. Reports now of over 6.5 to 8 inches of rain within that area. I was just looking at some of the information on that. And then as we head up towards Orange, Osceola, and Seminole County, you can see almost 700,000 people within that flash flood warning right now. Again, a very dangerous situation. You can see we've got the warnings in effect. These will likely carry on over through tomorrow because this is going to take some time, Cam, to push off to the east.
That's right. And not only are we talking about the rain, but also the winds causing power outages here already here across Central Florida. Here's a look at the number of folks without power. And keep in mind, we're not even at landfall yet. Here's a look at some of the numbers here. About 10,000 folks in Polk County, over 2,000 in Seminole and Orange County, a piece though. So combined 4,000, and about 1,000 folks in Marion County as well as in Volusia County right now without power. 7,500 people without power right now in Sumter County. So right now we are seeing power outages begin to pick up across our area already. And unfortunately, this will be the case as we go through the overnight hours into early tomorrow morning. So power outages, again, very likely across our area as we take the brunt of the system. I want to show you the winds. We're not even seeing the worst of it right now. I hear a warning. I just want to make sure. Okay, so we have a tornado warning in Brevard County. I'm going to step off screen and let Tony Manolfi take over here. I will run your computer for you, Tony, as I head over to the pod, and I'll switch it over to Lynx One so we can get this tornado warning. So just to give you a heads up, Tony, it is right over northern Brevard County.
Yep,
and right now, the tornado warning has it moving north at 20 miles per hour. Right now, the warning is near the Merritt Island Wildlife Refuge, which is not actually too far from where we just had that warning earlier this evening, Tony.
Yeah, I'm going to have you switch it on over. Right now, we're using WSI, but if we just click on that little window there, we'll be able to.
Can we switch it over to WSI 1 for Tony, folks, please? WSI 1 if possible.
You want to use Lynx? I think we should use Lynx because of the tornado warning there, which is in WSI 1. So yeah,
correct. Yes.
This cam was in front of the thing. We switched it over to WSI 2.
If they can't, I can swap it out on my end.
Exactly. Let's do that. Go ahead and do that, guys.
You know,
It'll
I'll
take a
just
couple
swap.
of
I'll
seconds
swap it on my
here.
end. I will swap it on my end. Sorry, Tony, didn't mean to.
You're good. Take your time. We'll get this. Yeah.
Here we go. We should have it now. Momentarily. The computers are a little bit angry right now because.
All right. So yeah,
Here we
there
go.
it is right there. All right. You got to love technology. There's Oak Hill. There's Titus. Well, Cam was doing the same thing to me earlier there. So you just got to be patient, I guess, right? All right. There's your tornado warning until 7:15. That little hook right there, that is the concern as this is rotating up towards the north now. There's Titusville, there's Mims, and there's Oak Hill. You can see that this is a pretty potent little piece of energy. It's been kind of skirting and dancing along the coast there. And you can see that right in and around the Wilson area, south of Dumit Grove there. That's the little spin that we are watching right now that is going to be kind of lifting up towards the north. If we can loop that, I just want to show the speed at which these particular features are moving. And you can see right there, they're trying to bend back towards the west-northwest. So over Wilson right now, Dumit Grove, there's that shear that's lifting up towards the north-northwest. Again, the land-water interaction many times actually increased the twisting and the turning with a lot of these cells, especially in those outer bands. And that's what we're monitoring right now. There's even a little bit of shear on the western side of that storm in and around the Titusville area, but that shear has been increasing here, and that's what we're going to be watching there on the northern side of that storm that's heading up towards northern Brevard County at a pretty good clip at about 35 to 40 miles an hour. So again, if you're just joining us, yet another tornado warning today. This one is in effect until 7:15. This one is moving very, very quickly now towards the north-northwest. Dumit Grove is one of the cities that's just to the north of that particular rotating thunderstorm. And if it holds together, Shiloh, we're going to have to watch that. So you can see the warning goes all the way up towards the north. And when we loop the shear product here, just want to show you the orientation of the shear in relationship to that tornado warning. You can see it kind of going more towards the north-northwest here. And that could be something that we'll have to watch there for Shiloh as we get towards the end of that tornado warning right around 7:15, which would be in about 22 minutes time from now. So Shiloh down towards Dumit Grove. We need you guys to be very diligent as to what's going on. We need you to be on the first floor, somewhere safe in your home, not up high, not near any windows. Remember, underneath the stairwell to a second floor home, always a good place to be. And the bathroom on the first floor. When you look at the bathroom, there's a lot of 2x4s and very little glass. So that's usually a safe place to be. Cam's going to ping now some of the winds on the northern side of this whole wave of energy. And you've got a consistent look there of 55, 65, close to 72 mile an hour winds. Some of the pictures there that you're seeing from in and around central Florida showing the not just the heavy rain here, but all across many counties tonight here in central Florida. There's Titusville, there's Dumit Grove, again, just to the west of Wilson, getting some pretty good wind right there that correlates nicely with our rotation tracker. I believe we had a little bit of red, though, in there just a short time ago. So maybe this is the beginning of a little bit of a weakening trend. Don't want to say that just yet, but we'll watch the trends. And I think for me, that's going to be the most important thing. So here's Turnbull. There's Mims, just outside now of that tornado warning, which is just to your east as this whole line is moving up towards the northwest. So that's one of the things that we're going to be watching here as this kind of unfolds now across northern Brevard County. And Cam, one of the other things that we look at is that debris tracker. So I'm not sure if you want to go ahead and discuss a little bit about that.
Yeah, so here's a look at our debris tracker. And what this does is it takes a look at the objects inside the storm. And whenever their objects are the same, it's all the same color, saying, okay, everything's cohesive, everything's good. But when there's different size objects, which is usually indicative of debris from either a tornado or a funnel cloud, we are going to see different shades or brighter shades of either greens or blues. And thankfully, we're not seeing that at the moment. But of course, that can change. I just want to make sure that I loop this and make sure that is definitely the case, that we're not seeing any debris signature here as at the moment. It actually, there may have been, let me loop this back here, going, yeah, just east of Wilson. So you see this bright banding that we see here, the bright oranges east of Wilson. Right before this tornado warning, I believe, was issued, this looked like there may have been a little bit of a signature there, but it quickly disappeared. So oftentimes with landfalling hurricanes, you get these spin ups and then they quickly dissipate, or then they sometimes even come back. So that's why we have to monitor these very closely. But that gives me a little bit of reassurance that if there was a spin up, it was a very brief one, because right now we're definitely not seeing this at the moment. But I also want to hone in down to the street level for you folks here. So as I go in down a little bit closer, putting back the radar here, we're talking about very heavy rain, but I'm going to take the rain off just to show you where exactly these communities are impacted. So even though it may not be rotating, the cell may not be rotating, we're still looking at damaging winds. And again, so I'm going to hone down onto the street level here to show you where we are expecting the impact. So this is right over Merritt Island. It's about to cross the intercoastal here and then make its way to the west out towards Allenhurst and then Dummit Grove. However, we are expecting areas like Shiloh to be impacted as well. So taking a look, this tornado warning basically encompasses the northern portions of Merritt Island, including Wilson, Dummit Grove, and Allenhurst. And if I hone in a little closer into the radar, I want to show you some of the towns, or actually not the towns, the roads that this will be impacting. So this is County Road 3 here that this is about to move over. We're talking about Shiloh Road, Little Pond Road, and then Shiloh Road as it crosses the intercoastal and then heads north into Shiloh Marsh Road, and then Kennedy Parkway, Maytown Road, Oak Hill Road, and honing a little closer here, it's also going to impact folks along Beacon Lake Road, Volco Road, and Maytown Road. This will impact you as well, as this again is moving more towards the northwest. Cow Creek Road, Willow Oak Drive. This will impact you as well over the next few minutes. This will also move over Edgewater Junction. We're getting a little bit out of the tornado warning area, but if this holds together, this is the general direction that it could possibly go. So this is the area that is warned right now, the northern portions of Merritt County. We have a tornado warning there in effect till 7:15 this evening. We're still seeing a little bit of a spin as indicated by the light greens, but at least, though, it's not as strong as it was earlier. Sending it back to you, Tony.
All right, Cam, thanks so much. As you were doing your reporting there, I did happen to get some new information, seeing now near Titusville, 7.38 inches of rain from today alone. And then down in Martin County, where we had that tornado warning, there are some reports of some damage down that way. So just a few pieces of information to pass along to you, our viewers, while Cam was helping drive the area of concern here. One other thing I'd like to show here one more time, and this has been a big theme of the day, the hourly rainfall rates within this area of concern are very high as well. Just driving home that point that, you may have a tornado or you could have a tornado, nothing confirmed, in something like this and not even know it because you can't even see your hand 3 feet in front of you because it's raining so hard. So we need you to stay in. You need this rougher weather. to pull on out. Not to mention now that you're under a flash flooded a warning here as well. You're part of that northern Brevard County one there. So that's one of the things that we're going to be watching as well. So incredible rainfall rates, a concern within this storm, at the very least, some potent winds. When I look at this signature here, as Cam goes ahead and loops this particular view, you're going to see that we're pivoting now from a rotating thunderstorm to a line that's sheared out. And that's why we're seeing more of that wind in that 55, 65, maybe 70 mile an hour range in a few locations, as opposed to that twisting and that turning. Then behind that, as you can see, there was another line of some strong gusty winds. There was initially some rotation there. That does not appear to be the case anymore. So I like the trend in which we're going down that way right there. Cam, I think you have some new information to pass along.
That's right. So the National Weather Service just said that they had canceled the warning, and that is why you don't see the warning in the Polygon box anymore. But with that note, though, even though they have canceled that tornado warning, there are still many, many cells here out towards the Atlantic that we do need to keep a close eye on. You can see we have another rotating cell right here offshore, and another one, a weaker one, just to the southeast of that. So unfortunately, Tony, this may not be our last. We hope it's our last tornado warning of the night, but that may not be the case as we continue to still have a couple of rotating cells just offshore off the Cape there. But this current warning that we went on air for, it expired at 7:15, was expected to expire at 7:15, has actually been expired early. Back to you, Tony.
All right, Cam, thanks a whole bunch. So we'll continue to keep an eye on those cells offshore, but I want to send it back to Summer and Stu. Again, we've got a lot of crews out in the field. They've been working hard. They've got stories from every county here in Central Florida. So let's send over to the desk and get more of Milton, the stories where you live right now.
You're watching continuing coverage of Milton from WESH 2.
And we all started going for the hallway. Didn't even make it there in time. Started and I heard a piece of glass crack and sucked the whole roof off.
Now at 7, Hurricane Milton taking aim at Florida and tearing up homes in its path.
There you can see aluminum is in there, and then all the way down at the base of the tree, just so much damage that's happening as well.
Here in Central Florida, the roads are so dangerous, trucks are spinning on the highway. Stick with WESH 2 on the air and online. We've got live team coverage to get you through the storm.
And we are resetting right now because it is 7 o'clock, and these are live pictures from St. Pete and Tampa as the storm continues to get closer and closer to shore. This is the local highway there, but you can see the storm surge is already starting to take over some areas where buildings should just be sitting on dry land.
Our producer was just telling us exactly where that was. Can you repeat that for us so we can tell folks? It's Philippe Island out there on the West Coast. And that is the storm surge that we have been talking about, Tony, that we have been expecting. Look at that. It's already so high, and we're just getting started. Yeah.
So again, the forecasts are from anywhere from 7 to 12 feet. You're looking at that video right there. I think we're going to be on the high end right there.
Where are we positioning as far as like Tampa Bay? Because I know that's been the issue, the mile or two here or there.
Yeah, so Cam and I have been looking at that. It looks like it's going to come in just south of the mouth of the Tampa Bay. Now, does that mean a lower storm surge? Probably, but it's still going to be awfully high, and it's certainly not safe, as you can see in the video right there, right, Cam?
Yeah, we are definitely, it's a little bit of a saving grace, but we're still talking about likely storm surge as high as Helene or even higher. And remember, they haven't really gotten a chance to really recover from Helene yet. And now this is just adding to that. On top of that, we're seeing all these drenching downpours. We have flash flood warnings now in effect for our area. And now we've been nonstop with the severe weather. Yeah. Thankfully, though, it looks like we may have a break, but there's 2 cells offshore that we're tracking, Tony.
Yeah, we're just hoping to be able to catch up and provide the rest of the gamut of stuff that we've been covering. Yeah.
Of course, the 7 o'clock for Milton just came in as well.
I was just going to say, yeah, let's put that going up there right now. There we go. Winds at 120. It is moving down to the northeast there at 15 miles an hour. Pressure went back up now to 952 millibars. But we are roughly about 2 to 2.5 hours from landfall here, from the center right there. Cam and I and Marquise were doing some of the distance tracker on that, and just kind of estimating the time of arrival. We think it's going to be right around 9:30 this evening, 9:30ish, somewhere right in that range. And then as it moves on shore, it loses that energy source and then does begin to weaken. So that's one of the things that we're going to be watching carefully. There's the eye. There's the cone, again, coming in maybe on the southeast side, but pretty darn close to the center point. Here's the mouth of the Tampa Bay. There's where it is likely to come in. It's still creating the surge there for sure, but had it come in up here, it might have been even worse. It's still bad. Don't get me wrong, but we're going to be watching that. Then we've got surge issues on the eastern side of the peninsula once Milton moves away from our east coast. Look at all the nasty thunderstorms here. This was part of that whole complex of tornado warnings. The northern flank, it's going to take just a little bit more time to evacuate our area. I think you give this another 1 to 2 hours. It'll be north and east there of Volusia County. Then I think we'll shut it off. And the main concern now is what's going to happen here is this whole swath is going to fill in with very heavy rain around the eye. Just north of that eye, and we've had that rain all day, this is all going to fill in. This is going to be steady to heavy rain. It's been already leading to flash flood warnings, flash flood advisories. Streams and creeks are on the rise. Marquise was just updating some of the levels on the St. Johns. We'll continue to feed you that information at certain points during the evening hours here. And there's the reason why that water that Nancy was just showing you is beginning to increase as Milton is approaching landfall. So a lot of moving parts here. Most of the winds, the gusts have been in that 55, 65, and close to 77 range down in and around south of the Tampa Bay area near Sarasota. Winds here, not that bad so far, 45, 55, but these will continue to increase as Milton moves ashore and then back towards the east. The other big developing story right now, the flash flood warnings. We got a huge flash flood warning now that encompasses Kissimmee, Claremont, Orlando, up towards Sanford, back towards Titusville, Cocoa Beach, and Melbourne. You guys are all in that flash flood warning. That will continue till 9:45 tonight. That is 1.8 million people impacted by the heavy rain in this particular flood warning. There's another one out of our area, and then there are multiple others up in the Flagler County. Not seeing any rotating thunderstorms up your way, though, so some good news. It's just about the rain. And again, flood warnings remain west of 75, north of the eye. We'll be watching along Sumter County, I-75 in the Marion County through the evening hours.
Yeah, so Tony, you just mentioned that the winds are manageable so far, not too crazy yet. But look at that. Even with the winds that we have right now, we already have thousands of folks without power. Look at this, 7,000 folks in Marion County without power, 7,500 in Sumter County, and 9,000 folks in right now Polk County without power at the moment. So unfortunately, we are expecting these numbers to gradually increase as we go through the night as Milton makes landfall, and we're expecting even stronger winds as it crosses the peninsula. How much stronger can it get? Well, here's a look at your Futurecast wind models here. Around 10 o'clock, the center of the circulation of the eye will already be moving inland, and we're expecting wind gusts of around 78 miles per hour in Polk County, 66 in Osceola County. Winds well over 50 to 60 miles per hour, even into the Orlando metro, including, we're talking about Orange County. And we're going to start to see the winds even pick up on the eastern side as well. As it crosses over at 3 a.m., we have winds of about 50 to 60 miles per hour. Winds of about 60 in Palm Bay, 60 in Melbourne, and 60 in Titusville. Finally, Milton moves offshore, but that doesn't mean the winds just died down. We're still going to see tropical storm strength winds on the backside of this, especially for our coastal communities. Then as we go into Thursday afternoon, inland spots start to get a reprieve from the wind. But look, folks along the coastline still going to be dealing with those strong winds a bit longer. Then as we go into Thursday night to Friday, that's when we'll gradually see those winds subside. So we are still in the thick of it here. I'm expecting more power outages, unfortunately, as those strong winds from Milton are really expected late tonight into the overnight hours is when we'll see the brunt of it. Thankfully, though, as Milton moves away, we'll see drier air moving in and some sunshine as well return to Central Florida. Back to you guys.
All right, Cam, thanks. We'll check in with you again shortly. Now we want to get you out to Florida's Gulf Coast. Families there bracing for the devastating impacts from Milton.
The storm surge, as we saw at the top of this show, just shows how that water is starting to rush into St. Pete. West News' Justin Shecker is live for us in Tampa, where conditions are quickly going downhill. Justin, I saw that emergency alert that you posted.
That's right. The National Weather Service has issued an extreme wind warning here in the Tampa area, and we are feeling those wind gusts here. We moved away from Bayshore Boulevard. We are on Hillsborough Avenue, which is northeast of the bay, and the wind gusts, they are relentless at this hour as Milton moves closer to Florida's Gulf Coast. Now is the time in the Tampa Bay area to take cover. The good news is, being in the evacuation zones earlier today, there were not a lot of cars on the road, so people were listening to local officials that we knew this is what was to come. These strong hurricane force winds and the relentless rain. A big concern across Tampa Bay is the amount of debris from Hurricane Helene that was not picked up in the last 2 weeks. And there was a concern that debris could become projectiles flying through the wind. Luckily, we're in a safe spot here of a shelter to go into if it gets even worse than this. But back there in Orlando, you guys can see this is the heaviest rain, the heaviest wind we are feeling so far here in Tampa Bay from Hurricane Milton. Reporting live in Tampa, I'm Justin Shecker, WESH 2 News.
And just stay safe out there for us, Justin, with our crews as well. We're also going to hear from the governor coming up at 7:30 to give us an update on this storm system that could be making landfall around that time. All right, emergency crews are in place in Osceola County as Milton moves towards Florida.
WESH 2's Luana Munoz is live at the Emergency Operations Center there in Kissimmee with more on what's happening in that county right now. Luana.
You know, Nancy Stewart, it feels pretty calm out here. There's not any heavy winds. However, we did just lose power here, and the generators are now in effect here at the Emergency Operating Center. We can hear the generators blowing literally as we were getting ready to go live. We saw the lights go off. Everything went black here, and then we heard those generators kick in. That is the importance of this location here, and it is all hands on deck here at the Emergency Operating Center. You can see right there, we are storm ready. That is exactly what they are. They are behind the scenes right now. All of the crews are working, communicating with each other, making sure that everyone within the county gets exactly what it is that they need. The big issue right now, of course, the winds, the tornado watches and warnings that we have been hearing Cam and Tony Manolfi talking about. They talked about Bill Linton, the emergency manager or emergency director here, talked about the 2 tornadoes that touched down in Hollopaw area. Those are rural parts of the county, so not really impacting the community. However, they did confirm that those tornadoes did in fact touch down. That is a huge issue. They talked about the tornado watches extending possibly beyond 9 p.m. and into the early morning hours. So EOC officials are really just trying to get the message out tonight that wherever you are, you need to hunker down in place. They don't want people out on the roadways. Take a listen.
Don't hesitate. Get into your nearest central place of your home. Take some bedding or mattress that protects you if you do get some damage to your home. But really do heed that. And I'm asking that our residents really take that to heart tonight, especially as we're going into the evening hours.
All right, Osceola County has opened up 8 shelters countywide. 3 of them are already at max capacity, and that includes Kissimmee Middle School, Liberty High School, and Gateway High School. So those doors have been locked. The other ones are still open. But once again, officials are saying, look, if you haven't made it to a shelter already, just hunker down in place unless you absolutely have to be there. They are expecting the winds to start picking up at around the 8 p.m. hour. That's not too far from now. So things are really going to start changing here. And like I said, before we went on air, the lights, the power went out and the generators kicked in. So it might be hard to tell. It might not be as windy where I'm standing, but that doesn't mean that it's not very windy around us. We're starting to even feel these winds starting to pick up just in this live shot alone. So for now, reporting live in Osceola County, I'm going to continue to talk with the EOC officials here and get more updated information for you. Back to you.
All right, Luana, thank you. We are going to continue to bring you all these impacts county by county here in Central Florida. Also want to let you know, President Biden and Vice President Harris held a hurricane briefing with federal emergency leaders earlier today. The president says the federal government stands ready to help people in the wake of Milton.
I know it's really tough leaving behind your home, your belongings, everything you own. But I urge everyone in Hurricane Milton's path to follow all safety instructions as we head to the next 24 hours.
And meanwhile, on the federal level, President Biden delayed his overseas trip to stress how deadly Milton can become, with local leaders saying avoiding evacuation orders could be deadly. Hundreds of workers on the ground and thousands of National Guard members have been mobilized, but the government is warning of another hazard: misinformation about the help available.
It's just really creating an interference for us to be able to do the job that we need to do.
FEMA has dedicated part of its website to combating false information circulating on social media about its response. President Biden and Vice President Kamala Harris will be briefed throughout the day on Hurricane Milton's path and the preparations underway.
All All right, and we cannot talk enough about the first responders that are on standby, ready to get to work. Take a look at this. This is Miami-Dade Fire Rescue's Urban Search and Rescue Team, Florida Task Force 1. So they're made up about 106 members of this team ready to deploy, equipped with swift floodwater rescue capability, made up of trained firefighters, paramedics, rescue specialists, doctors, engineers, and you saw them there just a little while ago. They have 4 canine teams. And really, when we look at images like this, these are people that are leaving their homes, their families, their own belongings behind to help our communities. And all we can say really is thank you.
We got that joint task force here with Orlando, Orange County, and Seminole County that I met up with them during Michael up in the Panhandle a couple of years ago. So, you know, we always have these crews, and it's good when people come from other communities because the call has been put out there. All right, we also need to tell you about this. World Central Kitchen is offering some relief teams that pre-positioned around the state of Florida. They're working to assist in other areas that are also impacted by this storm to help just simply feed people after it comes through, because the biggest issue could be for electricity and people not having the ability to feed themselves. So I have more updates on where these locations may be set up as the storm rolls past us.
All right, this is important too. So power outages, of course, expected as Milton moves over Central Florida. We're already seeing some in several of our counties. If you can't watch us on TV, WESH 2 will be simulcasting on the radio. That started at 7 o'clock about 15 minutes ago. So you can listen in on Magic 107.7 FM. You can also listen on the iHeartRadio app by tuning into 107.7. WESH 2's continuous coverage will also be streaming on the very local app on your phone, so you can stay connected with us and stay informed.
Power outages during and after the storm could also disrupt your cell service. That's why Starlink is activating its direct-to-cell satellites to help keep you connected. During the storm, T-Mobile phones will be able to connect to the T-Mobile SpaceX network. You'll get a 1 to 2 bars of signal, enough to still be able to send and receive text messages. In the event of an emergency, you can also text 911 and receive emergency alerts.
All right, remember when we were telling you to stay off the roads by 2? Okay,
This is it.
here's why. We were monitoring our highways during the 4 p.m. hour. Yep, and you see it right there. This happened. That's a truck that just spun out of control on the beach line. It ended up crashing into the guardrails you saw there, then it spun back onto the beach line. This was around 4:30 this afternoon. We actually ended up seeing the driver get out of the car, so it appeared that that person was okay. But again, just speaks volumes about why we repeat it over and over again to stay off the roads after a certain time.
And this was the same amount of time that we were following all those tornado warnings
Yes.
in that exact area. So he could have been involved in one of those high-level winds. And as we mentioned, the several tornado warnings were issued this afternoon across Central Florida.
WESH 2's Tony Atkins is live now in the First Warning Weather Lab. He's actually in Cocoa Beach. Tony, what are you seeing out there?
Yeah, we just were allowed in a few moments ago by the cops. They had a really large perimeter because power lines are down in this area where these, strong winds really had a significant impact. I do want to show you some of the damage here live. This is a wide shot of it, but let's get in closer here. We're looking at the urgent care, and you can see a number of those emergency vehicles. But right here at this point, this is a Supercuts location with significant damage. You can see just how much damage has been done to the windows, to the interior. And also, if we could just go off to the left here, you can see a fire truck right there. That's the only light that you're seeing in this area here on Cocoa Beach, because it's so dark. The power lines have been down. Police, they did allow us through, but they're not letting us off of this parking lot, which is like a plaza, because they are still working to get the power situation under control in the area. But again, just significant damage. We were hearing this on the scanner as we were over in Merritt Island. And earlier when I was in Merritt Island, or coming over the causeway, that's when we got the alert about the warning for this tornado. So just a really scary situation. And then to, watch it pass and then come over finally to see the amount of damage, just really significant, striking images here. And this is just one location. So once the power line situation is under control, the road's going to reopen safely. And then we will be able to see damage to other businesses here in the area. But again, this is just one location with some serious damage here. So we're going to stay on top of the weather situation as it develops here in Brevard County. But again, this is just one building. We're going to move around, hopefully get some shots and show you some more damage. But again, tornado warning in this area left behind some pretty serious damage here.
Tony Atkins there with that really eye-opening report from Brevard County that serves as another reminder of the scope of this thing. We are talking about damage already in Cocoa Beach from a storm that's coming in through our west coast.
And not even on the West Coast yet.
And it's not even there yet. And Cam, you have a staggering number in terms of the tornado issues that we
had
today.
a lot of tornado warnings today, not just in our area, but across South Florida and even the Tampa Bay area. The count as of right now, 98 tornado warnings, and 9 of those were confirmed tornadoes. And that number may go up because, again, we're still in the thick of the storm. And so it's not safe likely for the crews to go out and analyze some of this yet.
Right.
So that I'm expecting the number of confirmed tornadoes to likely go up, especially by daybreak tomorrow, Marquise.
Yeah, absolutely. We're going to see that landfall in the next few hours, but we'll still have a couple pieces of energy from Milton making its way on shore that can potentially cause some spin-ups. I know Tony was saying, I was trying to go live, but we just had warning after warning after warning. It felt like from 3 o'clock until 7:30, we had nonstop warnings here.
Yeah, and for folks watching at home, that's how we do this. If there's a warning, we have our meteorologists on there to keep you safe. And so our crews on the field have to wait to show you like the pictures because safety's first.
Because yes, the tornado warnings are imminent because of course there could be literally a tornado on the ground moving through some areas right now. Thankfully, that's not the case right now. I want to get you the latest on the 7 o'clock advisory with Milton. Now, you can see winds as of the moment coming out, moving to the northeast at 15 miles per hour, winds 120 miles per hour, pressure down to 952. And here's a look at the latest path. Again, expected to make landfall fairly soon. Here's a look. We are expecting this to still maintain its intensity as a Category 3 hurricane as it makes landfall and then moves right over central Florida, at least the southern portions of our area as we go into the overnight hours, and then weaken as it crosses the peninsula, and you can see become a tropical storm as it enters the Atlantic. Now, one of the reasons why this is expected to weaken a little further as we go into the overnight hours is this dry air that's starting to eat away at its southwestern periphery, but it can't eat it away enough because it's still going to be a major hurricane at landfall. And speaking of landfall, taking a look at the ruler here. So the landfall is technically when the center of the eye moves over to land, not the eye wall. And so taking a look at the center of the eye, which is right now about 29 miles per hour southwest of Sarasota. Based on that, this is expected to make landfall just a little bit after 9 o'clock our time here. So we are watching for landfall anywhere between 8:30 to about 9 o'clock, 9:15 our time. We are seeing wide swath of rain already with this. Some areas have easily picked up a half a foot of rain. Look at this. Drenching downpours from Daytona Beach to DeLand, the Villages, Leesburg, Bushnell, Sanford, Titusville. Some areas have picked up 7 inches of rainfall, and it continues to pour across our area. By the time this is all said and done, some areas will easily pick up a foot of rainfall. And look at this. We have a flash flood warning in effect for the Orlando Metro, including Brevard, Orange, Seminole, Volusia counties, affecting 1.8 million people. And that's because well over 3 to 6 inches of rain have fallen in these counties, and we could see an additional half a foot before it's said and done. We also have a flood warning in effect for Polk County as well. All the areas that you see in the green polygon are all areas that are currently under some flood advisory. And unfortunately, we'll continue to see this rain as we go through tonight into the overnight hours, bring us drenching downpours. And then finally, this system is expected to move off to the east, offshore, finally bring us some improvement. But up until then, though, Marquise, we are going to see things continue to go downhill.
Yeah, especially closer to where we're expecting that landfall, right? We actually have an extreme wind warning in place, and the winds rushing on shore, well, they're coming from the center of Helene. These could be gusts of up to 120 miles. And this is the area that's going to have the most significant storm surge because of those winds blowing all that water across the coastline. Storm surge here, that could be anywhere between 10, maybe even 15 feet, which does create quite a dangerous situation across that Tampa Bay area. So between now and 9:30, we'll carry that extreme wind warning. And that's around the same time that Milton should be making landfall later tonight is what we're expecting here. So we're going to keep an eye on what's going on across our west coast, but even inland, we've got our own impacts that we'll be dealing with, such as these stronger rain showers that will be returning to Central Florida. Also, multiple power outages widespread across the region. And then on top of that, on the back end of Milton, we have the chance to see some stronger storm surge as well. So all impacts are on the table, but let's take a look at what we could see happening right now. Got a little bit of dry air coming in here, but don't get too comfortable, right? The rain may stop for an hour or two, but we'll have another band, another piece of energy from Milton returning to the region, and that'll increase your chance for some showers coming up momentarily. So I know it's dry. I know you're looking out the window. You're saying, hey, the rain has come to an end, but that is not necessarily the case, unfortunately. Here's the rain that will be heading our direction, coming in from the south and the west, likely within the next hour or so after Milton does make landfall. So here's a look at the timeline for tonight. Hurricane Milton likely making landfall within the next 2 hours. Overnight, though, we'll see those conditions begin to ramp up. So around 11 o'clock, that's when we see the wind speeds start to rush in across the I-4 corridor. And here is a look at it frame by frame as we take you over time with our future cast. We see those gustier winds across Winter Haven, 52 miles per hour, now into Claremont, 60 mile per hour speeds. Here's Milton coming on shore, gusting over hurricane force winds in parts of Polk County, which is where we're going to see some of the fastest moving wind speeds tonight. And then we see that center of rotation pushing towards the north and the east early out the door on Thursday morning. It's going to take the precipitation along with it, but you see along the coastline, we're still going to have those tropical storm force winds throughout the day on Thursday, which is why we're watching out for that storm surge here in Central Florida. We actually have storm surge warnings across Flagler, Volusia, and Brevard counties all throughout the day on Thursday, and we could tack on quite a bit of rain alongside that. 2 hour north into Volusia County, we could see 7 to 10 plus inches of precipitation still on the way. Keep in mind, we're in that northern profile of Milton, and that's the area that sees the most significant rain with this particular storm. So we're watching out for the showers all throughout the rest of the evening. But tomorrow, it's going to be a wind event along the coast, not only just increasing the gusty conditions, but also increasing the storm surge as we move throughout the day on Thursday. And then we gradually start to clear out on Friday and Saturday as temperatures mellow out into the mid 80s.
Marquise and Cam, thank you. We got some new video that's just been posted on social media by the astronauts up at the International Space Station. This is from astronaut Matthew Dominic. He posted this video this morning. He says the storm looks even bigger but less symmetric than it was yesterday. We've seen that as the storm has weakened, that wind field's actually expanded, impacting even more Floridians.
His videos have been incredible. You should
Yes.
follow him on social media. All right, this is pretty cool too. It's a feat of island ingenuity born out of decades of experience with hurricanes. A man originally from Puerto Rico brings his unique storm prep idea to Orlando.
Brian Abel introduces us to Pedro and his mission to keep his home safe through Milton.
Straps and hooks. Pedro Casares showing us his unconventional approach to keeping his Orlando home intact through Hurricane Milton.
Preparing my house for the hurricane. Right now, as you can see, the hooks on the floor, they're 8 feet deep of cement. They have rods in between, and it's to hold the friction of the roof from lifting.
His daughter explains the unique idea was born from experience more than 2 decades ago while Pedro and his family lived in Puerto Rico.
We had a hurricane that we went through, and the back of our roof lifted a little bit. It was aluminum.
Now, roughly $2,000 in for the cement, anchors, and made-to-order straps from Idaho that cover the front, back, and sides of the home.
They hold about 5,400 pounds of weight and wind. So, yeah, we're giving it a test.
They're hoping it's enough to withstand Milton.
Definitely just stay tuned for the aftermath. We shall see.
In Orlando, Brian Abel reporting.
Remember, humans are not the only ones dealing with Milton, so are the wild animals.
So viewer Rob Willets just sent us this picture of a bear paying a visit to his home on Okaloosa Trail. What a picture there.
Yeah.
Wow, that's pretty cool. And if you look toward the top left corner of the picture, you maybe saw a reflection there. I think we lost the picture. What was that? We saw, okay, there it is. Okay, so there, I see it now. You see it up on the top left. That's our own Tony Manolfi on the air.
It's like one of those puzzles where you have to stare really hard and squint your
Exactly.
eyes.
So the bear was looking through the door to try to watch Tony. That's exactly what happened here. So yeah, Central Florida, Bears are choosing to watch the WESH weather team.
They needed an update,
yeah.
and there you
There
go.
you go. We don't, we need a light moment every now and then. So there you go.
It's 7:30. Our coverage continues now.
You're watching continuing coverage of Milton from WESH 2.
That wind is screaming. Oh, yeah.
Video now in from Osceola County during the tornado warning, one of many that we saw today. This is shot by Tim Barton in the Deer Park area. He's on the side of the road when he starts rolling in what he believes is a tornado approaching. And you can see from the trees that are just laying on their sides, the winds are certainly strong in this area.
Yeah, we were, tracking that here on the air as that was moving in. And Cam, now you have some staggering numbers about the tornado activity that we were seeing around our state earlier.
Almost 100 tornado warnings just for Milton alone. That is between us, the Tampa office, as well as Miami. I mean, at one point, literally all of South Florida, which is covered with these red boxes indicating tornado warnings. And since this afternoon, we've been busy with warnings, and hopefully that's it for the night. But out of those 98 tornado warnings, 10% of them verified as confirmed. And I expect that number to actually go up because, again, survey crews have not gotten a chance to go out and analyze it. I mean, we're in the thick of the storm. So let's hope those numbers don't continue to go up, Marquise. Although right now we're getting, I don't even want to say it, but we're tracking a couple cells offshore, but nothing active right now in our area.
Thankfully, yes, that's the case. But what's onshore could potentially make its way closer to us. I know that Milton's moving at right around 15 miles per hour. So we're anticipating that landfall within the next 2 hours across that Tampa Bay, Sarasota area coming up.
I would say just after 9 o'clock is when we're anticipating that landfall. But here's a look at the latest for the 7 o'clock advisory. Marquise is actually going to have a look at the county by county graphics in just a second. I'm going to give you the latest update on what's happening right now. So here's a look at Milton. A powerful Cat 3 hurricane still with winds of 120 miles per hour moving northeast at 15, pressure at 952 millibar. And so at this rate, we are expecting landfall just after 9 o'clock this evening, still expected to move right over Central Florida, especially our far southern counties. That center circulation is expected to move over Polk as well as southern Polk County and Osceola County as well. It could graze the southern portions of Orange County as well. Landfall looks to be either just south of Tampa Bay or near the Sarasota area at this moment. And then it crosses the peninsula and weakens into a tropical storm. Here's a look at our live radar. So I put the ruler here. So landfall is technically by definition when the center of the eye moves over land, not the eye wall itself, but the actual center. And with this is about 28, 29 miles offshore of Sarasota. Based on the forward motion of the storm, this is expected to make landfall right around 9:15 this evening. But look at all the rain we've been seeing up ahead of it. A large, heavy rain swath right over DeLand, New Smyrna Beach, the Villages, Bushnell, Leesburg right now, Claremont, downtown Orlando, even out towards Brevard County. So we have flash flood warnings in effect. And that means there is literally a chance that if we get any more rain, we could see high rivers or high roads, water on the roads, like what we saw in Tony's live shot earlier, actually. And we are seeing that over Brevard, Orange, Seminole, and Volusia counties. Look at the staggering number of people this flash flood warning affects. 1.8 million folks right now currently under that flash flood warning. And I wanted to take the radar off of it just to show you just how much real estate that flash flood warning encompasses. It's basically the entire Orlando metro is under that flash flood warning. Down to the south, we also have flood warnings in Polk, and we are going to see additional rainfall. Look at Futurecast as we go into late tonight in the overnight hours. 2 a.m., another swath of heavy rain moves through. Finally, we really don't get a break in the rainfall until we get into about midday tomorrow, Marquise.
Yeah, it's going to be a while between then and now. A long night for us here in Central Florida. But I'll give you guys another look at the radar. And here's the signatures that Cam was talking about offshore, moving towards the north and the west. And if we get some more turning going on before Milton does make landfall, that could potentially head our direction overnight. We're still about 2 hours away from landfall. But nevertheless, we've seen quite a bit of rain due to Milton so far. Some of the heaviest hit communities include Brevard County, in which we've seen the rain stack up upwards of 7+ inches. So quite a great deal of precipitation did head our direction. But as we take a closer look now, there we go. Looks like 2 inches in Mico, Cocoa Beach, where we see this shade of red that's likely going to be upwards of 5 inches. Kissimmee 6.2, just outside the metro into Bithlo across 528. 5.5 inches of precipitation so far. And as we head further north, well, here's where the rain is going, that direction towards the north and the west into DeLand, 4.9 inches, Titusville, 5.5. So the rain has come down in bunches, and we're not quite done yet. So we can see 4 to 10 more inches of precipitation before Milton is said and done across our easternmost communities. But there's another impact that you have to watch out for, and that's going to be the storm surge. Milton's going to make its way across the I-4 corridor and then eventually dip into the Atlantic tomorrow morning. And then on the backside of Milton, we'll still have possible Category 1 force winds, and that's what's going to increase the storm surge as we move across our easternmost counties. And one last area that we're going to look at is just out towards I-75, some of the fastest winds and rain. We'll take you county by county, take a look at some more impacts coming up in the next 15 minutes, but let's send it back to the desk.
Marquise, thank you. We've been watching and waiting. The governor, I think, is now about to approach the podium.
We also saw it sped up, which means it's hitting the Gulf Coast prior to high tide, which we hope will help mitigate some of the storm surge. There isn't, you see it already developing, and there's going to continue to be storm surge both on the West Coast and eventually on the East Coast of Florida. And we're going to see a significant amount of rainfall on the northern part of the storm. There's already been 116 tornado warnings with 19 confirmed touchdowns throughout the state, 9 flash flood warnings, and 4 additional flood watches, with many, many more to come. Numerous counties have reported tornado damage. Peak storm surge is predicted to be between 5 and 13 feet, depending on where you are on the Gulf Coast of Florida. As of right now, the peak storm surge looks to be between the Charlotte-Lee County line up until Anna Maria Island in Manatee County. Prior to landfall, the state completed nearly 2,000 missions. Generators were sent to shelters. We have massive amounts of fuel reserves that are staged and ready to go, millions of gallons of gas. When the ports reopen, Florida Highway Patrol will be standing by to escort fuel trucks to service stations so that people will have access to fuel as they return to their homes. The Florida Department of Transportation is staged and ready to go as soon as the storm passes. They have 156 bridge inspectors, which will go to clear the bridges, 402 cut and toss personnel, and over 1,000 generators and 350 pieces of heavy equipment and trucks. We have massive amounts of search and rescue equipment and personnel standing by. And we hope that there's not a big need for that, but we're prepared for that. And that's not just our state and local. It's also our National Guard, our State Guard. We have about 9,000 National Guard personnel between Florida and other states. We also have Florida Highway Patrol, Fish and Wildlife, Department of Law Enforcement, and of course our Florida State Guard. There was a lot of questions about pre-staging linemen, which is our practice here in Florida, given that you have a lot of linemen working for Hurricane Helene in places like Georgia and North Carolina. I'm happy to report that we have over 50,000 linemen that are in the state of Florida, and as soon as it's safe to do so, they will commence with power restoration. We're already seeing power outages. You're going to continue to see a lot more power outages over the course of tonight and into tomorrow morning. Now, at this point, it's too dangerous to evacuate safely, so you have to shelter in place and just hunker down. Category 3 storm for most places in Florida, particularly newer construction. Likely the building is going to be able to withstand it. But if you start to get in a situation where trees are snapping, power's popping, you do have to treat it like a tornado. And then if you are in a tornado warning, that's a duck and cover in a place that's safe in your structure. Those can be very, very dangerous, even if you are inside in cover. Stay inside and stay off the roads. Floodwaters and rushing storm surge are very dangerous. And I would say that's even more so in spite of everything the state did to help these local communities hit by Helene remove a lot of debris. And they did move a lot of debris over the last 72 hours. You're going to have new debris created, and you still have some of that old debris in some of those places. So there's going to be hazards in the storm surge and in the flood waters. stay put until the storm is passed. If you are in Sarasota, Manatee, some of those areas where the eye of the storm is going, it may be where things calm down for a minute. Just understand that means you're in the eye. It's going to go back and get really nasty very soon. So don't go outdoors until it is confirmed safe. You can listen to your local emergency management officials about that one. Power outages are going to happen, as I mentioned. So please, if you're using a generator, make sure that you're using it safely. Do not run the generator inside your home. That can be fatal. Make sure it's outside the home at a safe distance from windows and doorways. If you see dangerous conditions, please report those to your local authorities so that they can help protect people and mitigate it. So the storm is here. It's time for everybody to hunker down. I know we've got massive amounts of resources that have been prepared for this storm. People are tired because of having to deal with Hurricane Helene. And yet all I've seen is people just dig deep inside and say, we're not going to be denied. We're going to get the job done. So I really appreciate everybody that's worked so hard on the heels of Helene to prepare for this storm and to be ready to go. And you will see that in action very shortly as this storm passes. Okay, Kevin Guthrie.
Thank you, Governor, for leading us through this. Appreciate your support. Conditions across the state continue to deteriorate as Hurricane Milton approaches landfall on Florida's. No more Michael. No, sir. No, sir. As Hurricane Milton approaches landfall on Florida's west coast. Many areas are already experiencing life-threatening storm surge or life-threatening tornadoes. Please make sure if a tornado warning comes in, especially on our east coast of Florida, we have certainly had a lot of tornadic activity over there with confirmed radar signature, confirmed tornadoes. We do have Virginia Task Force 1, Ohio Task Force 1, and Miami Task Force 1 going into those areas to help with those structural collapses that have happened. We're receiving somewhere in the neighborhood. This is really, really rough numbers right now, but about 125 homes that have been destroyed, most of them mobile homes and senior communities. So we're trying to get into Florida's most vulnerable to make sure they're taken care of. If you have not already left, as I just said, as the governor just said, you need to stay inside, stay safe, and stay put. Make sure that you're getting to a central area of your home, that you're getting as low as you possibly can. That is, if you have a single-story residence and no storm surge, you want to get as low as you possibly can. I had this question asked to me earlier. Do I go to the bottom of the house if I got storm surge? The answer is no. If you've got 2 floors, you need to go to the lowest part of the second floor to escape the storm surge. Please do not. If you have storm surge coming in, please just do not go to the lowest level of your home. Do not attempt to leave your home or drive during the storm. Roads may be flooded, blocked by debris, or have down power lines. Please do not risk it. If you hear, as the governor said, if you hear trees snapping, that means that there is going to be flying debris. You should seek shelter immediately and treat it as if it's a tornado. Protect yourself from flying debris by putting household items such as pillows, heavy coats, blankets on top of you. There may be a point where you think the storm is over. If it goes from absolutely nothing or absolutely horrible and terrible to absolutely nothing, then you are most likely in the eye of the tornado. Please stay in place. Do not come out. We are anticipating power outages, as the governor's already mentioned, with this storm. Take time now, if you still have power, to keep those electronic devices plugged in and keep the charge full. If you lose power and are going to use a generator for backup power, please use it safely. You've heard the governor and myself say this. Keep it 20 feet away from the doors and windows of your home. Make sure you wait 20 minutes for it to cool down before you refuel it. Make sure it's on a clean, dry surface. And then be sure to have a carbon monoxide monitor in your home. After the storm has passed your area, it is critical that you listen to local authorities for guidance on when it is safe to go outside or to return home. Do not venture out. Hazardous materials, debris, and flooding could still be present. Do not attempt to clean up the debris by yourself, especially fallen trees or power lines. If you see a dangerous condition, please report them to your local authorities utilizing your 911 lines or non-emergency lines. Residents needing information can continue to call our state assistance information line, which will be open for most likely weeks. That number is 1-800-342-3557. That's 1-800-342-3557. Please follow the agency on X and Instagram at FLSERT and on Facebook at FDEM. That is the best way to go and catch up on latest up-to-date information from the division. If you do not have access to that, but you have access to the internet, please make sure you go to floridadisaster.org/updates. Floridians, we are with you. We will be with you. The state of Florida is leading the way on this charge. Please know that we're coming as fast as we possibly can. There's going to be places that we just cannot get to until the winds die down. But as I've already mentioned, there are strong winds. There are banding rains. But we have the men and women of Florida Task Force 1 out of Miami-Dade, as well as members from the Ohio and Virginia Task Force going into harm's way to help you out. We will continue to do that all night long. I will be here throughout the night along with my team. Governor, it's been a pleasure working with you to this point, but I also want to say thank you for your leadership. And I know that you're not going to go anywhere anytime soon. And I appreciate your leadership. Thank you, sir.
So we are staged with massive amounts of search and rescue assets, not just with the cities and counties and their considerable resources, all the state assets for our state agencies and National Guard, as well as urban search and rescue teams. And so we will be ready to help people who are in harm's way. And hopefully we don't have a lot. I know a lot of people did heed the call to leave, but that will be a priority to save lives. We also have a record number of people there for the restoration of power. These linemen, people love seeing the linemen coming in on the interstate. It's a great sight. They will get to work, get their power resumed as quick as possible. And then we have massive amounts of fuel on standby that we can use, but we also want to make sure these ports get up and running. I mean, we'll see what the damage is to Manatee and to Tampa. We have been discussing, and Kevin and his team have been discussing with our federal partners like the Army Corps and some of these agencies, some expectations about getting these ports back. And I think there's a difference between kind of Florida expectations, which is like we get this stuff done quick, and maybe how the federal bureaucracies have typically worked. But I think that we have had very good conversations. I think there is a sense of urgency with some of the federal agencies as well. But we want to get these ports back open as quickly as possible. We're going to have to assess some damage. Now, the track of this storm, the fact that it is Sarasota, perhaps the Port of Tampa is not going to take a major hit like it would have if it was a direct impact, but we'll see. Manatee is probably going to be a little bit closer to where it's getting some of the big impact, but we think it's really important that all services are be able to resume, and we have contingencies to be able to get fuel in where it needs to go. But it'd sure be a lot easier if we just get that coming into the ports. And so those are all going to be priorities from here on out. So if you are watching this, just hunker down. If you're in the path of this storm, it's dangerous outside. There's going to be a lot of hazards. Even when it passes, if there's floodwaters, be very careful about any of that. Help is on the way. We're going to get everyone back, get everyone up on their feet again, and we'll mitigate the damage as best we can.
The president said that he has spoken with you. Have you talked about getting more resources from the federal government here in the state, getting things back open?
So as I mentioned, we've been discussing with some of the federal partners about acceleration of what needs to be done if something needs to be done on these ports. To say like, oh, it's going to be weeks for a port, no, that doesn't work. Okay, we got to get it open. And I think they're of the same mind. And I think that Kevin and our team have had good conversations. We've also, Kevin, I know, is talking, both Kevin and I talk with the FEMA administrator about some of the things that we're looking for, for example, with this debris. Let local governments do the debris a little bit differently so that we incentivize people to come and do it quickly. Because the way it goes now, it was hard to even get people to do their debris. You had them going other ways. It just didn't make economic sense for doing that. And a lot of the debris takes like 6 months to do. And that's just kind of been the standard. I think we showed by surging our resources, which is really unprecedented. We knocked out a lot of debris in like 72 hours. So we want to have a debris where there's incentives to do it and do it quickly. I don't want to have to even talk about this now, but we're not out of hurricane season. There is the possibility of another storm brewing, and that's going to come into the Gulf. It's possible. I hope it doesn't happen. But so we want to be able to have them with contractors and have them have things working with the FEMA reimbursements that makes sense. And I think Kevin, I think Administrator Criswell has been very receptive to that because it just makes sense.
Governor, from
Guthrie. In terms of the timeline of recovery, and last time with Helene, you were able to get search and rescue units kind of out there before, if I remember correctly, before the sun even came up.
That'll happen again. Yes. So yeah, they will do in the dark. That is totally, absolutely fine. It's just a question of making sure that it's safe for them to go out. So as soon as that storm passes, and the fact that it came in earlier than thought, that's good for the high tide because the high tide's not here yet. I think it'll help with the surge, but it's going to mean pretty much all the rescues are going to be done in the dark in the middle of the night. But that's fine. They're going to do that. All of our folks are doing that, and they will be on target.
Since you have so many people here in the state, more than previous storms, are you expecting things to kind of be restored quicker than previous storms? Like Helene was power back within a week. Are we expecting that even sooner, 3 days, 5 days?
Well, we need to figure out how much power is out. I mean, we just don't know, right? And so we'll see. But I thought we didn't get hit with Dorian, but it was coming, so we prepared. I thought maybe we had reached 50 with Dorian. We didn't. We reached in the 40s. We did 40,000s for Ian in the 40s. This is the first time we've crossed 50, and so I think that that's good. I think there's a lot of people that are excited about going to work. I know Floridians really appreciate these guys when they get out there. And if you look, the fact that it's going Sarasota across, that's heavy Florida Power and Light territory. Those guys are a well-oiled machine at this. They do a really good job. A lot of their infrastructure handles the storms very well. And so a lot of times when you're talking about power restoration, if you have the people there and you go quick, you can potentially reconnect relatively quickly. If the whole thing is blown out where you have to rebuild it, it takes longer. My sense is that if it's a lot of FPL stuff, their infrastructure probably going to be able to weather a lot of this. So they'll have to do some reconnects, but maybe not a full rebuild. Fort Myers Beach for Hurricane Ian was FPL, and they honestly, they could have gotten the power back on very quickly. It was too dangerous to hook it up because of the homes with the storm surge, but their substations actually did pretty good. So I think it remains to be seen with that. Now, in terms of the search and rescue personnel, I'd like nothing better than to be here tomorrow night telling you we're sending all of it back to the States. I would love that, to say, you know what, we did whatever we needed to do, just like Helene. And then 24 hours later, it was fine. Thank you. And you guys go back home. We would love to do that. I'm hoping that we're not going to need them to be long, but it's just going to depend on what the damage is. So we'll see. I mean, look, these storms, it's like how many, what population, how many people, how much infrastructure. And this thing has come up. It kind of went east into Sarasota County. I don't know where they're going to say the landfall was. Maybe Venice, from what I'm looking on the radar. Maybe middle Sarasota County. But if it cuts across from there, there's a lot of rural areas. Whereas if it would have gone into Tampa Bay and rode up I-4, that's like millions and millions of people. I do think north of the storm, there's a lot of precipitation. I think you're going to see inland flooding in central Florida, north central Florida. I think you're going to see storm surge in northeast Florida, places like Daytona Beach, Flagler Beach, St. Johns County. I think you will see that coming on the backside of the storm. So we'll see how all that shakes out. But bottom line is we have the resources amassed. We'll use all that we need. But yes, I hope I can just send a bunch of them home to say, we got the job done.
And the HP posted a video earlier today of a dog chained to a fence. They went and rescued it. Do you know what's happening with that dog?
I mean, first of all, what kind of an animal would just leave a dog chained to a pole in the middle of a hurricane? I mean, it's just unbelievable that somebody would do that. And so I'm thankful for the FHP folks out of Tampa for rescuing the dog. They did bring it to the vet. The dog has a clean bill of health. And who knows, maybe we'll do some adoption, put the dog up for adoption, and we can have some people in Florida come and compete for it and take it. But, it's just like, I mean, people do a lot of dumb things, but you just see that. And so I hope they find the person who did it, and that person should have the book thrown at them. We've got very good laws in Florida against animal cruelty. These dogs, we've got dogs that are going to be helping in the storm. These police working dogs, they're great. They're great canines. So we don't have tolerance for that in Florida. I thought it was outrageous that somebody would do that.
Can you talk about the size of the storm
what people should expect from the wind fields, how wide the eye is, or anything like that as it comes on the shore?
So it's interesting. I think the storm did deteriorate because of the wind shear. I mean, we were here, 24 hours ago, and it was 180 miles an hour. And no one thought it was going to come ashore at that. But I think a lot of people thought it was going to come ashore as a pretty strong 4. And it ended up coming as basically a mid-level 3. Now, it doesn't mean there's not storm surge. It doesn't mean there's not hazards. There is. It's a serious, serious storm. But in terms of some of the damage that we're going to see from wind, there just is a big difference between 140, 150, and 120. We saw with Hurricane Ian, which was basically a Category 5. I think it may have landed just a tick below. Of course, we saw it with Hurricane Michael, which was a Category 5. As you get into the 120 range, 115 range, still hazardous, can still do a lot of damage. But Florida buildings in particular, new ones, they're going to be able to withstand that for sure. And so I think that likely, look, I'm cautiously optimistic that with the Florida building code that you're going to do. Now, the storm surge is a different story. And we've had storms that, Hurricane Michael was not necessarily known for being massive storm surge, even though it was like a tornado and it obliterated so many structures. And then there have been other storms that have been Cat 3 that produced massive storm surge. So I think it's too early to tell on that. But I think the fact that whether it was the shear or whatever happened, the fact that it did weaken before it made landfall is going to be benefit to us compared to what we were looking at 24 hours ago. But regardless of the winds from the storm directly, we've already seen probably more tornado watches than I've ever seen. I was talking to people. Do you ever remember? No one remembers ever seeing this many tornado warnings that have been done. So that spun off a lot of tornadoes. And you have them. It's not like, there was Fort Myers, but there was Palm Beach. There was Port St. Lucie. I mean, it was all over the state. So that is a hazard for sure. And I think we're likely to continue to see those throughout tonight.
Have you seen the tornadoes about the incentives for debris removal crews to get more of them coming in here?
So as the governor said, he and I had a conversation today with Deanne Criswell. She's actually coming in here tonight at some point in time when weather permits to be with us tomorrow. But I will say she said that we were on the right track. She felt like that was a very good idea to get some type of incentive for individuals to come here. Maybe, again, incentivizing people from maybe west of the Mississippi, west of the Ohio River, so we're not competing against people that are in North Carolina. But again, we talked about some potential opportunities there, and she was going to get her some of her senior directors to come in, and one of them, Robert Pesapane, who is actually over that entire program, is actually traveling from DC tonight as well to actually sit down and have a conversation with us so that we could all get to a situation where we think the best move forward is, we can take that best move forward. However, as the governor also alluded to, there's I think a parallel path, and that we don't do bureaucracy. We don't go in linear paths. We don't throw all of our eggs in one basket. We are talking about reaching out for Emergency Management Assistance Compact, EMAC, or mutual aid through other states to start bringing in some other DOT-like, public works-like individuals to help us with mutual aid. Again, we don't know what might happen in the next 10 to 15 days. We want to get some of this debris picked up again. We've shown how government sometimes, unfortunately, usually private sector is better than us, but we've shown them that we can get this stuff done, and we can get it done quickly if we cut through the bureaucracy. So we're going to look at the incentive-ish program, and we're going to also look at bringing in mutual aid from other states.
Well, I mean, and the thing is there could be another storm this season, but the debris, I mean, the standard practice with this debris, the way it works, is it takes months and months to do debris.
You're watching continuing coverage of Milton from WESH 2.
Now at 8, widespread damage from Hurricane Milton. The president offering the federal government's full support.
We've already directed the Department of Defense to be ready to provide active duty service members to support Florida.
WESH 2 has reporters stationed across Central Florida, including on the Gulf Coast.
This is also going to be a rainmaker as Milton continues to drop rain on us here in Tampa.
We'll stay on the air with no commercial breaks until the storm passes. Hello, everyone. Just shy of 8 o'clock on this Wednesday evening. Of course, we are tracking Hurricane Milton. We were just hearing from a press conference from Governor Ron DeSantis, Florida Division of Emergency Management Director, Executive Director Kevin Guthrie, detailing a bit of how everything stands right now. Of course, if you look out the window, you'll see what they were talking about. We're in the middle of it. Now is not the time to be moving. This is what we've been preparing for. Again, just shy of 8 o'clock on this Wednesday evening.
So, guys, the main takeaways that I'm hearing from everyone across the area is life-threatening storm surge, life-threatening tornadoes, life-threatening flooding. We just got the 8 p.m. advisory. How is this storm looking right now, Cam?
It's still a major hurricane, and it's about to make landfall fairly soon. I would say in the next hour to hour and a half. It's about 20 miles south of Sarasota right now, so we are expecting landfall again a little after 9 o'clock this evening. And unfortunately, it is still a Category 3 hurricane with winds sustained of 120 miles per hour, moving east-northeast at 15. Pressure still at 954. So in terms of the logistics itself, nothing's really changed there. But again, this is expected to make landfall soon. If we can get WSI 2 behind me here, that's a look at the latest imagery with Milton. We are expecting it to make landfall and then move over the Tampa Bay area as we go into tonight. So here's a look at the latest satellite imagery with Milton here. It's going to make landfall just south of Tampa Bay, then cross over central Florida, and then weaken as it does so, emerging out towards the Atlantic side as a tropical storm. Here's a look at all the storm reports we've seen so far today from Milton, and the majority of those have either been flooding or actually tornado threats. So we've had a lot of wind, a lot of rain, and I want to hone in here over in Brevard County. We got reports of a tornado likely, meaning it hasn't been confirmed yet by the National Weather Service, but there was some damage reported of a roof being ripped off a Wells Fargo building near US 1 and Banana River Boulevard in Cocoa Beach. And there was a tornado warning around that time frame. So again, none of this has been confirmed by National Weather Service because they need to get out and actually look at it. And right now, this is just a mess right now. We're in the thick of things. Here's a look at the eye wall. It's the northern periphery of the eye wall is about to interact and move over land, but landfall is when the center of the eye, not the eye wall itself, moves over land. So we still have about an hour before that happens here. So the center circulation is still offshore. But we're seeing very heavy bands of rain all over central Florida this evening. In fact, so much rain has fallen that basically the entire Orlando metro, Brevard, Orange, Seminole, and Volusia County, all under a flash flood warning right now, meaning flooding is either happening right now or is imminent. And not just for us, that affects 1.8 million people. But look at this, even all across Hillsborough, Pasco, Pinellas, and Polk County under flash flood warning as well, affecting over 2 million people. So we have flooding that is likely happening right now in our area. And unfortunately, we are expecting even more rain on the way. And we also have an extreme wind warning, Marquise.
Yes, this extreme wind warning. Yeah, it just means that across the Tampa region, Ruskin as well, that's where we see these breezy conditions rushing on shore. And you're wondering what speed these winds are. Well, they're just as fast as the center of circulation around Milton. So these could be up to 120 miles per hour across I-75. And what those winds are bringing in, they're not just gusty conditions. It's the storm surge that they're bringing in. And that could be a very devastating detail. That storm surge could possibly rise anywhere between 10 and 15 feet. And oftentimes it's the storm surge that's the most deadly impact for any severe weather events. So in regards to Milton so far, what we've seen across our neck of the woods, right? That includes the National Weather Service offices from Melbourne, Tampa, also Miami. We've seen 98 tornado warnings so far. There could be possibly more across the state of Florida to our north and to our south, but 98 is the number that we have. And 9 of these have been confirmed tornadoes. 41 of them have come from the National Weather Service in Melbourne. So we've had a lot of them across the coast as well. We'll take you out towards the coast as we go county by county right now. And one of the bigger impacts that we'll have to worry about, not just today, but also throughout the day tomorrow, is going to be the storm surge. Milton's going to come on shore and almost ride parallel to the I-4 corridor before exiting off into the Atlantic. And with that being said, what it's going to do on the back end is kick up those Category 1 force winds, most likely, and increase the storm surge for our Atlantic communities. So that's just another impact that you'll have to worry about after the rainfall does subside. Before that ends, though, we could possibly see 4 to 10 more inches of rain across I-95 out to our east. And out towards the west, across the counties of Marion, Sumter, and Lake, some of the bigger details that we're worried about tonight and throughout the morning tomorrow will be the rain. In fact, this is where the heaviest rain showers are likely going to stack up. Certain locations could possibly see 12 plus inches of precipitation. But for counties like Lake and Sumter, you're going to be close to that eye making its way on shore, so you'll be breezy as well. Those gusts could possibly be upwards of 85 miles per hour. And as we go through our last few counties here and towards the center, here's where we have the fastest and strongest wind threat. You'll be much closer to the eye. Gusts could be possibly 80 to 90 miles per hour, but you'll also see about 4 to 8 inches of rain. So it's the strongest wind threat closer to the eye. But as you move away from it to our northernmost communities, that's where we see the heaviest rain likely going to stack up tonight and through the early morning hours tomorrow. So as we take you through the timeline, Milton is going to make landfall likely within the next hour coming up. Around that 9 o'clock hours when the center of circulation comes on shore. Overnight, though, those hurricane conditions continue with strong, gusty, breezy winds here all widespread across central Florida. In fact, that tropical storm force wind field surrounding Milton could be upwards of 275 miles. So all across nearly the entire state of Florida will feel those tropical storm force winds. And here's a last look at that rain that Cam was mentioning all across the northern half of our area here, stretching from Winter Haven through Orlando, pretty much as north of I-4 is where we have the heaviest rain continuing to pile up. But it was towards the south that we saw the rain earlier, upwards of 5.5 inches in parts of Brevard County, 6 inches just east of Kissimmee, 6.2 to be exact. As we take a look further north into DeLand, nearly 5 inches of rain, 5.5 across areas like Titusville, and we certainly got a lot more rain to get through. That'll be one of the major impacts that we're tracking overnight and then through Thursday morning, but we still could possibly have a tornado risk as we still are under the influence of Milton. We could possibly see a couple more spin-ups over the course of the evening. So it's rain, the storm surge, the wind, we have it all, and then we add on the chance for additional coastal flooding tomorrow as Milton exits into the Atlantic.
All right, Marquise, thank you so much. And we've been telling you throughout the day, throughout the week, that we have sent our crews to all corners of Central Florida and beyond just to make sure that you guys are well informed about what's happening ahead of the storm. And now that we're in the storm, what is happening now to make sure that you are safe at your home? And it is really an all hands on deck situation. I mean, we have emergency officials in every single county working around the clock to make sure that you're prepared and that you're safe at home.
Oh, yeah, from the state level with Emergency Management Director Kevin Guthrie and the governor all the way down to the counties, to the cities and whatnot. Right now, let's get you out to West 2's Luana Munoz, who's in Osceola County near the EOC there. Luana, take it away.
You know, you guys just said it best. It is literally all hands on deck here at the EOC in Osceola County. Everyone is inside of this building behind me, working very hard and diligently, making sure that all of the first responders are communicating with one another. There's also a hotline here where people can call in, residents can call in and get information. So they're sharing that information and everyone is sort of huddled together. We saw them coming in earlier today. They've got their sleeping bags, they're staying overnight. So this is definitely an all hands on deck situation. Speaking of the conditions out here, you can see there's just a few sprinkles out in the air, really calm, no winds right now, but that wasn't the case a little bit earlier today as we saw with those tornadoes, watches and warnings, which have remained in effect overnight. And there were 2 tornadoes that did touch down. They believe here at the EOC that may have impacted the electricity here. We saw a couple times that it went to black, and then we heard the generators kicking in tonight. So they're not exactly sure what's going on. It could be that we're kind of in a tighter area right here, so we're not seeing all of the winds, or this could just simply be the calm right before the storm. This is about that time when the EOC management director, Bill Linton, told me that we're going to start really starting to feel those winds from Milton. So they really want people to hunker down, stay in place, get in a good location. If you have to go to a shelter, definitely now is the time to do it. Take a listen.
Don't hesitate. Get into your nearest central place of your home. Take some bedding or mattress that protects you if you do get some damage to your home. But really do heed that. And I'm asking that our residents really take that to heart tonight, especially as we're going into the evening hours.
Another tip of advice, close all the doors inside of your home. That'll minimize the wind or the damage that can go through your home. And as you heard from Bill Litton saying, get to the center area or a bathroom as well. They typically say the bathroom because that area is protected. It's got a lot of tile around it. So those are areas where you can stay safe. There are 8 shelters here in Osceola County that are open. 3 of them are already at max capacity. They're really hoping for people to hunker down and stay in place. But if you have to find a safe haven, the shelters are open. We are starting to feel those winds starting to pick up this evening. There is a curfew that is now in place. It started at 8 p.m. and it's going to go until 10 a.m. tomorrow morning. So they say even at 10 a.m., you need to gauge it. You need to follow what's going on. Heed the warnings and the advice. Step outside. Make sure that it's okay to get in your vehicle and drive because you don't know what you're going to see out there on the roadways. There could be damage. There could be flooding. So a lot of factors are going to go into play. This is certainly nothing that you want to play around with or that you think, oh, everything is fine and safe. So for now, we are reporting live in Osceola County, getting those updates from those emergency management officials, and we're starting to feel those rain or the winds starting to pick up out here. I'm going to send it back to you guys in the studio.
All right, Luana, get someplace safe. And she did mention that there is a helpline and that there's a place you can text for alerts. So if you want alerts in Osceola County, you can text Alert Osceola to 888-777. There's also a helpline that they have for you, 407-742-0000. So if you need anything, and it's important to have the alerts come straight to your phone because anything can happen during storms, especially tornadoes.
Absolutely. We all have our phones on us. We've got them right here. Easy to get texts and updates. We've all seen kind of the emergency things that either jar you out of your sleep or catch your attention. So very important there. During the forecast just a few minutes ago when Marquise and Cam were on, they were talking about that wind possible, not confirmed, but tornado in Brevard County. We've actually got West 2's Tony Atkins live in Brevard County out there. Tony, we see some stuff behind you. Give us a look at what's going on there.
Yeah, we're seeing significant storm damage here. Again, they have to confirm whether or not it was actually a tornado, but just really strong winds. I talked to one woman. She said it felt like a mountain was crashing down, and she went to get shelter. I just want to show you some of the damage here. Look at this column. This is a Wells Fargo bank, and you could just really a testament to how strong the winds is. You can see this piece of wood and how it's just snapped in half by the strong winds. Take a look at the bank itself, more columns on the ground there, but also the roof. The roof is gone. And we were on the back side of the building. There's tons of debris on that side. There's also damage to the building behind it, which is a more, solid cement and brick building. But yeah, this really caused some significant issues in this area. And the only reason why you can see this is because of our weather lab. That's the only light here in the area. I want to come around here. So crews here, they have been working to take care of the power lines, those active, dangerous power lines. There are tons of power lines that were down, but once it was safe, police allowed the public to continue driving through, and they've been working on that. If you look there at the street light, you can see some of the debris there, and that is actually coming from what it appears to be coming from this carport, which is right across the street. You can see some of the awning, that aluminum just on the ground, and we are also seeing some flashes. It appears to be lightning off in the distance, off over the ocean. But yeah, just significant damage here along US 1, this Wells Fargo bank. Not the only place damaged here. Right across the street, there was a Supercuts, and just total destruction over there as well, because one of the rooms, the break room or their kitchen area, when I say that the window was completely destroyed, it's not a news cliche. It was actually totally obliterated by these strong winds. We also talked to some other people in the dark neighborhood back there. They are also dealing with damage to their fences and homes. We saw debris out there, but it's so dark because it's the power is out. It does appear actually that truck, that line crew that we saw, may have gotten some lights on back there. So we might be able to go back there and get a better visual of some of the damage back there. But again, just really significant damage here. One other thing I'll show you before I wrap up, that Supercuts right over there. But look at this. You can see I'm just going to hustle over here. I just want to see, look at this, just wrapped around this pole right here. Just this is aluminum from, it appears that is from right across the street. It blew over here and wrapped around this entire pole. So that's just a testament to how strong these winds is. Now, again, we were heading over the causeway we were heading toward Cocoa Beach. This was our destination. We were on the causeway over the bridge when we got the alert about this tornado warning. We immediately went to get shelter. Shortly after, once things calmed down, we started hearing about this over the scanner. But just to come out and see it, some people were here, they heard it. But really to actually see it and to know this is somewhere we could have been is just a testament to how dangerous this storm is, and you don't want to be out in this at all. And another thing to note, Stuart pointed this out earlier, we're on the east coast of Florida, and Milton has yet to actually make official landfall over on the Gulf Coast. So if we're feeling this now, it's going to be a really long night as Milton continues to press on up into Florida and across the state. For now, reporting live in Brevard County, Tony Atkins, WESH 2 News.
Tony, I just want you to hang around for just another second if I could ask you a question. Do we still have Tony up here? I just was wondering. So, Tony, we've seen the destruction. We've seen the aftermath of that tornado warning. What we haven't confirmed that it was, in fact, a tornado yet. But can you just walk us through what the weather conditions were like? Was it rainy? Just walk us through what you witnessed, because I know you've been out there all afternoon.
Yeah, it truly has been like a light switch. We've been not struggling, but we've been waiting to go on air for hours, but we couldn't because, we have to get on wall-to-wall coverage and really our meteorologists have to give those updates. And you kind of pointed that out earlier today. But while they were on air giving the updates about the activity and those spots that they were seeing, we were here in Brevard County, over in Merritt Island and where we saw flooding and all of that. But the thing was, as that was, happening, it was like a light switch. It would go away for a second. We think we're about to go live at 5:30, and then another warning would hit. Then the winds would hit. Then we have to get shelter. Then we think it's safe. Then we come back out, and then we get another warning. Then it was rinse and repeat. But again, those are the precautions that you need to take in situations like this, because you just can't risk being here. So you got to do what you got to do to be safe. And now that it is safe, we are able to come out, but it's going to be a long night. This is just the first, it appeared to be the first significant weather that they had tonight. And it feels like the end of the day. I was talking to a woman. I was like, it feels like the end of a day, a news event, or not a news event, a weather event, I should say. But this is actually really just the beginning, because the hurricane is still coming our way. But the weather, it's been on and off, rain. The wind now has become more constant, though, I would say that.
All right, Tony, thank you very much. I mean, and no guarantee that it will continue to be safe. As he just mentioned, Milton hasn't made official landfall. One thing we do want to note in that video there, you saw the power crews there. We also saw the flashing lights from police, presumably kind of setting the perimeter around for people to fix that. That is able to happen here. But for example, Charlotte County, Southwest Florida, they've already said emergency responses will not be happening right now. If you call in an emergency, we cannot come to you because the conditions have deteriorated down there.
And that's because they need to take their safety into consideration. And that's why we tell you before every storm to make your plan and get out ahead of the incoming weather. And we do want to take our coverage over to the west side of Florida, because that's where things are really starting to pick up. We have WESH 2's Justin Checker. Justin, you have by far, without a doubt, seen the worst of the weather of our crew so far. Walk us through what's happening where you are in the Tampa area.
Good evening. At this hour, the rain from Hurricane Milton is relentless. The extreme wind warning remains in effect here in the Tampa area. We moved away from Bayshore Boulevard by the water around 6 o'clock, and the last 2 hours or so, the conditions have really deteriorated. The wind just keeps whipping the rain right in my face here. This is Hillsborough Avenue. It's a main east-west road north of downtown Tampa. We've seen very few cars on the road, as one might be passing by right now. But it appears many people here in Hillsborough County, the Tampa Bay area, they have hunkered down. These are definitely the strongest wind gusts I have felt here tonight. As we know, this major hurricane is moving closer to making landfall south from Tampa.
We seem to have lost Justin Schott, and that's for obvious reasons. The conditions are just deteriorating so quickly over there. So we're bringing in our weather team. We're giving them a second to walk over to the desk right now. Things are just happening so fast now because the storm is so much closer to shore. Cam, how far away is this storm? When are we expecting landfall? Is it still after 9?
Yeah, we're expecting it within the next hour. In fact, the 8 o'clock update said the center circulation is about 20 miles offshore Sarasota. So based on the forward motion at 15 miles per hour, again, this was at 8 o'clock, we're expecting landfall, I would say between 9 and 9:15, Tony.
Yep.
I would, so we're about an hour away.
And we have a high wind warning there.
Yes.
Meaning the winds are
Clearly, yeah.
I've got the velocity product up. We're right around 95, 105. So
Wow.
that's what's coming ashore. There's going to be significant power outages there,
Mhm.
and we'll continue to update that there for you. All right, let's show you the high wind warning one more time here. Again, this is in effect for about another an hour and 15 minutes. A couple cams for you here downtown right now. It is starting to come down. I was just looking around at Daytona Beach. That also beginning to really pick up the wind. So we'll pepper in some of these. We'll go to some of our live shots. We'll kind of keep this moving for everybody here as we get deeper into the evening. There's the extreme wind warning now. Very, very dangerous situation. The eye is coming in just to the south of the Tampa Bay area, and we've got that eye wall coming ashore there near Ruskin, and it's going to continue to move off towards the east-northeast. This is the 8 o'clock intermediate advisory now, and you can see it's still with winds on the south and the northwest side of 120 miles an hour. It is keeping that same speed. So at 15 miles an hour, it's going to take a good 12 hours for this to get towards at least the eastern side of the peninsula, if not offshore. Again, continuing to move very quickly now. It looks like it's going to be very close to Sarasota, coming ashore, and then coming up into Polk County, and then from there back towards Cocoa Beach. It's just north now of the center of the circulation where a lot of very heavy rain is going to fall overnight tonight and through the first half of the day tomorrow. They're your latest tracks. Again, they've all been kind of jumping up, and that's why we're getting that very heavy rain here across central Florida. Again, we take a look at Milton. Plenty now of hurricane warnings still remain in effect here across all of central Florida. So we're going to continue to watch that. The high winds for all of central Florida, but the strongest winds are going to be right in there. Now, you take a look at that buoy data. Everything is lifting up towards the north and east. Look at the buoy data here. 20 to 25-foot waves. That's why the wave action is really increasing down to the south. That tornado watch is going to be lifted off towards the south. But right in here is where we are picking up 95 to 105 mile-an-hour winds right now, and all of this energy is going to lift towards the north and east. And as the eye comes ashore, a lot of times what we see is that very heavy rain on the northern side of that center of circulation. That's why we're really concerned for the potential on top of the 7 to 8 inches of rain. We've received an additional 4 to 8 inches of rain, putting us in the 8 to 16-inch range by the time it's all said and done. The surge is going to be another big problem. The wind, I don't think we're going to have 80 here, but I do think we'll be 60 to 70 in most locales. Polk, Osceola, and Brevard, you may get to 80, but the wind is going to die down by tomorrow afternoon. So the tornado risk is beginning to wind down. Most of the energy is beginning to pull offshore. For me, it's more of a flooding concern. We're going to take a look at the surge. We're going to take a look at some of the latest rainfall reports. I'm kind of putting some of those together, but let's check in with Cam for more on Milton.
That's right. Let's take a look at some of the damage reports or storm reports we've seen so far already. And it just basically encompasses our entire map here. Most of this is flooding, but several also reports of either thunderclouds or even tornadoes. In fact, here is a closer look at where we may have had a tornado touch down in Cocoa Beach. There were reports of a roof being ripped off at the Wells Fargo Bank near A1A and Banana River Boulevard, where Tony Atkins was live. He actually showed you that damage there. So hasn't been confirmed yet, but a tornado was likely there. And here's a look at the rainfall we've seen so far across our area. And taking a look at the winds, they are sustained right now about 30 to 40 miles per hour. And we've seen gusts well over stronger than that as we've gone throughout the evening. We're going to continue to see some of these strong wind gusts as we go throughout the night. So we are not through with the worst of it in terms of the winds. In fact, look at some of the recent wind gusts. Gusts around 55 miles per hour in Leesburg, 43 in Claremont, 45 in Kissimmee, and winds will continue to get stronger and stronger as we go through the night. We're looking at additional half a foot of rain easily for many folks here before this is all said and done. So take a look at futurecast winds. The brunt of the winds, or the worst of it, still expected as we go into late tonight. We are expecting winds of about 65 to 77 miles per hour around midnight to 2 a.m. By 8 o'clock in the morning, we're expecting winds around 40 to 50 miles per hour. And then as we go into about midday tomorrow, those wind speeds will gradually die off. We'll see breezy conditions still, but not as gusty as what we're expecting late tonight into tomorrow morning. And then as we go through tomorrow evening, still some breezy winds, especially for our coastal communities. And that's because as Milton moves into the Atlantic side, on the back side of that system, we'll still see some gusty winds for our coastal communities because, again, on the backside of Milton, we'll still see some rain and some gusty conditions. So unfortunately, we're still going to see several more hours where we are expecting some rough weather here across our area. Coming up next time when I see you, we will see county by county graphics for you.
Okay, we are getting some breaking news right now that in West Palm Beach, we have just confirmed that there were multiple fatalities. Jason, can you tell me one more time? Do we have in St. Lucie County? Those are the officials who are confirming it. Do we have a number? I'm trying to. Okay, we don't have a number on that, but we've heard multiple fatalities again. That's in St. Lucie County. We're going to work to get some more information on that, but that was literally just coming in from our producer. He was telling me as we popped up back on camera. And this is why it's so important to stay on top of this ever-changing storm and just to make sure that you're aware of what is coming your way. We've already seen, Jesse, tornado warnings throughout the day, flood warnings. I mean, this storm, and like Tony Atkins said, this is just the beginning. Like we are in for hours of this. So we just want you to stay safe, stay prepared, and stay in your home is probably the most important thing.
Oh, absolutely, absolutely. And those changes, those kind of flash changes of the moment, that's the reason why emergency officials are in their EOCs, in the big centers, keeping an eye on all of this. Speaking of the Orange County Emergency Management, they're working around the clock monitoring the impacts around here.
Yeah, so we want to get out to West 2's Michelle Meredith, who is at the EOC in Orange County.
Well, we're here at the Orange County Emergency Operations Center. As you can see, they got this place fortified with this mesh. So water and wind has a harder time getting here. Now, it's very locked up here, of course. This is the lobby. And we're going to move into the inner sanctum here. Thank you so much, sir. This is the Emergency Operations Center. This is where all the action is. Now let's peek in. We are proud to say that inside there, they are watching West 2 News. All right, Gary, let's go down the hallway. This is where the media room is. We're headed towards it. There's a lot of offices where people are monitoring, checking things out. Now, the mayor had a news conference early today. Let's show you what he had to say.
I don't have to tell our community. We're already beginning to feel some of the effects of a major category storm within our community. Certainly at this point, we will be experiencing these conditions for the next several hours, in fact, until approximately 6 p.m. tomorrow. So we have a long way to go.
All right, now we are here at the media room. This is where we hang out and where the mayor has his podium. They're going to bring us some cots here in a few minutes. So if this is where you want to sleep, if you want to sleep here overnight, you can. And it's our understanding the mayor will have a news conference sometime on Thursday. In Orange County, Michelle Meredith, West 2 News.
All right, Michelle, thank you so much. We're going to continue to show you some damage from around the area. You have to see this video. Did you see it right there? A tree just fell in the middle of the road. An officer was driving behind. This was in his car. This was into land. And his camera caught the moment that a tree crashed on top of the car that was in front of him. So this was on Clara Avenue this afternoon because it's daylight. You could see this was earlier today. Thank goodness that driver in the car was okay. But again, Jesse, this is why we tell people driving on the roads isn't safe because our ground is so saturated from all the rainfall that we've gotten the last couple of weeks. And the trees, they're weak and they can tumble right on top of your car. Thank goodness that person was okay.
Yeah, absolutely. And from DeLand a bit south to Stewart, where 2 tornadoes happened there. They went through a neighborhood. Take a look at that. They destroyed 2 houses. You can see video there. You could hear a scanner, a radio, people running, the trees just kind of whipping back and forth. And there it is right there. Definitely a sight to behold there. A couple of homes destroyed. You can see some of the damage right there. Again, that's in Stewart.
We also have some drone footage. Look at this. This shows a steady stream of people evacuating along I-75 in Collier County. So this is in the Naples area. Mandatory evacuation orders are in place for areas along the Gulf Coast. And Jesse, you'll remember, because I know you talked about this before, the Naples Pier. Remember the water just crashing into it? They are expecting significant impacts from Hurricane Milton. So it's no doubt that these people are trying to get out of Dodge.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Meantime, a strong video of a tornado spotted near Clewiston. That's near Lake Okeechobee area. Look at that right there. It's just kind of barreling past. You can see the swirling in that right there. Wow.
Wow.
Take a look. Yeah, that's again, Clewiston near Lake Okeechobee.
Also, some video from inside of Milton, I think we have for you. So this is from a NOAA drone. It's about 40 nautical miles from the storm's center. Reported wave heights here of more than 28 feet. Just look at how those waters are so choppy. Wind gusts of up to 76 miles per hour. And that's not even the worst of the wind gusts that we're going to be getting in the state of Florida and here in Central Florida.
Yeah. All right. Some notes for you guys, especially out of Osceola County. A curfew in effect tonight at 8 o'clock. So it's been in effect for about 28 minutes now. This includes the cities of Kissimmee and St. Cloud. The curfew does not apply to first responders, healthcare workers, and other essential employees. If you're traveling to or from work, have your ID and your work phone number handy, because if they spot you, they might stop you and ask you for it. That curfew in, again, Osceola County will be in place until 10 o'clock tomorrow morning.
We also have a curfew in Volusia County, so they've issued one tonight to discourage anybody from traveling during the peak of the storm. So no one should be on the road from 8 tonight until 8 tomorrow morning. Only essential personnel, just like Jesse just said, and people going to work should be out on the roads. You can face a $500 fine or even jail time if you're caught on the roads without a passport, and not without a passport, without a purpose. They mean business there. They really don't want you to be out for no reason.
Oh, yeah. Sheriff Chitwood actually during a press conference brought that up earlier in the week and said that they were going to be very serious about that curfew there in Volusia County. All right, in Flagler County, people in Bunnell are being asked to limit the use of water right now. A city crew is checking out the lift station on North Anderson Street. The city says their water system is being pushed to the limit right now because of all the rain and the water going down from the drains and from businesses and houses on Bunnell's sewer system. So again, all people in Bunnell asked to limit their water use for the time being.
And check out these pictures that we got. So these were sent to us from a viewer in Palm Coast. So Christina sent us these pictures around 6 o'clock tonight. You could see a lot of standing water in front of a home there and what looks like a mailbox like on an island. And you'll remember we've told you that the east coast of our state is going to be dealing with some flooding and storm surge. We have another picture here, and it's going to show a neighborhood road that is underwater. And just a reminder, we can't stress this enough. Now is not the time to get on the road and drive anywhere. I think we have one more picture for you here. It shows a water starting to push off of the road in this neighborhood and into the front yard. So it's like up over the curb there. We still have several hours of heavy rains ahead of us. I know that we've already gotten inches and inches. And like we keep saying, I mean, this is just on top of all the rain we've been dealing with for the last couple of weeks. So just, you know, if you see that starting to happen outside your home and there's no reason for you to go out there, just stay inside.
Yeah, we just talked about Bunnell asking people to limit their use of water. Castleberry is now asking people to conserve water. So again, Castleberry now, do your laundry and run your dishwasher today, tomorrow through Friday. Only use water for drinking, cooking, and personal hygiene. So tomorrow through Friday, only use water for those necessities. They say that helps prevent the sewers from overflowing there and keep everything running smoothly.
Okay, and obviously we are staying.
You're watching continuing coverage of Milton from WESH 2.
We are staying on top of Hurricane Milton, and we are tracking the storm's every move. We are less than an hour away from landfall on the west coast of Florida. Now, we are still saying that this is going to make landfall as a Category 3, a strong Category 3. So, you know, we are just anticipating lots of impacts, not only on the west coast, but also throughout Central Florida and our east coast as well.
Absolutely. And for that reason, we have an entire team spread out throughout really the entirety of Central Florida. You saw Justin Shecker in in Tampa and our crews all the way to Brevard, Tony Atkinson, Brevard County. So really throughout the entire area. And of course, we've got our team of meteorologists working hard behind the scenes and on air as you see them. Let's go ahead and get to First Warning Chief Meteorologist Tony Manalfi now with the very latest now, Tony, at 8:32 this evening.
All right, Jess, thanks so much for that, Tom. So you can see outside right now up towards Marion County, the winds are picking up. It's been coming down pretty good, 3 to 4 inches of additional rain today since the start of Milton. And the center of circulation, as you guys just mentioned, is about to make landfall. It's going to take a look now at some of the other maps here for you right now. I want to kind of highlight what's going on. Again, we have this high extreme wind warning now as the eye wall is should be making landfall here within the next 30 minutes. The eastern side of the eye wall is overland. We're picking a lot of strong gusty winds. And we're also noticing now that with the wind and the rain here, our power outages continue to increase. 14,000 people without power now in Polk County, 12,000 without power in Marion County. Orange County, you're not too far behind, 8,500 people there. East-northeast now at 15. This is going to continue to accelerate while moving across the peninsula overnight tonight. And it's right here on the northern side of the track where we are going to see significant rainfall. Many folks today already with 7 inches of rain. I've got a map that I'm working on for you right now. I'll have that in my next weather hit. Center of circulation just about ready to come ashore near Sarasota. You can see the heavy rain on the northwest side. This is going to continue to push off towards the east-northeast. The strongest winds will be right through here. Winter Haven, Kissimmee, back towards Titusville. In that corridor, I believe we'll see winds that will be running 75, 85 miles an hour. The farther north you go, the winds will be a little bit lighter, but the rain will be significantly more heavy. There's Tampa Bay. Center of circulation is just about on shore. Give it the next couple minutes, we'll get that. Most of the severe rotating storms have now moved offshore as Milton is moving on in. And look at these winds, 85, 95. That little core right there was pinging 100 just a little while ago, a sign that this storm is indeed beginning to weaken as it's interacting with land. Wind gust here, 75, 85 there in the other Tampa Bay. Here in town, we're in the 35, 45 up north. Here in the metro areas, 45, 55. Had one in Leesburg just a short time ago of about 58 miles an hour. Heavy rain, flood warning through here, another flood warning here, and a third flood warning up to the north. More on those rainfall totals and the high water concerns when I see you guys coming up in just a couple minutes. Back to you.
All right. Thank you so much, Tony. We do want to talk about mandatory evacuation orders in Volusia County. And, we're focusing a lot on Volusia County because they are seeing a lot of impacts. And so we've sent our crews over there just to see what's happening and monitoring the situation.
Absolutely. Well, and of course, a big part of Volusia County also on the coast, which is in danger of that storm surge once the storm rolls back around. Let's get to West 2's Haley Crumblehome live in Daytona Beach. Haley, how are people taking those evacuation orders there?
I will say it's pretty quiet downtown, but just in the last hour or so, I did see a man riding by on a bicycle in some pretty strong wind. So not everybody has cleared out, but we are starting to see the wind. We're seeing the rain. You can see behind me in this parking lot here, it's already started to flood a little bit. We've gone under a parking garage to get out of some of the worst of that wind. But if we pan up, I don't know if we can go to that palm tree there. It's blowing pretty heavy, and we're definitely having some gusts that are particularly strong at certain points. And just within the last couple of hours, I think we can take some video there. We did see businesses down here just trying to make their final preparations, putting down a few more sandbags before clearing out. Now, like you said, there were evacuations for parts of Volusia County. Those went into effect at 8 o'clock this morning. And as of this afternoon, the county said around 800 people had checked into some of their shelters. Now, the Volusia County Sheriff's Office shared some photos tonight of a briefing with their high water rescue teams ahead of this possible threat of flooding. But even they said with some of these conditions, if people are out, those teams may not be able to reach people right away. They really want people to just bunker down. There is at this point a curfew in effect. It went into effect at 8 p.m. So people really should not be outside at this point. For now, live in Volusia County, Haley Crumblehome, West 2 News.
Thank you, Haley. All right, Tony, 8:37 this evening, and we just learned it made landfall.
Just literally came down as I was over there. I had to run back here because Cam was telling me, hey, we got landfall. So let me show you the latest graphic here, give you the particulars on that right there. About 8:30, Again, it's a category 3, and the winds were at 120 miles an hour. The pressure at the time of landfall there at about 954 millibars. Again, very close to Sarasota. We were making that call on the radar. We were saying very close to Sarasota. In fact, that's as close as you can get.
And Tony, just a quick question. Landfall means the center of the eye of the storm has now reached over land, correct?
That is correct. The center point of the eye is over land. That's the key there.
All right.
Yep.
Thank you so much for that update. We really do appreciate it. And Tony, you know, obviously people living along the East Coast, they were evacuating just to get away from this storm.
Yeah, no, precisely. Many of them taking up shelter in an area in Osceola County. That's where West 2's Gail Pascal Brown is. She's been spending the evening there. Gail?
Absolutely. And you know something, just a moment ago, we had sideways blowing wind as far as is concerned, and the trees were going crazy. It's calmed down a little bit, but that's always an indicator for me in the many years that I have covered storms as those trees when they start dancing. But as far as the people are concerned, and I'm hoping that at the sound of my voice that you are in a very safe place right now. Some folks have found refuge here at the Quality Inn and Suites right off of Earl Bronson Highway here in Kissimmee. These families literally had to pick up what they had and just leave. Some of them had to be evacuated. Some are from the West Coast, some are from the East Coast. Here's some of the families I spoke with. Families near and far fleeing Hurricane Milton sought refuge at the Quality Inn and Suites on Earl Bronson Highway in Kissimmee. The hotel is fully sold out for the next few days.
Since Sunday morning, it's been a madhouse here for reservations, guests coming and going, bringing their fur guests, everything. Like, we even have my employees staying here for the safety to make sure we can cook breakfast and still service rooms every day.
Among the evacuees, Celia Hernandez from Port Richey, Florida, who says they're still reeling from Hurricane Helene and all the debris that's left behind.
That's like a life or death situation at this point in Pasco County. Plus, we have not even recovered. People lost their homes, family members. I have family members that lost their homes, floods, the water covered them or whatever. So I feel like it was either leave or there was no telling what would have happened at this point.
Carrie Ryan and her dogs were evacuated from Rotunda West on the West Coast between Fort Myers and Tampa.
We had no other choice. We tried to find a hotel, and this was the first one that came up that was vacant. And then we headed out early in the morning. So not a lot of traffic. We arrived yesterday, and we're glad we left because now they just evacuated Zone C, and we're in Zone B.
And again, here's another reminder to please stay off the road. You heard the governor say it. We've been saying it all night. Our meteorologists have been emphasizing it. There is a curfew in Osceola County. It started 8 o'clock tonight. It's going to go until 10 o'clock in the morning. And that is to try to discourage the driving on the road. Please let law enforcement, let first responders do their jobs, and let's stay out of their way. I'm Gail Pascal Brown reporting live in Osceola County for West 2 News.
All right, Gail, thank you. We do want to show you this. Take a look. This is NOAA's satellite imagery showing the lightning over Florida as Hurricane Milton was pushing closer to our shoreline. Obviously, we just told you a few minutes ago that the storm has now made landfall, but check out the way it's lighting up. We actually saw, Jesse, one of those lightning strikes right here at West. We took a pretty big hit. I mean, everything outside lit up. The building kind of felt like it shook there a little bit. This is a powerful, powerful storm.
Yeah, it's interesting to see. So if you take a close look, you could see the outline of Florida in white, and then you could see the lightning kind of on that upper right edge, just kind of pushing inland, almost like a laser burning off rust on a piece of metal or something. You just take a look at it right there. It just goes through the entire state. Wow. Meantime, we also want to show you some more video from inside Milton from a NOAA drone. That's what you're looking at right there. So a drone. This happened about 40 nautical miles from the storm center. The reported wave height there was of more than 28 feet. So imagine that, 28 feet high waves. Wind gusts at that moment from that drone were coming in at 76 miles an hour. Meantime, shelters back on land across Seminole County opened earlier today as people got ready for Milton.
Yeah, so we want to send things out now to West 2's Greg Fox, who is live at a shelter at Bentley Elementary School. And Greg, have people just been moving in there all day?
They have been. They've got about 100 people in here at this point. Bentley Elementary, of course, is one of the singular shelters of the 8 in Seminole County that handles both pet-friendly and medical needs, as we give you a shot of the check-in area. Because the wind has picked up so much here in the last little while, they've brought in some of the tables and the chairs, and there inside the lobby, you can see people who handle the check-in, some of the nursing staff here. They screen IDs before letting anyone in and making sure no weapons, drugs, or alcohol are being brought in. Earlier, we were at Lyman High School, which is also a pet-friendly shelter. This woman was bussed over from her home with her cats and helped in through a driving rainstorm. The county issued an evacuation order for those with special needs in flood-prone areas and in mobile home communities today. People are responding, with more than 700 people checked into shelters as of late afternoon. They can keep right on coming through the night. Bring snacks, bring your medications, and something comfortable for sleeping. Staff and volunteers will be doing their best to accommodate everyone who comes in.
So have some patience, show some compassion, and ultimately, in a couple of days, we'll find our place on the other side.
And that recovery is going to be probably pretty long term, with some very high floods expecting, a lot of water, a lot of rain, and some pretty severe winds. And as everybody's probably seen, tornadoes.
Duke Energy provides about half of the power in Seminole County. Across the state, it has 16,000 crews staged in the villages and in Davenport ready to roll to areas that lose power to restore it. They're predicting from Pinellas County through East Central Florida, 1 million residential and business customers losing power from Milton. And as we give you a live look now at the exceptional amount of wind that is just outside Bentley Elementary School. You can see it tossing the trees around there. Florida Power and Light's got about 17,000 crews on standby ready to restore power. And in our Central Florida region, of course, that's mostly along the coastal areas, Flagler, Volusia, and Brevard counties. Live in Sanford, Greg Fox, WESH-G News.
You were just talking about all the wind out there, but can you talk to us just a little bit about any rainfall? Have you seen any rain where you are?
We don't have a big bunch of rain right now. Here we're showing you some of the people going in the shelter at this time. Actually, it looks like possibly somebody headed to their car. They might have forgotten some items and they're going out there to get them. Some medications they've asked to bring them in there too. However, again, we've had some rain. We don't have a lot of rain going on at this particular time.
Greg, sorry. Stay safe out there. We do want to tell you there are some other shelters that are open in Sumter County. The fairgrounds is full. People in that area are advised to go to Webster Elementary School instead. There are other shelters that we have available for you on our website. And just be aware, and we tell you this all the time, shelters do not provide any cots, blankets, or other supplies. So if you're showing up to a shelter, come prepared with everything that you need, like you heard Greg just saying there, medication, anything that you need throughout the night.
Yeah. And real quick, we want to give you an update on that breaking news we brought to you a little bit ago out of St. Lucie. So we've got some confirmed information on that. This is near the Fort Pierce area. Multiple deaths from the weather there from a tornado, Spanish Lakes Country Club area there. So we've confirmed again, multiple deaths out of St. Lucie County. That's coming from St. Lucie County officials from out of Spanish Lakes Country Club in the Fort Pierce area there. So Tony, we're starting to see, Michelle, we're starting to see those effects and sadly deaths on the eastern side as well.
And I know that officials over there were saying that they got reports of those deaths after all the tornado warnings that were in that area. And I have to tell you, I Googled that community. It is a retirement community, 55 and older. So, I mean, that's a limited amount of information we have. But Tony, this isn't unexpected because those tornadoes, I mean, were powerful.
We've had 98 tornado warnings today.
In our area.
In all of between the Weather Service offices in Tampa,
Okay.
Melbourne, and down south.
Okay.
9 of them have had confirmed tornadoes.
Okay.
That tornado occurred after dark, so it may have taken a little bit longer to figure out what was going on there. The landfall just happened. That's another big story here, guys. Again, 5 miles west-southwest there of Sarasota, or basically Siesta Key, guys, and came in as a Category 3, winds are at about 120 miles an hour, and the pressure does continue to go up. So now that the storm is over land, it is going to begin to wind down, but it is still going to create an environment with a lot of wind, and that wind is starting to pick up here in Ocala. We've been peppering in other cams going out to our or crews out in the field. This extreme wind warning will remain in effect because the backside of the eye will be coming through this area. And so we need to make sure the winds are safe before we drop that. The power outages continue to increase here across our viewing area. They are much higher as you get towards Sarasota and the Tampa area. And we'll watch these numbers continue to grow as Milton continues to move off now towards the east-northeast or the northeast at about 15 miles an hour. Earlier, it was northeast. Now it's east-northeast. So that's a sign that that upper level ridge and that trough of low pressure are going to now begin to accelerate this storm system a little bit more quickly across the peninsula late tonight and should be offshore by early afternoon tomorrow. The bigger concern now, we've transitioned from severe, now we're into a flooding threat here. It's already ongoing. We've had a lot of rain, but as the low fills in, that allows for more rain to actually develop on the north side of that core because you're getting that funneling effect with the high to the north, the Atlantic moisture coming on in. So there's going to be some more significant rainfall on all the very heavy rain we've had. There's your center of circulation now onshore. Those rotating thunderstorms well off to the east. You see the winds now in that 50 to 85 mile an hour range up and down 75. You can see the Tampa Bay 77 mile an hour winds there. Look at Orlando Executive right here in Orlando, 55 to 60. The winds are really starting to increase, and they're going to get even higher as Milton continues to move off towards the east. Flood warnings, multiple flood warnings from Tampa to Sanford to DeLand. Almost 90% of our viewing area right now is under some sort of flash flood warning or flood advisory. Significant rain continues to come on down, and the advisories do remain in effect right through tomorrow morning. So far, no flash flood emergencies, but that is one thing that I'm going to be watching for now overnight tonight. Peak wind gust in Leesburg, 58. Just had that new reported executive right around 60. The other thing we have to keep in mind now on the backside of this storm, the storm surge. We're starting to see that pick up here in Fort Myers, 3.5 feet. So far, so good up in the Tampa Bay area, but we'll have to check those sensors. For me, though, the thing that I think we need to watch, the high tide times now for Flagler Beach, 6:45 in the morning, and then over towards Cocoa, just after the 1 o'clock hour, we can have some significant coastal flood erosion and beach erosion at that time as that storm continues to draw closer, and then the second high tide cycle during the afternoon. So tomorrow, we're still in it for at least the first half of the day. Weather conditions will gradually improve thereafter, and it's going to be a good-looking weekend. High temperatures around 85. Overnight low temperatures finally feeling like fall. Monday is Columbus Day. Some of us have 3-day weekend. Temperature then 85 with morning temperatures, guys, in the 60s.
All right, Tony, thank you. Texans on a Mission is helping provide disaster relief across Florida. 5 trucks with volunteers left Dallas this morning to travel here to help after Milton makes landfall, which just happened moments ago. The group plans to drive straight through the night and head to where Milton impacts the most. The volunteer organization has provided more than 4,000 meals since Helene hit less than 2 weeks ago.
This is just more people going out to where we've already been. We had people in St. Pete, Tampa working in flood recovery from Helene, and we just moved them to Valdosta, Georgia to be out of harm's way. And they're going to move back in with this group later on this week.
Volunteers are taking 2 large generators, 2 kitchen units, plus different equipment to help with the cleanup. The organization also has currently crews spread out across the Carolinas and Tennessee. And Jesse, that's one of the nice things about having this kind of support around us. People just come to Florida to help us in times of need, just as we go to their areas when they need it.
Absolutely. Neighbor helping neighbor on a statewide level. Meantime, here's another one, World Central Kitchen. Their relief team is pre-positioning around Florida so that they can be ready to come down when the time is ready. They're working out how to best assist the impacted areas, and they will be giving us, and we will pass on more updates to you coming soon.
The sheriff of Lee County says some roads right now are just impassable. We knew this is what was going to happen. This is why we tell you to stay off the roads. This is what he posted on X around 5:15 tonight. On one road, he said that the water is knee deep. Other areas have 4 to 6 inches of water on the road. In another post, he says one road is just completely flooded on Pine Island. Water and sand are also moving in, which we have seen in storms past as well. And in one area, there is a foot of water on the road.
Yeah, Pine Island is very much a barrier island in that area. And we showed you Matlacha a little bit earlier.
Oh, yeah.
Matlacha is kind of on the bridge to Pine Island. So makes some sense with all of that there. Definitely some dangerous conditions there. We want to get to Taylor Hernandez in Okeechobee County talking about shelters, people going to the area there, and law enforcement crews ready for the influx of people and obviously to respond to emergencies.
I'm Taylor Hernandez in Okeechobee County, Florida. I'm standing in one of the areas county leaders tell us they're concerned about because it is low lying, and a lot of the homes behind me are mobile homes. Now, just yesterday, the county did issue a voluntary evacuation for people who live in areas just like this one. They also opened up shelters for these folks yesterday, and a lot of folks are evacuating from the West Coast to Okeechobee County or further east. So that shelter will house people from Okeechobee County as well as neighboring counties to the west who are fleeing Hurricane Milton. One woman I spoke with told me this is the first time she's ever evacuated her home to stay in a shelter, and she's a lifelong Floridian.
I'm near the lake, and it's just, just me hanging out, and it's my house is pretty good, but still, if something happens, like a tree falls down or I can't get stuck and I get hurt or something, there's nobody there. My neighbors, most of them already left.
Okeechobee County, of course, under a hurricane warning. County leaders tell me they have staffed up law enforcement, they have staffed up fire and EMS. They've also been in contact with the National Hurricane Center as well as the State Department of Emergency Management as they await the impact of Hurricane Milton. Reporting in Okeechobee County, I'm Taylor Hernandez. Back to you.
All right, Taylor, thank you. Now, of course, we're seeing a lot of impacts, and we're also seeing direct impacts on the sports world as well.
That's right. The Orlando Magic making changes to their schedule. We want to get over to West 2 Sports Director Darren Stoltzfus. Darren, what's happening?
Yeah, the Magic aren't going to play their home opener for the preseason Friday night due to concerns from Hurricane Milton. Now, right now, the Magic are on the road in San Antonio for their second preseason contest. They do have an early lead in the second quarter. That game is being played as scheduled. But Orlando opened their preseason slate in New Orleans Monday with a loss to the Pelicans. They were supposed to square off with that same squad Friday night at the Kia Center and said that game has been canceled. It will not be rescheduled. If you did buy single game tickets, you're set for a refund. Other sports news, South Florida has pushed back their football game against Memphis, scheduled now from Friday to Saturday in Tampa. For now, UCF is still scheduled to host Cincinnati Saturday. No changes there. Same story for the Florida Gators at Tennessee. However, the high school football schedule, it's essentially wiped out this week for Central Florida. Schools are closed the rest of the week. We'll see what else arises. Back to you.
You're watching continuing coverage of Milton from West 2.
Now at 9, whipping winds and terrifying tornadoes. Hurricane Milton is now bearing down on Florida.
There are moments again where we see the winds really starting to pick up.
Right now, the wind is blowing away from downtown, blowing the water in the bay out further towards the Gulf.
The wind knocking out power to many people in Florida, and first responders are standing by ready to help.
Duke Energy is mobilizing around 16,000 resources.
We've got West 2 team coverage tonight, and we're staying on air from the start to finish of this storm.
Welcome back to our team coverage of Hurricane Milton. And within just the last 30 minutes, our big breaking news is that Milton made landfall right near Siesta Key as a Category 3 storm, winds of 120 miles per hour. And this storm is just battering our state and even coast to coast, not just the West Coast. We're taking a live look through one of our tower cameras right now. We are certainly seeing the impacts here in Central Florida, as we have been all day.
Yeah, guys, again, as Michelle just mentioned, about 30 minutes past landfall. This is the moment we've been waiting for as the storm is coming in. How does that change? What are you guys looking at now?
We're looking at now the flooding threat that's going to likely be exacerbated. The second thing is the winds. The winds have gradually picked up, but they're going to get even stronger overnight tonight into tomorrow morning. My biggest concern are flash flooding. We're under a flash flood warning here across basically all of Central Florida. I don't think I've ever seen that. Have you, Tony?
I'm not.
Like where
even with Ian, I mean, it was a sharp gradient. Up north and west, they weren't covered, but they are now.
Yeah.
The other thing, just one point that I might make here is that it arrived a little bit earlier than we thought. And the point I'm trying to make here is it's moving a little bit quicker than maybe originally thought. That should limit some rain, not a lot, but maybe just enough to help some communities out.
But does that cause other problems when it's moving so much faster?
It can. I mean, if you've got tornadoes in your area and it's moving quicker, you got less time. But in this case, you want it to speed up now because the severe threat is offshore. Because the quicker it moves across, the chance for additional significant rainfall may be lower. That's the thing we're going to have to watch.
We're talking about like a 30-minute to 40-minute advance. Like we were expecting landfall around 9.
Right.
It made landfall around 8:30. So we're talking again, but when you're talking about rain rates of 5 inches, 6 inches an hour, 30 minutes is going to make a difference.
Oh, sure.
So
Especially when the rain rates are 5, 6, 7 inches per hour. So, I
Yes.
mean, that's 3.5 inches rain, right?
yeah,
And-
so
yeah.
that'll spare some communities 3 inches of rain. Hopefully, hopefully this
Yeah,
continues
that's
to move on its
trying to
path.
stay positive. All right, let me take you back outside right now. It's going to be a long night. We're going to be tracking Milton's every move. Here's a live look in now, downtown Orlando. You can see the very, very heavy rain there is going to be with us for several hours to come. We want you guys indoors. This is not the time to be outside. Clearly, an event like this, you got the combination of heavy wind and rain, and we still have that extreme wind warning now for about another 20 to 30 minutes from Tampa Bay over towards Ruskin, 75 to 75. The power outages are continuing to grow here across Central Florida. Marion County now with 18,000 folks without power. Orange County and all the other counties are beginning to see more and more power outages as well. There's Milton right now, 8:30 p.m. East-northeast, not northeast, east-northeast now. At 15, you can see the winds down to 115 miles an hour. Pressure is coming up. That's some good news there. Center of circulation right near Sarasota, Siesta Key, coming ashore. There's the backside of that eye wall right there. And as it continues to move off towards the east-northeast, you can see that track is going to parallel the I-4 corridor. Let's take a look now at live radar. You can see the spin. This is the Tampa Bay radar. Multiple flood advisories. The strong gusty winds, 87, 96, 95, 82. So they are beginning to come down, but those types of winds can create significant power outages. Speaking of the wind, 55-mile-an-hour wind gusts there at OIA. Executive up to 60. You can see up here in Marion County, we're in the 30s. But here, all of a sudden, we had a 61-mile-an-hour wind gust up towards Daytona's International Airport. So we're going to keep an eye on that. Multiple flood warnings for most of Central Florida. This extends northward to DeLand, Sanford, up towards Daytona Beach, and a slew of them that encompass Marion and Palm Coast up towards Palatka. These are all going to lift up towards the north and the east. So multiple flood warnings and advisories. Thankfully, as of right now, there are no flood emergencies. Of course, with additional rainfall, we'll have to watch that very carefully. Last but not least, here's a look now at our peak wind gusts from today. Leesburg, just a short time ago, 58 miles an hour. Over towards Sanford now. There's that gust cam. Up to 63.
Yeah, so you're talking about the winds, tone, and the rain. Here's a look at how much additional rainfall we could see from now until about late Thursday night into early Friday. So areas along the coast, especially in Flagler and Volusia County, some areas could pick up upwards another foot of rainfall. I'll explain why in a second. But most of us here, especially along this brown swath here, that includes Sanford and much of the Orlando metro on north, we're talking about an additional 5 to 8 inches of rainfall on top of everything that we've seen so far already. So you can see all this rainfall could cause flash flooding concerns. Now, I'm going to go county by county with you and show you how much additional rainfall some of these areas could pick up. As we go into some of the counties out towards the west there, we are expecting an additional 4 to 8 inches of rainfall. If Tone can flash forward my graphic, it looks like it's stuck there, Tone. The clicker is stuck. Here's a look at how much rainfall we could see for some of these counties here. We are expecting additional 4 to 8 inches of rainfall in some areas here. It's locked up. Okay, I think we put a lot of stress on our computers, so literally my computer has crashed. It's really angry. So I'll get those county by county graphics for you next time I see y'all.
Okay, that's okay, Cam. Thank you guys for working so hard. We really do appreciate it. So we have just been talking about all the risks that we could get here in Central Florida, and one of the biggest ones was severe weather, the risk for tornadoes. And we didn't see that anywhere more evident than in Brevard County.
Absolutely. Something happened there, pulled through, ripped off the roof off of an area there. We've got West Shoes, Tony Atkins, there live in Brevard County, giving us a look at what else he's found since we last saw him, Tony.
Well, Justin, Jesse, just really destructive winds here. And again, we are on the East Coast here. I want to just show you here, this branch this limb fell from the tree. And this is not light at all, but as you can see here, snapped like a twig. And it's actually one of several that are here in this parking lot. I'm going to put this down because I also want to show you some more of that damage, Jack, if you just want to carefully get over those twigs. But take a look at this. This is the supercuts that I told you about an hour ago. I have a flashlight light here, and I just want to show you just inside just the amount of damage that was done to this about a few hours ago. Now, I did talk to somebody who said that he was actually in the parking lot. He claims that he saw this tornado come through this area and just kind of rip through this building. Immediately, he called his father to pick him up. But again, just a scary thing to have to see. And even if you don't see it, like we're here live on TV looking at the aftermath, and it's just so surreal to see just this type of image. Now, this is the front side of the building. Earlier tonight, I was on the other side of the building where the break room, or it looked like a kitchen area. That window was totally destroyed and pretty much akin to what we see here. It's just really significant damage. But this isn't the only business here, even in this plaza, that has seen that significant damage. I want to kind of test the limits of our range here, but there are several other businesses down here that were also affected, including a medical facility as well as a eye doctor here. But just, yeah, these windows obliterated by these strong winds. In the past hour, one thing we did notice is that the line crews, they've been working really hard throughout this storm. As that band of rain and the strong activity came through earlier tonight, they've been working to get power back on in this area. Unfortunately, they were able to do so. A lot of people seeing the lights back in their neighborhoods, but also they're seeing some of that damage that was left behind. There's another building that I plan on showing you at some point tonight, just beyond this plaza here, where the roof, you can see the windows busted out, and the people, maybe people that work for that business, they're inside clearing out damage. They turn the light on in there, and they're just working to clean up that area. But really significant damage for a point for those just joining us. There was a point here along A1A where people weren't allowed to drive through because there were down power lines, and there were linemen working to get that restore the safety to this area. Now traffic is back flowing, but if you do plan on driving along A1A here, you can see it's very dark and there's just tons of damage. We showed you the Wells Fargo, but we're going to continue. Actually right there, I see Jake is on. It looks like a group of workers there kind of assessing damage here along the road. So we're going to stay on top of this. Again, this was like that first significant band of rain and strong winds that we've seen here in Brevard County. Hopefully it's the only, but obviously we're going to monitor this storm as it comes through. Hopefully this area could get some relief because there's still a lot of cleanup to be done over here already as Hurricane Milton continues to make its way toward Florida and across the state. I'm reporting live in Brevard County. Tony Atkins, West 2 News.
All right, Tony, thank you so much. And one thing that you notice in Tony's shot is how calm it is. Nothing is happening there right now. Certainly not the case in this shot. What we're showing you here, this is Bradenton, Florida. So this is obviously on the west coast, just south of Tampa Bay. This is where the area kind of where it made landfall. And as you can see, it is just pounding rain, driving rain, sideways rain, which is what Gail Pascal Brown mentioned before. That's never a good sign when you're seeing sideways rain. But these are the conditions that we were forecasting for this area because it is so close to landfall. And this is just north of Siesta Key, Bradenton. And this area is going to be taking this kind of a beating for a little while. The storm is moving, good news, quicker than we anticipated. So hopefully, that will reduce the amount of rainfall and flooding that they get here. But as you can see, they are just in the thick of it right now.
Oh, yeah. And that's not the only place. Let's go ahead and take another look at another camera from the Department of Transportation on the 429. We want to show you that one. There you see it right there, rain and wind. If you take a closer look, you see that pole in the middle there, one of the overhead lights there. If you take a look at the tip of it to the left, you can see it shaking up and down. And then the shadow of the light right there, you can see kind of the rain, again, as Michelle mentioned, moving sideways, the wind pushing it there. So again, this is the 429, so pretty pretty much middle of Central Florida. This runs, more about 20 miles or so, a bit more, from 441 in Apopka down to I-4 in Osceola County, for folks who might not be aware. The end of that is kind of in the Four Corners area, and that's one area that Tony has been saying for quite a bit that could be seeing some of the heaviest impacts and effects there in our area. So as you can see there, definitely coming down there.
I'm glad that there aren't cars on the road in that shot. Now we're taking you over. This is to Lake Placid in Highlands County, and this is a mobile home park that sustained a lot of damage. Look at this. You can see people running through this area, and there were mobile homes that were just torn apart. So this is the damage. Look, this is what we say when they just shredded things up everywhere. So we're going to continue to bring you just images from across the state, because we're going to get lots of them as we move throughout the night here.
Yeah, and while we've been in tornado warnings for most of the afternoon and the evening, we've been kind of collecting video of twisters that have been spotted throughout the state.
Yes, so we do want to send things over to Darren Stoltzfus. Darren?
Yeah, we've seen a lot of videos just like this one. Well, we've seen a lot of videos from tornadoes, or at least they think they're tornadoes around Central Florida and beyond. So let's take a look at some of the video captured as people just grab their phones and try to get what's going on.
Wow. This thing is no joke. Look at the debris in the air. Look at the debris. Oh my God. Oh, this is beautiful.
I'm not sure beautiful is the right word for that, but it's video shot of a tornado touching down in Hendry County, just west of Clewiston earlier today. You can see when the video zooms out just how big the top of that tornado is. Let's take a closer look at this clip. A viewer shot this in Okeechobee County earlier today. Still kind of hard to tell, but it does look like that touchdown because you can almost make out what appears to be debris spinning around that twister. And in Palm City, south of Port St. Lucie, a viewer shot this video of a tornado trying to get its act together. Pretty amazing to look at that in the background, and in the foreground, it just still looks like a breezy day. Again, we're in the beginning of Milton's wrath. Don't have a lot of details of the extent or the damage or the injuries caused by today's tornadoes, but I'm sure we'll get those throughout the evening and early on into the morning. Back to you.
All right, Darren, thank you. Thank you for collecting all of those videos. I want to take you back over to the West Coast because obviously that's where they're taking the brunt of the storm right now. And it's just been pounding rain on top of our crews over there.
Yeah, and of course, the storm surge is one of the big concerns out in the West Coast, Southwest Florida, especially the Tampa Bay area. That's where West Show's Justin Shecker is live, where conditions have been steadily and quickly going downhill. Justin?
These conditions have deteriorated the last couple of hours. We're here in Tampa, northeast of downtown, about 60 miles north of where this major hurricane made landfall in Sarasota. It appears Tampa Bay has avoided a direct hit. We are feeling the wrath of Milton at this hour. The wind gusts are getting more and more powerful as they whip this rain in all directions. It has been this way for a couple hours now. Like you guys were saying, we'll have to wait till the sun comes up tomorrow to see the extent of the damage. But our crew put safety first. We moved away from Bayshore Boulevard because, again, there was that major concern about the storm surge, which already devastated the Tampa Bay region a couple weeks ago during Helene. But this storm is definitely a rainmaker, and these are some strong wind gusts, hurricane force winds that are whipping through Hillsborough County in the Tampa Bay area. Just, you can feel the rain just smacking me in the face here. The trees are blowing around. Now, for the most part, on Hillsborough Avenue behind me, we have seen, that might be the strongest wind gust I have felt out here tonight. We have seen very few cars on the roads. We know county officials, Tampa's mayor, they were warning people to hunker down, to stay inside. And this is definitely the worst of the weather we have felt here north of downtown Tampa. Again, we're about 60 miles north of where this major hurricane made landfall at Siesta Key in the Sarasota area. We continue at this hour to feel the wrath of Hurricane Milton as this relentless rain just keeps on pouring. The wind gusts are not letting up as this hurricane now moves its way into Central Florida. Reporting live in Tampa, I'm Justin Shecker. WESH 2 News.
All right, Justin, thank you. Go ahead and grab some cover there as those gusts, we saw them there live, kind of hitting a little bit harder. So get you some cover there. All right, Florida's Gulf Coast, of course, bracing for devastating impacts from Wilton, as we just heard from Justin.
Yeah, so we want to take you over to our other coast, also expecting storm surge. Let's get over to WESH 2's Haley Crumbleholm. Haley, if I look at our radar, it looks like the rain is coming down. Are you seeing that outside?
Yeah, we are seeing quite a bit of rain, and the wind comes and goes. It goes to a really strong gust, then it's just a general wind, then it gets really strong again. But you can see we're in this parking lot here. You can see that it is starting to flood here, and just in the amount of time we've been here, this has risen a bit. The rain has been coming down. It hasn't stopped in the last couple of hours, and with the wind, it is coming in sideways at times. Now, we do have some video of what it looks like downtown right now. Evacuations were ordered for parts of Volusia County. We're in downtown Daytona Beach. And even though it's pretty clear of people, we have seen police officers out here making their rounds, keeping an eye on businesses. Now, people seem to have heeded the warnings of the county and the request that they seek shelter or they stay home, because by 3 o'clock this afternoon, the shelters in this county had about 800 people inside of them. Now, the sheriff's office also shared some videos of a briefing they did with their high water team earlier today, but they did make a point of saying as conditions get worse for people that decided to stay home and hunker down, it may take some time for those teams to be able to get to people. And even if you're not in an area in Volusia County that required evacuations, you are under a curfew. As of 8 o'clock tonight, that curfew went into effect. They want people to stay home and ride out this storm. Now live in Volusia County, Haley Crumbleholm, WESH 2 News.
Haley, thank you. And just as we were seeing in that shot behind Haley, even more so here, look at this major street flooding. This is over on the West Coast. Look at that transformer explosion. This is Sarasota. Not shocking to see this kind of video coming out of that area. This is very close to where this hurricane made landfall. Looks like a river flowing through those streets right there, Jesse.
Yeah, let's get you a little bit further south as well from Sarasota down to Fort Myers, where you can see this is a video of flooding in downtown Fort Myers, Lee County. You can see the cars plowing through it. Definitely not the best advice to plow through inches of water like that. That person, quite lucky, they're not hydroplaning or floating away at this point. But you can see that's downtown Fort Myers right next to the river. And of course, that leads out into the Gulf. So they were expecting some of that storm surge to come into downtown. Right there again, downtown Fort Myers in Lee County.
We always say, turn around, don't drown. Look at this video. This is absolutely incredible. This is from the Treasure Coast International Airport in Fort Pierce. You can see the flames were flipped over. But this is that same area that we talked about before, Jesse, in St. Lucie County, where officials confirmed that there were multiple fatalities after a string of tornado warnings. They confirmed that to our West Palm Beach station. That was WPBF. The deaths were in the Spanish Lakes Country Club, but in this same town in Fort Pierce. And look at this damage. That plane is upside down. So just imagine the kind of wind gust that you have to have to flip over an entire plane. And it's not even the only vehicle that we've seen tossed over in this storm. I mean, I saw just a video of a car not long ago, like a big truck. We're bringing in our team of meteorologists again, unless do we have one more thing to show people? I'm sorry, Jesse, go ahead.
Oh, no, just one more video that we wanted to show you real quick. This is in Satellite Beach of the flooding. This is our area. This is Brevard County, just north of Melbourne. You can see some of the flooding already making it up to the streets, up a bit of a few driveways there that you see in that video. So definitely that water starting to rise on the eastern coast as well after about an hour and 15 minutes after, about 45 minutes after Milton has made landfall on the west coast. So yeah, let's bring you guys back in on that. So 9:15 in the evening, kind of resetting a bit weather-wise. What are you guys taking a look at now?
So I just ran some updated rainfall totals, and there are many 5 to 7+ inch rainfall totals already, and we're not even, I would say, halfway done yet. This is going to go through late morning on into the afternoon. So think about what else is coming.
We're easily going to pick up another half a foot to 10 inches of rain. By the time this is all said and done, I really think many locations will be looking at a foot of rainfall. I mean, just from the foot, we're not even halfway done. We're still in the thick of it right now.
I don't know if you know this, but is that the most rainfall we've seen from a storm here? Because I do remember Ian was a rainmaker. That was Ian, right? That was the rainmaker? Yeah.
Up to 19, 20 inches.
Yeah, I think Ian's higher.
Okay, Ian was higher.
But again, this is not said and done yet.
Of course not.
Exactly. Okay.
Not at all. Yeah. And that's 6 to 10 on top of what's already out there.
Correct. And on top of that, the ground is saturated and we haven't seen the worst of the winds. My fear as we go into the overnight hours is we are going to see trees down, power lines down, and unfortunately, hopefully this doesn't happen, more damage. Trees maybe on roofs or trees, branches falling on power lines, which will knock out power to folks. So we're already seeing thousands of folks without power already, and we haven't seen the worst of the winds.
And just a note to what you said, if trees falling on your house, I mean, we're in the overnight hours. People are starting to go to sleep now. This is always the worst time for these conditions to come through our area. And I heard I can't remember if it was the governor or somebody said, sleep with things like a pillow around you, or just make sure you're protected. It's just terrifying to think if you have a tree like outside your bedroom window.
That's why I always say, you know, before hurricane season, or at least, pretty close to it, look at your yard, see what's going on. If something looks like it needs to be trimmed back, do that for cases like tonight. The other thing is there's going to be a real big rise on the St. John's. There's going to be some major flooding there as all of this is draining and moving up north towards Jacksonville. So many different angles. The storm surge, you guys were just talking about that. The one good thing, the severe threat is over.
It is.
It is.
Okay. But we had almost 100 tornado warnings. Okay. And I want to verify, put this in perspective. This is for the Melbourne office, the Tampa office, in Miami.
I will say the governor said had a number of 116 throughout the state.
So that adds the Keys. It also adds up to the north there. So it's a lot no matter what. Yeah. All right, let's get this moving here. I kind of want to show you what's going on. I'll take you back outside right now. We've had some really cool tower cam shots tonight everywhere, and some of them are certainly showing signs of prolific rain. Others are showing a little bit of a break right now, maybe a little bit of break here in Orlando, but it is not going to last long. I cannot stress this enough. You need to be indoors. We don't want you on the roads. You don't know how high the water is that you may be trying to travel through. You just don't need to be out. There's no reason to be doing that in a situation like this. All right, 9 o'clock advisory, winds at 115 miles an hour. This is going to move off now towards the east-northeast, not the northeast. And as this comes ashore, you're going to see the rain really begin to fill in. See the oranges and the reds here down towards Winter Haven? This is going to fill in over Orange County, then Brevard County, then Volusia County and Seminole County. We are a long ways away from done with regards to the rain. And we talked about the beaches, storm surge warning now. Once that storm gets off our east coast there during the late morning, early afternoon hours, we're going to see that strong northeasterly wind. Beach erosion, nearshore roads could be washed out. We're always keeping an eye on A1A up there in Flagler County. There's been a lot of restoration projects underway at our local beaches up and down from Brevard all the way up towards Flagler County. You can see the back edge now coming through Tallahassee. So it is moving. That's the good news. The bad news is we still have a long way to go. Let's take a look at Tampa. There's your center of circulation. We just pinged a wind here, close to 78, 88 miles an hour there just a couple of moments ago. I'm going to refresh these winds as the strongest winds are now moving east to the Tampa Bay area. You can see 77 up to 90, now back to 80 in the heart of the bay there. Off to the east, 75 mile an hour wind gusts just to the north of Tampa. Look at Orlando. 60, 55, Sanford International Airport, 63. So the winds are starting to increase here through the interior as Milton is beginning to lift up towards the east-northeast. Take a look now, Daytona Beach, 61 mile an hour wind gusts right there. And we have multiple flooded warnings from I-4 towards I-95, I-4 corridor. Just about everybody is under a flash flood warning right now because of the continuous heavy rain. Speaking of rain, look at this. Titusville, Canaveral, Melbourne Beach, down towards Rockledge, anywhere from 6 to 7.5 inches of rain, and more is on the way. We'll continue to track that hour by hour. Joining me now is Cam with more on Milton.
That's right. We are still in the thick of it in terms of the winds. In fact, we're expecting even stronger winds overnight. Here's some of the top wind gusts. Tony mentioned a few earlier, but here are some more. 55 in Orlando, at 38 right now in Melbourne, 56 in Daytona Beach. I think these winds will continue to ramp up as we go into the overnight hours. As we go through the overnight hours, here's a look at Milton. So Milton made landfall. Now the center circulation is going to move inland. So these winds will begin to ramp up here across central Florida. Expecting wind gusts around 72 miles per hour just before midnight tonight in Kissimmee, almost 70-mile-per-hour wind gusts in St. Cloud, 64 in Claremont, and in Winter Haven, we're looking at wind gusts over 60 miles per hour as well. Around 3 to 4 o'clock in the morning, we're expecting 70-mile-per-hour wind gusts in some areas in Lake County, and then we're going to see tropical storm strength winds all across the board here, so winds well over 39 miles per hour across the I-4 corridor on eastward. And then finally, Milton moves its way offshore, but look at the coast. Coastal areas will still see those strong winds for an extended period of time, a bit longer than inland spots, because you're going to still see that wrap around and those strong winds even as Milton moves offshore. And then as we go into Thursday afternoon, finally, inland spots still breezy, winds sustained about 10 to 20 miles per hour, gusting over 30 at times. But for folks along the coast, we're still expecting wind gusts well over 35 to 40 miles per hour until about late Thursday night into Friday. That's when those winds will gradually subside for folks along the coast, and inland spots will see those winds return back to normal. So tonight, hurricane made landfall, downpours, and the tornado threat. Although the tornado threat looks to wane a bit already, although we're not in 100 officially in the clear yet, though. Overnight tonight, hurricane conditions with very strong winds, and then tomorrow, Milton moves into the Atlantic, and we are expecting coastal rain showers out there. Here is a look at some of the county by county graphics I couldn't get to early because my computer system literally crashed. From now into tomorrow afternoon for Flagler, Volusia, Brevard counties, we're expecting winds sustained of 50 to 60 miles per hour, gusts around 70 to 80 at times. I would think the 80-mile-per-hour wind gusts are going to be more towards Brevard County, 70-mile-per-hour wind gusts up into Flagler County, 4 to 10 inches of rain. So the 4 to 10 inches of rain, the higher amounts are going to be up north. So areas like in Volusia County and Flagler counties, you'll see that additional 10 inches of rain, while areas to the south in Brevard County, I think you're looking at more, an additional 4 to about 6 inches of rain. So the higher amounts are going to be the farther north you are, including our friends and neighbors in Volusia and Flagler County. Wrapping it all up here for you for your Central Florida certified most accurate forecast. One more day of this, guys, and mostly in the morning. Once we get into about midday, our coastal communities will see still some gusty winds, and then by the evening, our coastal communities will see those winds die down. Finally, as Milton moves away, we get some sunshine and much drier weather for our area.
All right, Cam, thank you very much. We want to get you guys some information in Volusia County. The closing down the bridges on the Intracoastal starting in about 7 minutes at 9:30 tonight to restrict the access there. So the sheriff's office will keep the bridges closed until the winds die down. Remember, once it gets to a certain wind speed, emergency responses will not happen and they close those bridges down. So westbound lanes will be limited to essential travel on that bridge. Again, this is the Intracoastal. And of course, remember, that curfew still in effect until 8 o'clock tomorrow morning.
Now, we have shelters open across Seminole County, and there is one in Sanford, but that's where we find West 2's Greg Fox. He is at Bentley Elementary School, where people have been bracing for Milton's arrival.
We're at Bentley Elementary School in Sanford, Seminole County. This is one of 8 shelters that are being provided to people. More than 500 people are in Seminole County shelters as of early evening on Wednesday. And this one is special because it not only handles special needs like 2 others, but it also handles pets like 1 other, Lyman High School. So this really handles everything. It's general population, special needs, and also pet friendly. Obviously, if you come to a shelter, you're going to have to show an ID. It is policed by Sanford Police, by the Seminole County Sheriff's Office, round the clock. So it is very secure. And you can see inside that there are workers, some of the many people who are volunteering to take care of the nearly 100 people that have checked into Bentley Elementary School shelter here in Seminole County. This is going to be important as right now things are getting very, very dicey here in Seminole County with a lot of rain coming down. At some point, the winds are going to be too strong for most people to want to try to venture out. So it's important. An executive order was signed earlier today telling people that if you're in mobile home communities, if you're in low-lying, flood-prone areas, you really need to get out. The shelters are perfectly able to handle you. Obviously, no weapons, no drugs, no alcohol, you should absolutely bring medications that you need, bring some snacks, but they are providing meals. At Bentley Elementary School in Sanford, Seminole County, Greg Fox, WESH 2 News.
Greg, thank you so much. And we have been stressing this point. If you don't need to be on the roads, you absolutely should not be, especially now because things are really starting to pick up in our area. I believe we do have some video to show you. Some of the roads are impassable. Okay, we don't have it, but it's in Sumter County. We're getting reports of several roads being blocked by trees.
Yeah, I mean, it's a scene that we've been seeing across all of Central Florida, across the state, everywhere Milton is having some effects. We also want to get you out to Flagler County as well. People in Bunnell being asked to limit the use of water right now. City crews checking out the lift station on North Anderson Street. So the city says the water system, as you can imagine, being pushed to the limit right now because of all the rain and the water going down the drains from businesses and houses that all lead to Bunnell's sewer system. So again, all people who live in Bunnell, the city's asking them to limit their water use for the time being as the storm continues.
Okay, we also got some new pictures of flooding. This is in Palm Coast. If you live in this area, you might be seeing this as well. A viewer named Christina sent us these pictures from around 6 o'clock tonight, and you can just see standing water in front of a home, and what was in front of that home was what looked like a mailbox, like on its own island over there. This picture here is a neighborhood road underwater, and again, you should not be out on the roads right now because this picture was taken in the daylight. Now it's dark. You have a whole other problem on your hands. Another picture shows water starting to push off of the road in a neighborhood and into front yards. And we still have several hours of rainfall to go. I mean, you heard Tony and Cam talking about we could get another half a foot of rain. So this situation could get even worse as we go on throughout the evening here.
Yeah, I just talked about Bunnell's water situation. We've also got a similar thing happening in Castleberry. City leaders there asking people to help them conserve water ahead of Milton's landfall. So they say, do your laundry, run your dishwasher today, starting tomorrow through Friday. The utility company wants everyone to only use water for necessary things like drinking, cooking, and personal hygiene. So avoid washing clothes, doing dishes, try not to take a long shower, and make sure to turn off your sprinklers if they're on a timer. The city says by doing this, it'll help prevent the sewer from overflowing and overtaxing the lift stations, which then could force them to lose power and stop working. So use a little bit of less water in Castleberry to try and keep the demand from overextending the system there.
Okay, so now that Milton has made landfall, all of Central Florida is starting to see some sort of impacts, and that includes here in Orange County.
Yeah, wind gusts and rain starting to impact our area. WESH 2's Kristen Lago live from Winter Park tonight. Kristen, how are the conditions where you're at?
Yeah, I think you both mentioned it there. I mean, we've been feeling these impacts all day, right? We've been seeing the rain, we've been seeing the wind, but in the last hour or so, I'd say they've gotten progressively worse. I want you to take a look here behind me. I'm just going to step aside so you can kind of see the steady rain coming down right now. It's gotten worse since we arrived just a bit ago, since we set up the shot, and it looks a little breezy right now, but that can be a little deceiving, I think, because we've been standing out here and we've been getting these large wind gusts coming in. So while it is steadily breezy, we are feeling a heavier wind. Michelle and Jesse both said it. I mean, these are not conditions that you want to be outside, especially driving on. There's so many dangerous conditions on the roads. You can be at risk for down power lines, down trees. I mean, just the wind alone is a scary situation to be driving in, and we're not even into the thick of it. Hurricane Milton has made landfall, but it is coming across Central Florida, so we do expect these conditions to get worse. But I mean, you can see it right now. The rain steadily coming down sideways, especially with that wind, and we'll continue to bring you a live look at these conditions so you can stay in the safety of your own home. Just tune into WESH. You can see these conditions and know that it's just not safe to be outside, especially on those roads. But we'll bring you another look as the night progresses into the early morning. But for now, live in Winter Park, Kristen Lago, back to you.
You're watching continuing coverage of Milton from WESH 2.
Welcome back to WESH 2's continuing coverage of Hurricane Milton. If you have been with us throughout the evening here, you know that the hurricane has already made landfall about an hour ago near Siesta Key as a Category 3, which is what we were expecting. This powerful storm has already brought flooding to the West Coast and tornadoes throughout the state of Florida. You're taking a live look at a camera from Naples that has also taken a lot of impact from this storm. We saw a pier over there at one point that was just rocking in the waves as they were crashing right into it.
And of course, Naples just in southwest Florida, just south of the Sun Coast to the Sarasota, Siesta Key area, where Milton made landfall, as Michelle said about an hour ago. We've also got a look at our radar on the left there. You can see that's Milton's current standing. On the right, that's our tower cam looking down towards downtown Orlando. You can see it shaking a little bit. The gray sky there, definitely. We are here in the middle of it.
And this is what we've been waiting for. I feel like we've been watching the storm, guys, for weeks. I mean, we saw that it was going to form, and we're finally here past landfall, but we still have so many more hours of impacts to come. And Cam, can you walk us through some of the things that we're still concerned about in the overnight hours?
3 things: storm surge on both the Gulf and the Atlantic side. The second thing is winds. Well, the winds are starting to ramp up in the third and final impact, flooding. And this is not even the bulk of all of it. So we've already started to see flooding. We're still looking at additional, I would say, easily a half a foot of rain on top of everything that we've seen. So this is just going to literally make the situation worse for many folks.
I just want to say one thing. What you notice Cam left off that list is the threat for severe weather and tornadoes. We're out of that threat right now.
Yes.
So we can rest easy knowing that we shouldn't get any more tornadoes throughout the overnight hours.
That's
now.
a very good point, but I would put a little caution to that.
Okay.
I would say, if we get an additional 6, 7, 8 inches of rain, you have to watch the streams and creeks. So if you live near one of those, they can come up fairly quickly. But it was rapid fire there, just to be able for me to talk to Cam now without having to rush to get a new warning on the air. That does help us in us trying to update a whole bunch of graphics. You were just working on the county by county.
Tony, we had 98 tornado warnings, not just, and I want to specify that wasn't just here all in Central Florida. This is all in Central Florida and in South Florida between the Miami, Tampa, and and Melbourne office. 98 tornado warnings.
And the thing we're starting to see now, and I just made an update to some of the winds, but they're actually getting even higher than that as Milton Center is getting a little bit closer to us. It'll be south and east of the I-4 corridor. So Cam was talking about the saturated grounds, the winds knocking over trees. We got to be mindful of that as well tonight.
Correct.
And never, ever go out at night because there could be a power line down. More people are killed or significantly injured after the storm as opposed to before the storm. So we just got to be careful. Let's be smart about it. That's all I'm saying.
Absolutely. Going back real quick, guys, if I may, to the tornado warnings, because that's such a big deal. 98 of them, more than 100 statewide. It might be too early to qualify or quantify, but seeing that many this quickly off of one storm, is that any kind of eye-opening type of number? It's expected.
It's definitely eye-opening.
Yeah.
For the lack of better words,
Yeah.
there's that and just the amount of rain. This storm has literally surpassed a lot of people's expectations. I think it's a rarity storm. The fact that it intensified so quickly in the Gulf of Mexico, and just the fact that it got to winds of over 180 miles per hour. I mean, that's just this storm has just been beyond means. I think.
Going back to Helene had a lot of tornado warnings too, especially north of us. So that was another. I mean, that storm was ginormous, but it was rapid fire.
It was
rapid.
you guys were tag teaming for hours over here. I mean,
yeah.
it was impressive to watch you guys work, but I am just glad we are out of that.
So am I.
Yeah. So I'm sure everyone at home is as well.
Yeah, let me take you guys back outside. You guys have been doing a great job, by the way, showing video.
Thanks, Jesse and Michelle.
Do appreciate that. Live look in. It's a rarity to see the I-4 corridor like that with one car on there. I don't care what time of the day. There's usually a lot more traffic than that. So it's good to see a lot of our Central Florida population heeding the warning and making sure that they're safe, hunkering down, and we'll get through this. We've done this before. We're going to do it again in the future. There's no doubt about it, but we'll take them one at a time, right? Let's take a look down at Hurricane Milton, the 9 o'clock advisory here. Wind was 115 coming down. Of course, if you missed it, making landfall 5 miles towards the west of Sarasota near what we call Siesta Key, moving off now to the east-northeast at 15 miles an hour. And remember, as that pressure comes up, the winds come down. So we're going to watch the track. We're going to watch the storm. And on the backside of it, not only is flooding a big concern, but the storm surge warning remains in play. There's going to be major beach erosion. Nearshore roads are going to be washed out. There's going to be a lot of problems. Then the seas are going to be incredibly, incredibly rough as we get you into the day tomorrow. Things will begin to improve as we head into the upcoming weekend. But there's the eye of the storm making landfall a short time ago. The center of circulation has filled in, but on the periphery on the northern side of it, right through this little corridor here, there is going to be somebody picking up a good 10 to 15 inches of rain. And the winds on the backside of the storm coming down. The strongest winds are right about in here. And I'll recenter those velocity winds for you here in a second. 83, 82. Highest I saw in the Tampa Bay area is around 90. But notice the winds here in Central Florida. Leesburg just gusted to 71. That is now the highest wind of the evening. And then up towards the north and the east, we have some wind picking up towards Flagler County, northern Volusia County. Flood warnings here from Tampa all the way towards the eastern side of the peninsula. And last but not least, as we head farther to the north now up towards Palm Coast, almost everybody is under a flood warning thus far. Daytona Beach, Sanford, Leesburg, and on into Orlando Executive there. Those wind peak gusts continue to climb, and that's something we're going to have to watch, as Cam alluded to, for any concerns with trees coming down on power lines.
Yeah, that's because the ground is so saturated already, Tony. Take a look at all the storm reports we've already gotten for today, and they range anywhere from flooding to wind to even reports of tornadoes. In fact, we saw from Tony Atkins and Live Shot earlier in this evening reports of a possible or actually likely tornado in Cocoa Beach that actually caused damage near a Wells Fargo building near A1A there and Banana River Boulevard there in Cocoa Beach. So we've gotten numerous reports of wind and also lots of reports of flooding as well. And we're not even done. We're basically not even halfway there yet. So the flood threat is still very, very high, actually extreme here, all of Central Florida in the purple category, which is the highest level for flood threat. And this will be the case through the overnight hours. And the reason why, we could pick up an additional 5 to 8 inches of rainfall in this brown swath that you see here, but there are several spots that are in the red. It wouldn't be out of the question to pick up an additional 8 to possibly even a foot of rain. I think it's going to be localized, though, on top of everything that we've already seen. We've seen such amazing rainfall rates between anywhere from 3 to 7 inches of rain in 1 hour. And we're going to continue to see these heavy rain bands through the overnight hours. So here's a look around 11 o'clock to midnight. Look at the heavy reds indicating, again, rain rates likely well over 3 to 4 inches an hour. That will continue through the overnight hours. And this on top of the strong winds that we're expecting overnight as well. So it's going to be a pretty loud night ahead. Then as we go into Thursday morning, a wide swath of rain all across Central Florida. Finally, that center circulation moves its way offshore, but we're not done with the rain yet. On the backside of the system, unfortunately for our friends and neighbors along the coast, you're still going to be dealing with bands of heavy rain all the way until about tomorrow afternoon, because as Milton makes its way offshore, on the backside of it, we're still going to see quite a bit of moisture. So our friends and neighbors along the coast in Flagler County, Volusia County, and Brevard County, you're not going to be done with the rain until a late day tomorrow. So all of that is why we could pick up, again, some areas an additional 8 to 12 inches of rain, especially along the coast. So our timeline for Milton, flooding downpours tonight and hurricane force winds starting to build tomorrow morning. Squally rain bands, especially along the coast, and strong winds as well. By tomorrow afternoon, Milton will move into the Atlantic, but for folks along our coastal communities, again, in Brevard, Volusia, and Flagler counties, you're still going to be dealing with some coastal rain. Coming up next time when I see you, I'll talk more about the wind impacts that we're going to continue to see in the overnight hours. Coming up next. Back to you guys.
All right, Cam, thank you so much. And just taking a look at our radar, you can see it is raining nearly all across our area right now. And one of those places is Osceola County. And funny enough, that's where people from the coast actually came to take shelter from the storm.
You know, it's funny. I was thinking about that driving in before, you know, everybody said hunker down from Volusia County, passing a lot of the hotels along I-4 and saying, you know, the parking lots were packed.
Yeah.
People along there. We've got West Shoes Gail Pascal Brown at a hotel in Osceola County now. Gail, you've been there with these folks for a couple hours, and your last couple of hits, we know that you've talked with them. Tell us, what's the vibe right now and what's it looking like there?
Well, I can tell you we are dealing with some more of that blowing rain that I mentioned a couple hours ago. The winds have picked up a bit, but that's expected right here in Osceola County because we're not done yet. We're going to get more rain without a doubt. So don't think just because it took the West Coast hit that it's over, because it's not. We are at the Quality Inn and Suites by Choice Hotels here in Osceola County, and we are safe. And we want to thank so much to everybody who text and call, checking on us, trying to make sure we're okay. We are safe, and we have met a bunch of families who basically have sought refuge at this hotel from Hurricane Milton. Now, inside the Quality Inn and Suites here in Kissimmee, there are so many families fleeing Hurricane Milton. They're from East Coast as well as the West Coast of Florida. That includes Carrie Ryan from Rotunda West, and that's in Charlotte County on the West Coast between Fort Myers and Tampa. She says she had to leave. They were evacuated, and her fear were the torrential rains that Milton could bring.
It's the water. That's why we left. We made it through Ian. The house made it pretty well. We only lost a few things. But when we saw the surges, and we also live on a channel that is full, it's been raining for weeks. So it's already saturated. And so we're worried about the water coming in the house.
Now, she hopes everyone who did stay back is going to be okay, and admits that it was really hard to leave her home. Her dogs are just happy to be safe and comfortable, and that's what we want for everyone, to be safe and comfortable. Want to remind you that a curfew went into effect, a mandatory curfew right here in Osceola County. It started 8 o'clock. It goes until 10 o'clock in the morning, and that, of course, is to help discourage those drivers from being on the roads. Again, no looky-loos, no sightseers. Just stay off the roads, please, because there's no telling what you could step into, onto, or be about of. So please be careful and be safe. We want to make sure that we make it through yet another hurricane. I'm Gail Pascal Brown reporting live in Osceola County. Now back to you.
Gail, that was actually going to be my next question to you. The curfew that's in effect, have you seen people walking around as you've been doing your job here throughout the night in Osceola County?
No, not from our vantage point, because you know something, year after year, I know people have gotten used to this. It's not their first rodeo when it comes down to these hurricanes. Now, sometimes you'll find a couple of hard heads, but not from our vantage point where we've been here. They obviously are taking this in stride because, you know, I think this storm really scared a lot of people. And they are a little bit more cautious maybe than in prior storms. So they're just trying to be very careful about this. And then as our meteorologists continue to report, we're going to hear another system and that coming. So no, they're taking heed to that curfew. And that's a good thing too.
It is a good thing, Gail. I agree. I think this storm just felt different to a lot of people. And Gail, I love your calming voice during a hurricane, I have to say. Thank you so much for filing that report. Gail has obviously been covering hurricanes in our area for decades, I think people rely on her during times like
Actually,
this.
just got a text when Gail was first on the air saying GPB the OG. We know Gail knows what she's doing. She's been here for a while, and she knows how to bring that information calmly and safely to viewers. So, Gail, thank you one more time. You're looking at a video out of Palm Beach County, widespread damage there. This is out of Wellington from earlier today. Take a look at that. It's a possible tornado. You can see pretty clearly there the gray clouds up top funneling down into that. So we're working to confirm that. Shane Wright from our sister station WPBF joining us live. He's there. Shane, tell us a bit about what you're seeing and what it's like down there.
Yeah, it was definitely a wild evening here across the Palm Beaches and Treasure Coast. Multiple tornadoes touching down, waiting on confirmation exactly how many, but one for sure that we feel like did touch down, according to our meteorologists here in the Wellington community. We're in Western Palm Beach County. This street that I'm on was totally just damaged by a hurricane, or I would say tornado damage, including this home right here. This car just thrown up against this home like it was a toy. This is just one of many homes on this street that has been damaged from this potential tornado that came across this area here in Wellington. Right next door here, look at this home, a 3-car garage. Every garage door in this home had been pushed in by the heavy winds that came through. There are trees all about this garage and all about the driveway here. There is a SUV inside this garage that is damaged. If you look up to the second floor of this home, also the windows in this home have been blown out. This is a part of exactly what's on the street. Multiple homes. I would say about 7 or 8 homes that we saw driving in here damaged, not to this extent, but definitely showing some damage from that potential tornado that came through. I did speak to one young man, a teenager who lives on the street with his dad. He said they saw that hurricane, or saw the tornado rather, come through their area, and he took shelter inside the home with his dad. And after they felt it was safe to come through, they came outside and helping some of the neighbors here push some of the tree branches that you can see here up against the curb, just so that the first responders can make it in and make it through this area to make sure everybody was okay, kind of helping neighbors in this neighborhood. And they said all these trees, all these trees inside of the road, on the road, blocking the path for first responders to come in. So they did their job of cutting some of these tree branches and pushing them against the curb here. What you didn't see was a X on one of these homes. That is to tell first responders, emergency officials, that everyone made it out of this home safely. So we're not hearing of any injuries, particularly on this street, but that remains to be seen. There are multiple orange X's on this road where emergency officials had gone by, checked just to make sure that everyone had made it out safely. But this is exactly what these officials were going through and experiencing today in Palm Beach County.
Hey, Shane, if we can keep you for one extra moment, what I'm noticing from your live shot here is you have a lot of wind damage. Have you guys been seeing a lot of rain in your area? I don't see many flooded streets around you. Have you been seeing anything like that as you've been reporting throughout the evening?
Yeah, not much rain, definitely wind. A lot of these tornadoes just popped up on the radar. Like I said, multiple tornadoes through the evening. Some of the areas that does normally see flooding, definitely we saw leading up to this, there was another system that came through before Milton that dumped some rain in there. So there was some ponding, some flooding in areas that usually does see flooding. But as far as today is concerned, not much flooding across this area, but a lot of wind and a lot of people trying to put together the pieces after the potential tornado came through not only this community, but multiple communities across the Palm Beaches and up through the Treasure Coast, St. Lucie County, Martin County, and Indian River County, as well as Okeechobee County as well.
All right, Shane Wright live for us tonight. Shane, thank you very much. Down there in Wellington. Shane, thanks again. All right, we want to give you a look at this camera. This is US 1 at State Road 44. You can see there the wind shaking the camera a little bit. The raindrops obviously on there. Obviously, there's still power near that intersection. One thing we love to see, nobody at that intersection, nobody on the road, nobody walking, no cars there. It's exactly what we're going to see there. Again, US 1, State Road 44. You can see definitely feeling the rain and the wind there.
We also have another camera that we'd like to show you. This is a bridge camera. And it was in Polk County, shaking as Milton was nearing landfall. If we can get that up, maybe we don't have that for you. Sorry, guys, we're just trying to roll these out to you as they come into us here in the newsroom. So we're just trying to get you as many visuals as possible. Okay, I think we are going to go out live to West 2's Greg Fox. Greg, do you have some numbers for us on power outages?
Yeah, right now we've had reports, especially in the Sweetwater neighborhood, of power outages, and they had some earlier that Duke Energy responded to, got power back on. Now some people have it off again, but this is the place to be, Bentley Elementary School here in Sanford, when it comes to power concerns, because they've got a complete campus generator. So take a look. You got the lights on inside the lobby, and of course inside the area where people are sleeping and spending the nights with their families, they will have lights, they will have air conditioner, the works. Now, take a look from earlier. Not so many folks in the storm's path will have that. Seminole County, with a population of roughly 480,000 people, Florida Power and Light has about 131,000 of those people, and throughout the state has 17,000 power company crews on standby to restore power. Duke Energy has 16,000 line workers, tree clearing crews, technical support, and more ready to roll from the villages and from Davenport, where their staging areas are with all those trucks. They have a big chunk of their customer base right here in the path of Milton.
We know that it's going to impact our most densely populated areas. Obviously, the Central Florida area is one of those. We serve over 950,000 customers just in the Central Florida territory. So we are anticipating widespread power outages, extended power outages, and we're asking our customers to prepare now.
Shelter. And so again, once again, come on out live. We're at Bentley Elementary. We've got the ambulance out front. This is one of the special needs shelters that is here. And I don't know if you can see it, but beyond that, underneath that street light there, you can really see the wind just blowing the tops of the palm trees that are outside here of this school campus. Also, you should know for all 8 of these shelters in Seminole County, they are going to have at least 4 officers and or deputies round the clock on every single shift. So there will be complete security here. We'll send it back to you now.
All right, Greg, thank you so much. We do want to get you back to that video that I was telling you about before. This is video from Polk County. Now, it is hard to make out, but I'm going to tell you what it is. So it's dark, I know, but there are some lights there. That is a bridge camera, and it is shaking. This is as Milton was nearing landfall, and there's obviously heavy rain. There is a lot of wind. That's why the camera is shaking so much. Again, this is Polk County. This is I-75, and this is a bridge in that area.
We also have a video out of Fort Myers Beach down in Southwest Florida. This is a live look. You can see the wind and the rain. And this is at Margaritaville in Fort Myers Beach. Now, one thing that's interesting, if you're familiar with Fort Myers Beach, the Margaritaville Resort is pretty new. It just opened this year. You know, it's been almost a decade in the making. Michelle, I was a reporter in Fort Myers at our now sister station, 2015, 2016 era. And I remember reporting on the plans for this resort coming up. So it's finally built. All that to say, it's pretty much a brand new resort, brand new building, and you're seeing that rain and obviously on a barrier island there. So if you're familiar with Fort Myers Beach, this is pretty much at the end of San Carlos Boulevard, when San Carlos Boulevard dumps you onto the island over the Matanzas Pass, and you get to see it all right there. But as you see, taking a look again, live look at the conditions there, all that white stuff blurring around, that's water. That's the rain coming in. You can see the palm trees shaking back and forth, and quite the view there coming in pretty much from the Gulf.
And Jesse, one thing that you said stood out to me there. It was built recently. Guys, let's talk a little bit about structures in our area. I mean, Tony, things really changed around here at a certain point about building codes and what they could sustain. Can you talk? I know you know a lot about that.
Andrew was the big one.
Yeah.
When that came through, Homestead was pretty much annihilated. So what it did, it was really exposed the builders that weren't doing the job the right way. So the codes changed then. And, if you compare Florida's building codes versus any Gulf Coast state, we have the best. We really do. And it just goes to show you Mother Nature sometimes doesn't care if it's the best. But yeah, we do. We really have one of the best building codes now in the South.
Oh, and that's why we give certain warnings if you live in a home built before this, or if you live in a mobile home park that you need to evacuate. That's why we give those warnings. Cam, we are still dealing with hours and hours of impacts ahead of us here. Are you going to take us county by county now?
I'm going to show you county by county in terms of how much rainfall we can actually pick. And also, we're going to talk about the rivers. We haven't really talked too much about the streams and rivers, because think about all this rain that has fallen has to go somewhere, right?
Yep.
And we all know the St. Johns River, what happened after Ian, it flooded. And this is going to be a slow process in getting it to drain. We have just updated the river forecast, and unfortunately, it looks like we are going to see likely some flooding along the St. Johns River.
Yeah. Speaking of what she was doing that, I said, let me handle the surge. We got an update on that. Obviously, once the storm goes east of us, we're worried about our coast in Brevard County, worried about our coast in Volusia and in Brevard counties, because there's going to be issues there. And I'm telling you, if we have a reporter out there tomorrow morning or in the afternoon, that is going to be one angry surf over that way. Some of the waves were offshore seas were close to 20 feet with nearshore breaking waves, very, very dangerously high, extremely rough.
Even after the storm passes, you should steer clear of the beaches.
Oh, 100%.
Yeah, 100%. It takes 24 to 48 hours for things to really simmer on. In some instances, even a little bit longer. And then here's the other thing, and Cam knows this very well. It etches out all of these little nooks in the sandbars. That creates, other issues, rip currents, rip tides, and you got to be careful with that.
Yeah, Tony, you just mentioned, 24 to 48 hours, was it? I just talked to Jonathan Lord of Flagler County Emergency Management yesterday. He was telling us they're worried about the St. Johns, and the flooding, as he mentioned, flows from south to north, where they have seen the St. Johns, Crescent Lake in that area as well, flood out, overflow over the barriers, and they have to do evacuation orders after the storm comes through.
I believe we saw that after Ian. We did saw that after Ian. And also, one thing I want to mention about the coast is we could see quite a bit of coastal erosion. I know that's that's been a project that's been going on in Flagler County, trying to alleviate that. But then this comes along and unfortunately kind of undoes a lot of some of the projects that have been going there. So
All right,
lot to unfold.
let's get into a little bit of weather here, guys. And I want to take you back downside. We've been peppering in these HD cameras here. This is World Drive, the I-Drive corridor, the hotel district, and it's kind of hard to see anything out there right now because of that very heavy tropical soaking rains that are now ongoing here in Central Florida. The other thing that we've just seen a spike in is the number of power outages. Blue being replaced by yellow. The number is growing. 26,000 in Marion County, 16,000 now in Lake County. Orange County growing to 16,000. Polk County is growing now over 24,000 folks without power. These numbers are going to continue to rise overnight tonight. And you can see by the time we get to Thursday, 2 o'clock in the morning here, this will be down to a Category 1 storm, weakening but still generating some wind. And you are going to hear it buffering your homes tonight across that stretch and even up to the north. Leesburg just had a wind gust there at the airport, 71 miles an hour. But of more concern is the very heavy rain that is lining up now just to the north of the center of that circulation. And you can see that the tornado watch was dropped, so that is some good news. But now it's more of a flooding concern. The severe risk well offshore. Look at all those lightning strikes, those supercells offshore. There's our flood advisories. Winds here continue to build up towards the north and the east into our area. Look at these winds now over towards Polk County, 65, 71 now in Winter Haven, up towards the metro areas, 55 at OIA. 43, 53 now, over towards Orlando's Executive, right here along the eastern side of the peninsula, 25, 35, 45 miles an hour, and then up towards Apopka, in and around Leesburg, still gusting to 71 miles an hour as that band of moderate to heavy rain continues to work on in. Flash flooding, we have a whole bunch of that. From Tampa Bay to Orlando to Daytona Beach. This is in effect now until 11:45 and will likely be extended deeper into the overnight as that heavy rain continues to move along here in Central Florida. So the bottom line for me is we're going to watch that. And the wave heights continue to grow now across the eastern Gulf of Mexico. You can see that wave action, the heights they're running close to 30 feet just to the west of Fort Myers. Keep in mind now, storm surge warnings do remain in effect along the eastern side of the Florida Peninsula. With more on the rain and how it's impacting our rivers, let's check in with Cam.
That's right, Tony. So before I get to that, I just got the 10 o'clock update that came down. So now winds of 110 miles per hour. Right now, center circulation is about 20 miles northeast of Sarasota. But what stands out to me before I go on camera here is that there is a flash flood emergency in effect for the Tampa Bay area as Milton continues to move inland. For major areas like Tampa Bay, including St. Petersburg and Clearwater, there were reports of wind gusts over 102 miles per hour as the system made landfall. So just wanted to give you guys an update on that with the 10 o'clock advisory. It just came down. Now let's take a look at what our impacts are here in Central Florida. Before I show you how much additional rainfall we could possibly see from Milton, let's look at how much we've already received. Some areas, especially in Sumter County, 7 inches of rainfall, a half a foot of rainfall in portions of Seminole County and out towards eastern Orange and Osceola County. You're thinking, okay, this is a lot of rainfall already. How much more could we possibly see? Upwards of a half a foot to possibly another foot of rainfall. So that is why you can see all of Central Florida under the extreme threat for flooding tonight into the overnight hours. And I mentioned earlier, the Tampa Bay area is already under a flash flood emergency. Do I think we could get to that point? We have to monitor it, but we do have those flash flood warnings in effect right now for all of Central Florida, basically. So how much additional rainfall can we get from now till about early Friday morning? I say Friday morning because our coastal communities will still see the rain showers linger on a bit longer. So here's a look at this wide swath of rain here in the brown. Areas in the brown could pick up an additional 5 to 8 inches of rainfall, so easily half a foot. But notice some pockets, though, in the red indicating an additional 8 to 12 inches of rain. I think it's going to be localized, but it's not out of the question because we are seeing rain rates of well over 5 inches an hour at times. So some areas could walk away with an additional half a foot to a foot of rainfall. So I'll go through the river levels in a minute, but it looks like we have to toss it back to the anchors. Back to you guys.
You're watching continuing coverage of Milton from WESH 2.
Now at 10, Hurricane Milton slams into Florida, bringing with it a barrage of lightning strikes seen in this satellite image.
Hurricane hunters are working around the clock, flying into this massive storm to give us the latest data as people on the ground dodge falling trees, deal with dangerous storm surge, and are left needing to pick up the pieces.
There is just house after house after house with damage.
We've got team coverage tonight to keep you safe during the storm.
All right, and of course, we continue to follow some of the latest information that we are getting from the hurricane and some of the damage reports that we are getting in. Several tornado warnings, as you all know, were issued late this afternoon.
Yeah, all across Central Florida, we've had that going on all day. Let's get you all to Brevard County. West 2's Tony Atkins joins us live right now. You've been up and down Brevard County. Where exactly are you now, and how are the conditions there?
Well, right now I'm in Cocoa, and earlier for the past few hours we've been showing you those the storm damage from those strong winds from just earlier tonight. But I do have an entire story to tell, just kind of figuring out where some things ended up after it blew off of some other buildings. But let me explain that in a second. So I am here at this house here in Cocoa, and you might see a little debris in the yard, and that's because this is an area that has had some significant damage to several homes here. Now, the person who owns this home, they were taking care of a neighbor, or a family member, I should say, who had some special medical needs, and you can see the damage to that person's car. So once that those strong winds came through, you can see the damage to this car and the damage in their yard. But what really caused most of this is right here. This is actually part of the roof of the Wells Fargo that we showed you a few hours ago, and we are not very close to that bank. So this is just a testament to how strong these winds were. You could just see just the wood and all of the elements of the roof of that. And we do have some paramedics removing someone from that house.
So I was just driving, and then oncoming car was flashing his lights, and so I parked because I thought like my car was like messed up or something. Yeah. And then I just see like this big cloud, like tornado, and it just like ripped through sports clips and like the store next to it, and I was like freaking out. So I just had my dad pick me up.
It looks like Tony's shot is going in and out. Obviously, it's still dealing with some issues out there as far as the signal goes. Here's a live look right now towards Sarasota, where we just had a landfall from Milton just about an hour and a half ago or so. I want to read you just some information from the National Hurricane Center. It came ashore as a Category 3, making landfall officially in Siesta Key. They're still talking about life-threatening storm surge in this range. At some points, have had maximum sustained winds at 78 miles an hour, gusts over 100 miles an hour, and you can tell from these live pictures, obviously no one's on the roads. That's a great thing, but they are still dealing with a tremendous amount of surge. We just heard from meteorologist Cam Tran a moment ago. They're dealing with the storm surge, but now they're dealing with flash flooding that's happening in that area.
Yeah, we actually want to take you back out to Brevard County. Tony Atkins, we have his shot back up. Tony?
Again, I was just trying to explain just the significant damage. So there was someone here, a homeowner. You saw the damage to his house. He was actually hosting a relative, his sister-in-law, who had special medical needs, to make sure she was safe. And then once the storm hit, that you saw that damage to her van, which is right over that. The part of the damage was from some of the debris that blew from a Wells Fargo that may be a mile away. And if you take a look in between these two houses, so the homeowner and then a neighbor's house, you can see significant damage there to their roof. So it really is just a cataclysm, just of destruction here. Brian here. Hey, Brian, I'll bring you over. Brian got. This is kind of like a band of destruction that we see, but it's important to get that debris up, right?
Yeah, the debris is all over the street, and we asked the city when they could come out, and they said they wouldn't be here till Monday. So I went out and grabbed one of my trailers and called a handful of guys and got them all together, and we picked up all the bigger, not the super big stuff, but like the medium stuff that can projectile pretty easily and things like that. And tomorrow we'll be back to sweep up the street for all the concrete and all that.
Now, it wasn't just you; it was a few neighbors that kind of got together to help out this family and a few families here. How important is it for you guys to stick together? Because you gotta at some point hunker down should the storm come, strengthen up again in this area.
Oh, it will. And tomorrow, I mean, most of these people on the street, my family's lived here since 1976. So most of these families some of them we've known for, 30, 40 years. So, I mean, we all help each other out. This is a good street and a good community.
Frank, thank you so much for chatting. I really appreciate it. Continue helping. I'm going to try to keep the shot up if we could kind of show. We showed you some of the damage on this street. This is kind of the most significant damage you will see. But, Jake, if you want to turn around toward me, I want to show some of the other damage here. Well, actually, I really can't because it's so dark. But there, if you look at the light there, you can see roofs, just some of the shingles that have fallen onto the street, and yeah, that's debris in the road. And if you look right there, that
All right, we'll check back in with Tony a little bit later on. But of course, this storm making landfall on the West Coast, and Tampa and that entire region is getting ravaged right now.
They are. Fortunately, it was not a direct hit for them. Let's go ahead and get you out live there. West 2's Justin Shecker is back, and it looks like things have calmed down since the last time we saw you, Justin.
Well, we've actually moved under this awning because it really has not calmed down at this hour. The wind gusts are whipping through this alley. Our photographer, Pete, pan over, you can look out and see the rain just blowing sideways by those light poles off in the distance. We know this major storm made landfall about 60 miles south of us in the Sarasota area by Siesta Key. While Tampa did not get that direct hit, Tampa is taking a beating tonight from this hurricane. I was here 2 years ago for Hurricane Ian, and these conditions are much worse, much stronger hurricane force winds, and the rain has really been relentless since the 6 o'clock hour. I heard Cam mention a short time ago we are in this flash flooding emergency warning, but as you can see, we are still dealing with the strong wind. In the last half hour or so, we saw a couple of branches fly by. We know a major concern across the Tampa Bay region here in Hillsborough County over by the Gulf and Pinellas was all that storm debris from Helene potentially turning into projectiles. No officials did what they could to have cleanup crews pick that stuff up. But right now, with these powerful wind gusts blowing all over the Bay Area here, there are likely some projectiles being just blown around into buildings that already were damaged from Helene 2 weeks ago. Again, Tampa has dodged direct hit, thankfully, but this is relentless hurricane force winds at this hour. This is not a time to be on the roads. And now the National Weather Service is warning about flash flooding. Reporting live in Tampa, I'm Justin Shecker, WESH 2 News.
All right, Justin, thank you. As the camera started moving, you could tell the wind was picking up, but just he was underneath that awning, so
They still
smart
got
thinking.
several hours to go in a dangerous situation out there for so many folks.
Be safe.
We need to give you a look at the power outages that we're also experiencing across the state of Florida. And if you look at it from just this visual, and if you think about where they are geographically, you can see it's going from west to east and how it continues to get worse. I want to take you through the numbers right now. Marion County has more than 27,000, approaching 28,000 people in the dark. Lake County, 16,000. Orange County, almost 17,000, a little bit more than Lake. Volusia County, a little over 10,000, 9,100 in Seminole County, Brevard County, 2,000. Osceola and Flagler aren't reporting any outages, but just looking at some of the websites, we are starting to see more outages pop up in those locations as well. Of course, that's one of the biggest issues that we could be dealing with going into this, and a lot of people now using generators.